Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Temple Control Bureau's Yamen differs from the Kintian Observatory's treasure tower. Its main gate has 3 entrances, each with 2 dark door panels. On either side of the gate, huge chi dragons carved from stone stand imposingly, lifelike and imbued with overwhelming divinity. Under their fierce glare, onlookers feel their souls quiver. Inside, pavilions and towers abound, with flying eaves and upturned corners. Yet they lack the 8-story towering structures of the Kintian Observatory treasure building, consisting mostly of 2- or 3-story buildings, all exuding a sense of grandeur and stern coldness. "Master Li, please," said the 2 divine envoys, their attitudes now much softened, as they spoke to Li Che. Upon entering the Temple Control Bureau, the rich divinity was nearly tangible, naturally creating an oppressive atmosphere. Martial artists who hadn't cultivated divinity would likely find themselves unable to even circulate their life force here. Li Che's face turned unsightly as he slowly followed behind the 2 divine envoys. After a short while, they arrived in front of a 2-story pavilion. "Stay connected through .com. The head divine envoy is waiting for you inside." After opening the door, Li Che thanked the 2 divine envoys and stepped into the pavilion. The Temple Control Bureau's head divine envoy holds a status akin to that of a minor supervisor in the Kintian Observatory, but with far greater authority. After all, a single head divine envoy commands 10 divine base realm head divine envoys, and each of these in turn has dozens of divine envoys under them. Some particularly powerful head divine envoys command as many as 100 divine envoys. How could a minor supervisor, often isolated and with few allies, compare to such might? Of course, as both are independent departments with different functions, a direct comparison is not truly possible. Once Li Che stepped inside the pavilion, the divine envoy silently closed the door behind him. The thick fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Looking around, Li Che saw a rosewood desk, beside which there was a small tea table. A kettle boiled furiously, and bright green tea leaves tumbled in the bubbling water. A figure wearing an embroidered red robe with tiger patterns sat stiffly in a chair, occupied with the preparation of tea. The dense divinity in the air, almost solidified, made it difficult to breathe. The flickering candlelight in the dim surroundings illuminated the pavilion brightly. "I am Li Che. I've come to see the head divine envoy," Li Che said with a salute. The middle-aged man lifted his head, his face marked with a ferocious scar. He cradled his teacup, took a sip of the tea, and then, with a slight lift of his eyelids, his gaze fell upon Li Che. Boom! In an instant, the divinity within the entire pavilion was seemingly swallowed into a vortex under the terrifying control of divine sense, amassing directly above Li Che's head. "Bull demon." The 2 emotionless words came coldly from the mouth of the head divine envoy Zhang Lianhao. Under the pressure of the divine majesty, Li Che began to put on a performance, his face incredibly pale and his legs shaking uncontrollably. The head divine envoy speaks of, could it be the vicious bull demon of Fei Lei City? Although I come from Fei Lei City, with a family to take care of, how could I be such a malicious criminal? Li Che gritted his teeth as if struggling enormously to withstand the divine majesty, taking heavy breaths. The entire pavilion fell eerily silent, the only sound being the gurgling of the boiling water in the kettle. Zhang Lianhao watched Li Che in silence for a long time before speaking indifferently. "Someone said you're the bull demon." Li Che took a deep breath, his eyes nearly bursting. "That's slanderous. That bull demon killed Elder Master Yang of Fei Lei City, a divine base cultivator. To say that I am the bull demon is to suggest I can kill a divine base. Is that what you think, sir? Do you think I could kill a divine base?" Powerful divine sense scanned over Li Che's body, probing repeatedly. But Li Che's life force was hidden by the slumbering dragon elephant within the dragon elephant Vajra, and his divinity by the pure heart Dao Fruit of breath concealment, making it impossible to be detected. After the scan by divine sense came up empty, it eventually dissipated, and the oppressive divinity receded, making the air in the pavilion seem suddenly fresher. "Indeed, a blood exchange warrior, nurturing nature like a stream, you can't kill a divine base," said Zhang Lianhao, retracting his divine sense and no longer intimidating and inquiring. "Congratulations, you've become a third-class guest official of the Kintian Observatory." Li Che was drenched in sweat. He saluted but said nothing more. "Head divine envoy, I've just arrived at Golden Light Prefecture and wish to know who would slander and frame me in such a way." Zhang Lianhao poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Li Che. "Drink the tea, don't be upset. This is the procedure of the Temple Control Bureau in handling cases. Intimidate first, then judge the matter. As for the accusation that you're the bull demon, you might know him. His name is Zhang Xiangyang, previously a divine catcher of Fei Lei City. He joined the Spirit Infant sect, and now he's imprisoned within the dungeons of the Temple Control Bureau. He claimed that you are the bull demon, and also said that the death of Yu King of the Qin family was the work of the bull demon, trying to earn a reduction of his sentence." "Zhang Xiangyang?" Li Che's eyes narrowed. The Zhang Xiangyang who had previously fled had unexpectedly appeared in Mansion City and was now caught and imprisoned. That was one of the most secure places in Mansion City. Inwardly, he reflected that his methods had not been ruthless enough. He should have found the opportunity to deal with Zhang Xiangyang sooner. If so, this complication wouldn't have arisen today. So, it was Hunter Zhang. Li Che exhaled slowly. The words of the evildoers from the Spirit Infant sect cannot be trusted. Li Che said through gritted teeth. The Spirit Infant sect committed countless murders in Fei Lei City, and City Lord Cao Guang, who joined the sect, sacrificed 1,000 spirit children, utterly inhumane. Zhang Lianhao's gaze remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to such cruelty, and he nodded. Indeed, quite inhumane. Although I didn't believe it, I still had you called in to ask about this. Do you know about Su Baihu? A figure from Fei Lei City, killed by Yuking's torment. She had her sights set on the An family who moved to Mansion City and was about to strike when she herself died. Zhang Lianhao took a sip of tea, his eyes narrowing as he exhaled the hot steam. All right, you may go now, but be cautious. The Spirit Infant Master of the Spirit Infant sect has escaped and, I heard, your daughter, seems to have held a Spirit Infant wood carving? Once the ritual is complete, there's a connection. That Spirit Infant Master might still covet your supreme spiritual child daughter. Li Che, upon hearing this, his face dramatically altered, his eyes nearly splitting apart with rage. Spirit Infant Master? The Spirit Infant sect. So viciously cruel. All my family has moved into Mansion City, yet they still won't let us be. The order of Mansion City is, of course, unimpeachable, but I fear they might sneak out in the middle of the night and launch a surprise attack on your family. Zhang Lianhao glanced at Li Che, whose face showed a mix of shock, anger, and a hint of fear. I've asked all I needed to ask, go back now. Li Che's body trembled slightly with anger. He thought for a moment about seeking Zhang Lianhao's protection. Zhang Lianhao smiled, not even looking as he waved his hand dismissively. Li Che, having no choice, had to leave the tower. He walked out from the town temple office yamen. Li Che's face, tense and angry, instantly returned to calm. Inside that tower, there had been a second person, filled with murderous intent towards him. The heaven and earth chessboard was always looming, and Li Che clearly sensed that person's aura, dark as if dripping with water. Qin family members. The aura was somewhat familiar. Back then, when he shot the grey-faced spy in front of Qin Mansion Gate, he had encountered this person's aura. As for the chief officer, Zhang Lianhao, he bore no murderous intent towards him, likely acting on someone else's behalf, though his words were profoundly meaningful. His brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Xiangyang, the Spirit Infant Master. Does this chief officer want to go fishing? Fishing? It's been a while since the bull demon has tasted bait. Inside the tower, Zhang Lianhao poured another cup of tea, and moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Qin Henan, the brother of Qin Yuking. How so? You think it was he who killed your sister? Merely a blood exchange warrior, with divinity as faint as a stream. Do you think he could kill her? Zhang Lianhao asked. Qin Henan stroked his beard. It seems not, but Zhang Xiangyang from Fei Lei City did say that Li Che has undeniable ties to the bull demon. Pity, that child entered the heavenly oversight, became a third-class guest official. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste words, I would have just killed him. If he were the bull demon, he certainly wouldn't surrender without a fight, he would reveal his trump cards in resistance. Qin Henan regretfully added. Qin Henan was direct, with no discomfort in speaking of committing murder in front of Zhang Lianhao. It seems he was recommended by Li Qingshan. If you really kill him, aren't you afraid that when Li Qingshan returns, he'll simply smash your head with that remhorn hammer? Haha, what Li Qingshan values is merely that supreme spiritual child's daughter. The recommendation was probably just a favor. This Li Che is just a blood exchange warrior. If he dies, he dies. Why would Li Qingshan offend my Qin family for his sake? However, according to what Zhang Xiangyang said, this bull demon, if not Li Che, is still undeniably connected to Li Che's family. Li Nuangzai, Li Che's daughter, is especially close to the bull demon. Zhang Xiangyang has witnessed it himself. They might even be master and disciple. Qin Henan looked at Zhang Lianhao. Think it over. She's a supreme spiritual child pre-selected by a Qianyuan divine sect branch. That would mean troubling not just Li Qingshan but directly the Qianyuan divine sect. Zhang Lianhao sipped his tea and replied indifferently. Show out. Qin Henan frowned, glanced at Zhang Lianhao, and without further words, turned and left. After leaving the town temple office yamen, he stood in the long night street. Indeed, the divine sect is not easy to provoke. After a moment's thought, Qin Henan headed towards Gold Split Gate. When Li Che returned home, everyone was still awake. Seeing Li Che safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's good you're unharmed, it's good you're unharmed. Uncle Li Liang's alcohol even sobered up quite a bit, everyone knowing the reputation of the town temple office, who wouldn't? Old Chen drew on his dry pipe, his brows furrowed tightly, because of the matter in Fei Lei City, right? Alas, that damnable Cao Guang. Li Che soothed for a while, and then everyone gradually left. After Zhang Ya put Shi to sleep, she blocked Li Che's waist. Husband, are you really alright? She knew Li Che's true identity, which is why she was so worried. After all, Mansion City had many more powerful figures compared to Fei Lei City, so the sense of safety had dropped dramatically. Li Che rubbed Zhang Ya's head. It's okay, haven't I returned safe and sound? Besides, I am now a third-class guest official of the Kintian Observatory. Even the Temple Control Bureau wouldn't dare to touch me without evidence. Zhang Ye rested her cheek against Li Che's robust chest, listening to his strong and vigorous heartbeat. feeling slightly at peace. She murmured softly, "You are the head of this family, you must not get into trouble. We need to watch Shishi grow up together. Don't worry, in 2 more months it will be the Divine Sect branch's entrance examination. Shishi is almost guaranteed to become a disciple of the Divine Sect. No one will dare to touch her, and once she joins, even fewer will dare to. All right now, don't worry, your husband has got everything under control. Let your husband check if you have practiced well today. Have you mastered the sinew transforming techniques that I taught? Let's see if you need to learn something new." "Ah, there are new techniques." In Zhang Ye's soft, wet voice, the couple entered into their sinew transforming practice. The next day, Li Che left the house refreshed, heading to serve his duty at the Kintian Observatory. He changed into the robe of a heavenly oversight guest official, still wearing a black elastic shirt underneath. The duty was rather simple, just having tea and passing time with Shangguan Qinghong in the tea house. "Do you want to take on the task for a divine wood carving that pays in divine crystals?" Shangguan Qinghong, her crystal-clear jade feet bare, squatted on the chair, cracking sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Li Che's question, she took out the task book and began flipping through it. "There is one, a disciple from the Heart Monkey Temple who cultivates the Wrath divinity needs a 10 cities level furious ghost suppressing type statue of a deity. There's no temple god reference, so the wood carving master can freely express their creativity. However, after the product is finished, it depends on whether the other party is satisfied before deciding whether to deliver it or not," said Shangguan Qinghong. "And if they are not satisfied," Li Che frowned, "they can refuse to accept it. This is the task agreement. If you can't accept this, then don't take the task," Shangguan Qinghong stated matter-of-factly. "Explore more adventures at." Li Che nodded. "How much is the reward?" 2 10 cities divine crystals. "Only 2. Shangguan Qinghong looked at Li Che strangely. "That's the market rate, and besides, you don't think that 2 10 cities divine crystals are too little, do you? Your monthly salary is only 3. Li Che smiled awkwardly. He had already spent this month's salary. Being part of the Moonlight clan, Li Che naturally hoped the price would be as high as possible. "Will you take it?" Shangguan Qinghong cracked a seed, blinking her large eyes, she asked. "Taken. The temple god has no reference, so I am free to express myself." Li Che narrowed his eyes. "Exactly," nodded Shangguan Qinghong. Li Che pondered thoughtfully. This was the first job he had taken, aimed at making a name for himself. If he wanted to earn more divine crystals later and quickly accumulate enough divine crystals to advance the maturity of the pure heart Dao Fruit to level 3, this job's reputation was extremely important. If managed well, more high-value divine crystal jobs would come flooding in. A 10 cities level divine wood carving, which makes a difference, naturally won't revolve around the embodied divinity content. Thus, it must involve profound meaning. Li Che's eyes brightened, recalling earlier speculation and enhancing the immortal artisan based on deity statues from his memory. Now he could well experiment in this job. Furious ghost suppressing. To suppress ghosts must be furious. Then it must be that. Leopard-eyed, ring-eyed, iron-faced, and with whiskers. Evil dispelling and demon-slaying great general, Zongnan iron-faced divine lord, supreme deity who purges demonic miasma. Zhongkui. Majestic in sound, dazzling in spirit. He was appointed as the colonel of Juzhu Island, overseeing each island, wielding the power of summer decrees and guarding the divine spirit that fosters all. The evil-dispelling and demon-slaying great general, the Zongnan iron-faced divine lord, the supreme being who sweeps away the demonic miasma in heaven. This is the Zhongkui treasure edict. Speaking of ghost-suppressing, Li Che felt that this deity was indeed apt for the task. After all, he was free to exercise his creativity, keen to try his hand at sculpting the many divine beings that sprung to mind. Could he, like on that day, sculpt the third crown prince who wielded the red silk across the 4 seas, and thereby improve the maturity of the immortal artisan Dao Fruit? That's right, Li, don't forget to train with the great scenic heavenly 7 elements 1000-hand divine carving technique, Shangguan Qinghong urgently reminded him as Li Che took the mission and was about to leave in haste. Although it's only the first volume, if you want to be promoted to a second-class guest official, you must reach at least a minor accomplishment in this technique. Li Che froze, he had not yet studied this divine carving technique. After all, with the mastery of the immortal artisan Dao Fruit, Li Che thought techniques like the divine carving technique were not that useful. Weren't they just about carving? With the immortal artisan Dao Fruit providing unparalleled skills, the divine carving technique should be of little help to him. After a moment's thought, Shangguan Qinghong said, "The divine carving technique isn't mere wood carving. It was created by the great supervising minister of the capital Divine Heaven Bureau's 8 Treasures Tower. Moreover, it's not just the divine carving technique, other professions' divine elixir techniques, divine weapon techniques, etc., were all created by the great supervising minister. Thus, they hold significant weight in the evaluations. Even if you can carve a 9 luminaries divine wooden carving, if you don't pass muster in this divine carving technique, you cannot pass the second-class guest official evaluation." Hearing this, Li Che began to take it seriously, planning to study it thoroughly. After taking the mission, Li Che immediately left the Kintian Observatory. Leaving early wasn't really a big issue. As a guest elder, he wasn't bound by strict duty protocols. Li Che taking on the task and going to the workshop to carve wood carvings was within the realm of reason. First, he went to the lumber store to collect a piece of red spiritual wood needed for carving the Zhongkui wooden statue and then returned to his workshop in Mansion City. Shutting the door behind him, Li Che placed the spiritual wood aside, and with a thought, the chess Saint Dao Fruit trembled, and in an instant, the heaven and earth chessboard expanded, enveloping the surrounding area. If there were any abnormalities nearby, he would sense them immediately. Li Che didn't start carving right away. Instead, he began his daily martial arts training. After becoming a third-class guest official, among the resources Li Che received was an elixir, the Great Scenic Heaven Fury Dark Flood Dragon Blood Martial Pill, made with genuine Fury Dark Flood Dragon blood, not mixed blood. Thus, the pill's potency was extremely high. Shangguan Qinghong even worried that his body couldn't withstand it and suggested he grind the pill and take it in 3 parts. But how could Li Che, with his unparalleled cross-training physique, not withstand it? After swallowing a furious dark flood dragon blood martial pill, Li Che's stomach churned, crushing the outer shell of the pill and unleashing its vast medicinal properties. Huff. Inhale. In the courtyard, Li Che stood in the spring breeze with his eyes closed, savoring the sensation, recalling the divine martial art Furious True Lord's triple blade in his mind. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, and his fingers clenched. The 9 luminaries' divine weapon, Gilded Bloodshock Spear, emerged from the Qian Yuan space into his palm. He snapped it fiercely, and the spear's shaft roared like an incensed flood dragon. Then, with both hands on the spear, using it as a tri-blade knife, he performed a series of movements. With the talent boost from the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, Li Che grasped martial arts quickly, even divine martial arts. He mastered them at an extraordinary pace. He had been focusing on the Furious True Lord's triple blade as his main martial arts training during this period. As Li Che became engrossed in the technique, the spear in his hands moved faster and faster, releasing turbulent currents of air that shot across the courtyard, propelled by the spear's movements. Huff. With a powerful thrust, he tore a sharp sliver of blade light over a meter long through the air. Li Che's body emitted waves of heat. In the chill of early spring, a white mist formed around him. This Furious True Lord's triple blade has reached major accomplishment. Li Che exhaled, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. The 9 prominent tendons along his back gradually settled down. In his dantian, the martial arts pill, refined by his powerful gastric fluids, released surging power, transforming into a current of swift and mysterious inner chi that shot from his heavenly spirit cover to the solace of his feet. Discover exclusive tales at Crackle and Pop. Li Che's entire body resounded with the snapping of his muscles and bones, like metallic friction. His bones and muscles were too strong. The dragon elephant Vajra was slowly transforming his flesh, meridians, and bones, evolving towards the dragon tendons and elephant bones Vajra body. The divine vein was near. Sensing his inner chi, Li Che found himself wholly translucent, his meridians seemingly integrated as one, able to circulate a minor circulation at just a thought. The divine meridian method requires the cultivation of a martial arts technique to the transformation realm, integrating the essence into everyday training, rather than just displaying it during combat. To achieve a state where every action embodies divinity, that is the divine vein. Li Che's eyes twinkled open and closed. At the divine vein realm, one's blood and chi would undergo several transformations, induced by the integrated essence. The number of changes in the blood and chi determines the strength of the divine vein, and consequentially the power one wields upon breaking through to become a grand master. Thus, the divine vein realm is highly valued in martial arts. A grand master needs to cultivate an ultimate study of true intent, governing all the transformation realm martial arts they've developed. After understanding true intent and integrating it into one's blood and chi, becoming free and unrestrained, one becomes a true chi grand master. Li Che raised his hand, releasing inner chi from his fingertips, manifesting formidable offensive capabilities. This was a characteristic of the mysterious vein, allowing the external release of inner chi, which, although limited to a 1-yard radius, was devastatingly powerful. I now have the assistance of a high-quality flood dragon blood martial pill, and in half a month, I will have reached the mysterious vein perfection, qualifying me to challenge the divine vein. Li Che put away the shocking spear, stretched lazily like endless firecrackers exploding. With a thought, he retracted all his chi and blood, and his sturdy body was also concealed under the elastic shirt, the faintly outlined contours indicating the extraordinariness of Li Che's physique. After practicing martial arts, Li Che began to cultivate the divine method. Upon reaching the divine base realm of the three-eyed fierce true lord technique, after completely solidifying his foundation, it began to automatically extract divinity from the heavens and earth, enhancing his own body. The next 3 divine methods, Angry Crytown Ghost, Heart Shocking and Sturdy, Sun Lu Sword, had reached a degree of nurturing nature where one could start preparing to cast a divine foundation. As for Chaotic Joyful Bewilderment Divine, because Li Che did not invest much effort in it, it was slower. However, there was no rush. He would wait until the other 3 divine foundations had been cast. After consolidating his divine cultivation for a while, Li Che then sat back down in his chair, brewed a cup of hot tea, and took out the Great Scenic Heavenly 7 Elements Thousand-Handed Divine Carving Technique, upper volume. Flipping to the page, it was the chief supervisor's message. Then turning to the main text, he began to read attentively. As he read, Li Che became so engrossed that his expression subtly changed from time to time, sometimes in awe and sometimes in reflection. Closing the book, Li Che closed his eyes. Divine Sculpting Technique. It's not just a wood carving art, it turns out to be an amalgamation of divine secret techniques and divine martial arts. The divine secret technique, being of the 7-element rank, is known as the divine sculpting technique. And the divine martial arts is of ultimate study quality, named thousand-armed divine sculpture. Divine secret technique and divine martial arts both must reach the same standard, and only then is mastery considered accomplished. Much effort was not in vain after all the trouble of search, it came effortlessly at last. Li Che had always wanted to find a true intent ultimate study, and now, it was directly fed to him. With true intent ultimate study, he had a chance to challenge the martial arts grandmaster realm. Inside his chest, the dragon elephant Vajra, as if sensing his feelings, thumped loudly. Details of the thousand-armed divine sculpture divine martial arts flowed through his mind. A moment later, Li Che opened his eyes. Worthy of being a true intent ultimate study, I went through it 3 times in my mind and still couldn't grasp the basics, looks like it needs several more passes. Li Che was somewhat amazed, as he would normally be able to grasp superior martial arts by simulating them 3 times in his mind. After all, the talent from the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit was truly remarkable. Li Che stopped carving, his entire mind immersed in the cultivation of this ultimate study. Spring breeze stirred, the willows softly swayed. Time, tickled by the wind, rolled past swiftly like gravel. For half a month, Li Che's days became very regimented. During the day, he went to the Kintian observatory to work for an hour, then left for the workshop courtyard to carve the furious Zhongque ghost-subduing statue while cultivating the ultimate study and comprehending the divine secret technique. Unfortunately, Li Che's talent in divine secret techniques was truly average, it took half a month just to barely get started. Whereas he had entered the realm of the thousand-armed divine sculpture ultimate study on the 2nd day of practice. Spring rain drizzled, the early spring being a rainy season, incessantly falling, unable to wash away the lingering melancholy. In the workshop courtyard, Li Che's chi and blood burst out, in an instant throwing out an arm, numerous overlapping and densely packed shadows making it unclear which was the real hand and which was false. Boom! With fingers together, he ferociously struck down, creating a booming noise as if a large drum skin had been hit, causing the air beneath his palm to visibly indent several inches. The force contained in this strike would shatter the internal organs of an ordinary Sunmei warrior if landed on a human body. Even a divine pulse martial artist would likely not withstand it, likely ending up severely crippled. However, hitting the opponent with this strike was the challenge. The opponent, after all, isn't a dumb wooden statue standing still waiting to be hit. Whoosh! The roaring blood within him like burning in a furnace, numerous arm shadows layer by layer returned to his body, resembling the thousand-armed Guanyin retracting her hands, mystical and bewildering. Li Che's eyes shone brightly, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Ultimate study thousand-armed divine sculpture. Minor accomplishment achieved. But, it will only get more difficult from here. Great achievement level, that's crucial. Its destructive power could even match superior martial arts refined to the transformation realm. Your next journey awaits at. In the courtyard, the turbulent airflow slowly returned to calm. Li Che then sat down in his chair, and began carving on the workbench. In half a month, the Zhongque statue was finally about to be completed. It wasn't that he didn't want to speed up, but, when carving the nearly identical image of Zhongque in his mind, it became extremely difficult to make each cut. When he carved the 3rd crown prince, the carving could be so smooth, and Li Che felt it was related to the compatibility with the divinity of the temple god from the tributary of 9 Dragons River. Yet this almost 9 luminaries level furious Zhongque ghost-subduing statue was already nearly complete, just some final details to polish. As the last knife trimmed away slivers of wood shavings, the divinity between heaven and earth suddenly began to converge relentlessly. The 10th order spirit wood, the sculpture of Zhongque made from red blood spirit sandalwood, began to emit a faint glow. The surrounding howling wind never ceased, it seemed as though a wahaya roar was resonating, with the vague and fleeting shadow of a robust figure with a leopard-headed, ring-eyed, and iron-whiskered visage flickering and dissipating. Li Che took 2 steps back, satisfied. His eyes bright, looking at the divine wood carving gradually overlapping with the image in his mind, somewhat dazed. Evil dispelling and demon-slaying great general, furious ghost suppressing, impervious to all ghosts. Li Che brushed off the wood shavings from his body, his gaze returning to the present, his eyes brimming with laughter, quite satisfied. His mind stirred. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 78%. Impressive. A whole 10% increase in maturity at once, this indeed confirmed his initial thoughts. Carving a divine image that overlapped with his own memory did indeed enhance the maturity of the Dao Fruit. Good news indeed. Looking at the Immortal Artisan Dao Fruit, getting ever closer to level 4, Li Che couldn't help but feel excited. Level 4 Immortal Artisan, what transformation would that bring? In fact, Li Che was also aware that he had formed bonds with Shi, and as his daughter grew up safely each year, he would receive a Dao Fruit. The number of Dao Fruits would only increase over time, and with the quantity growing, he certainly wouldn't be able to evenly distribute them. He would have to choose several Dao Fruits to specialize in and focus on for improvement. After storing the Zhongque statue in the Kinkan space, Li Che changed into clean black clothes and left the workshop courtyard. Continue your adventure with. As soon as he left the workshop courtyard, Li Che felt a sensation of being watched. Qin family, Qin Henan, and the Temple Control Bureau. Divine envoys Hong Yang, Shi Lei. Li Che remained expressionless, but his heart was very calm. These three people, they'd been monitoring him for half a month already. After he came out from meeting head envoy Zhang Lianhao at the temple office, the very next day two divine envoys began tailing him. What they didn't know was that, under Li Che's control of the heaven and earth chessboard, while they watched him, he had been keeping an eye on them from a higher level. Once he confirmed they were merely tailing him, he didn't act against them. It just so happened that in the past half a month, his routine was very regular, which would help dismiss any concerns the Qin family and temple office might have. In Mansion City, Li Che mainly portrayed someone who was kind to others, who lived by the principle that if no one offended him, he would not offend anyone else. He just wanted to live peacefully until Shi could attend the divine sex entrance examination, nothing more. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the sky had darkened. Li Che paused in his step. Besides Qin Henan's and the temple office envoy's surveillance outside the courtyard, many other gazes swept over him from around the alley. They belonged to the local gangs of the street where Listening Flowers Lane was located. Mansion City was much larger than Feilei City, and even within Feilei City, there were gangs collecting protection money from merchants and exploiting the people. Not to mention Mansion City, where gangs abounded. Among them, several held substantial power and were not to be underestimated. Mansion City had three major gangs: Fishing Gang, Black Jiao Gang, and Beggars Sect. For example, the Fishing Gang, because Golden Light Prefecture City was built next to Nine Dragons River, and the river's tributaries ran across the city, had abundant water resources. Therefore, there were many people engaged in the fishing industry, making the Fishing Gang naturally powerful. The gang tailing his own small courtyard, however, wasn't a major one like the Fishing Gang. Named the Black Snake Gang, the gang had a Divine Foundation member stationed within it. This gang had planted many spies around Listening Flowers Lane, disguised as various merchants and customers, and many small stalls had changed faces. Li Che didn't know whose knife the Black Snake Gang was because, for Mansion City's major forces, gangs were like commodities, constantly changing hands. In fact, Li Che was somewhat puzzled. Since Qin Henan of the Qin family was already personally surveilling him, there was no need to assign a gang to watch him as well. After pondering for a while, Li Che speculated. Could it be the Gold Split Gate? Gold Split Gate, one of the 5 major sects of Mansion City, had a slightly lower status than the Divine Sect branch, because the latter had the backing of the Ganyuan Orthodox sect, a truly colossal entity. In Mansion City, the only ones who could contest the Divine Sect branch were the Temple Office and the Heavenly Oversight Guest Official. The Gold Split Gate was merely on par with the 5 great clans. Li Che felt that since coming to Mansion City, the only forces he had provoked were the Qin family. Gold Split Gate could be considered half-provoked since, according to rumors, Qin Yuking had an unclear relationship with the Great Elder of Gold Split Gate. Therefore, investigating him made some sense. Gangs were but the knives in the hands of Mansion City's nobles and big shots, the scythes harvesting the people's hard-earned wealth. Li Che's perception constantly probed, sensing that these gangs were perhaps wary of his identity as a Heavenly Oversight Guest Official and the status of a prospective disciple of the Zixi Divine Sect. They only dared to investigate in secret and carry out surveillance, without any intention of taking action. He returned to the yard without attracting any attention. Shi was practicing her boxing, with her qi and blood surging and divinity fluctuating. Her small body seemed to possess great strength. Li Che was taken aback. Yo, this little girl, has she undergone bone tempering? How old is she now? To have stepped into bone tempering at 3 years old without having taken any elixirs? Moreover, her divinity has reached the level of nurturing nature like a stream. This martial path talent and divine talent. If I didn't have Dao Fruits, she would really have surpassed me, truly worthy of being Li Che's daughter? A smile hung on the corner of Li Che's lips. Old Chen, who was puffing on his dry pipe while giving pointers to Shi, had long since fallen silent, thinking that in his entire life he had met a weirdo. Lu Qi also came running over, looking at Shi, who had undergone bone tempering, and continuously touched his own big head with a pout. Is this what a supreme spiritual child looks like? No, even a supreme spiritual child doesn't have this kind of speed. Lu Qi, now 9 years old, what was he doing at 3? Oh, still nursing. Back then, let alone nurturing nature like a stream, he hadn't even gathered his nurturing energy into a cup. You can only say, comparison can kill a person. Fortunately, the one surpassing him by a head is Shi. Seeing Lu Kai's laugh, Li Che knew that this little fellow came to their house every day specially to stand up for them because he heard about him being taken away for investigation by the Temple Control Bureau. Li Che thought about the gangs tailing them and took the opportunity to ask about the Gold Split Gate. Gold Split Gate? They wouldn't dare to make a move on you all. You're recommended by the teacher and brought back. Even if Golden Light Prefecture's great elder Jin Xian had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to touch. Lu Qi said with a smile, touching his big head. Li Che was taken aback. So, the Black Snake Gang wasn't arranged by Gold Split Gate? Then which power was the one spying on them outside? Li Che frowned slightly. Things were truly a bit chaotic. The Qin family had Qin Henan personally surveilling them, so it was likely not them. In fact, Li Che saw through his heaven and earth chessboard perception that Qin Henan had investigated these gangs. So, who brought this gang here? Li Che's eyes darkened a bit, and his heart began to take it more seriously. Zhang Ye had already prepared the meals and just served them, setting them out in the courtyard where the family dined together for dinner. Perhaps because she had stepped into bone tempering, Shi's appetite had become huge, and the tiny girl held a big bowl, shoveling food non-stop. Li Che and old Chen clinked glasses and drank, utterly contented. A much warmer spring breeze blew over, comfortable and gentle. Suddenly, Li Che's expression shifted slightly, and his brows furrowed. Because, outside the door, his sister-in-law was stepping forward, approaching with quick steps. Anxiety was written all over her face. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Zhang Ye opened the door and saw that her sister-in-law Lu Chunming did not look good. Lu Chunming glanced at Li Che and pursed her lips. Che, your cousin. He hasn't come home for 2 days and 2 nights. Li Che put down his wine cup, his brow furrowing. Cousin Li Zhengran? The divine chess piece he had left on Li Zhengran hadn't indicated any danger to his life. No danger to his life. Then why hasn't cousin been home for 2 days and 2 nights? The night was dusky, silver moonlight spilling down from its high perch in the heavens. Within the courtyard, Li Che furrowed his brow and set down the wine cup in his hand. Older brother's wife, Lu Chunming's face was somewhat darkened. Zhengran has not come home for 2 days now, and this has never happened before, so I'm worried that something may have happened to him. Zhang Ya hurried over, pulling Lu Chunming to sit down on a chair, comforting her while pouring tea. Lu Chunming, upon seeing everyone, could no longer restrain the injustices and panic in her heart, and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Big sister-in-law, don't worry too much, maybe cousin has been delayed by something. Do you know what cousin was going to do before he didn't come home? Li Che asked. Zhengran said he was going to the marketplace to look for a job, as the silver taels we brought from Fei Lei City are almost spent, so he also wanted to find a living. We can't always rely on your support, Che. Perhaps because Li Che's status was different from the past, Lu Chunming felt somewhat more at ease. Going to the marketplace to look for a job. Li Che nodded. Don't worry, big sister-in-law, finding a job in the marketplace is not easy. Maybe big brother found a job and couldn't notify you in time. You go back first, take good care of Chengzhou, and I will go to find big brother to see what has kept him delayed, Li Che said gently. Lu Chunming, hearing this, couldn't help but nod. Big sister-in-law, why don't you eat before you go back? Zhang Ya quickly said. Lu Chunming waved her hands repeatedly, having no appetite at all. After Lu Chunming left, Zhang Ya looked at Li Che. Husband, big brother won't really be in trouble, will he? Big uncle and his family had been a great help to them, so Zhang Ya didn't want anything bad to happen, hoping for everyone to be alright. It should be nothing serious, and besides, big sister-in-law and big uncle may also have their suspicions, Li Che said softly. If big brother really was involved in something dangerous, big uncle would have come earlier. Letting big sister-in-law come now, it's very likely, big uncle feels it's not good to show his face, or that he thinks it's humiliating. Li Che understood big uncle's character quite well, the old scholar, cared a lot about face. Big brother Li Zhengran not returning home for 2 days might be due to having done something that their elder would find humiliating. Thus, he was unwilling to come and see Li Che, and instead, the sister-in-law, unable to sit still any longer, came to seek Li Che's help in resolving the issue. Zhang Ye was stunned, not expecting there to be so many intricacies. Li Che, seeing his wife's adorable expression, couldn't help but pinch her small face. Old Chen, Shi, and Big Head Lu by the side were already accustomed to Li Che and Zhang Ye's occasional public displays of affection. After dinner, Li Che returned to his study. Sitting in a chair, his face showed little emotional change. The chess Saint Dao Fruit beat suddenly, and the next moment, a small heaven and earth chessboard floated in front of Li Che. Lifting his hand, he flicked his finger, and a chess piece trembled. It was the divine chess piece Li Che had left on his cousin Li Zhengran. He flicked his fingers again, the image started to widen, and the full coverage brought by Master Go Chess Saint locked onto the divine chess piece placed on cousin Li Zhengran. A gambling den. Li Che opened his eyes, his brow furrowing even tighter. He understood cousin Li Zhengran's temperament. Why would he go to a place like a gambling den, a breeding ground for squandering a family's fortune? With another flick of his fingers, the image expanded again, and there he saw inside the gambling den, cousin Li Zhengran. His face flushed, wedged among a group of gamblers before a gambling table, his eyes reddened, yelling, "Big, big, big." Li Che was taken aback. Seeing with his own eyes, it can't be false. Someone has deliberately led cousin Li Zhengran astray. The thought flashed through Li Che's mind instantly. Firstly, big uncle Li Liang's family discipline was strict and never allowed gambling or indecent involvement. Cousin Li Zhengran had also been raised upright since childhood. Although he had never achieved much, he had never strayed from the right path. Half a month into arriving at Golden Light Prefecture City, Li Zhengran had gotten involved in gambling. In theory, if Li Zhengran was truly a gambling man, then he should have frequented the gambling dens back in Fei Lei City. Li Che exhaled deeply. No wonder big uncle didn't come to seek his help himself. Perhaps big uncle had already been aware of this situation. And he had always kept it from his big sister-in-law. The environment can change a person, but it's not possible to change so much so fast. So did someone deliberately guide him? Li Che narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flickering within. While Li Che cared most about his wife and daughter, big uncle and cousin's family had been kind to him, there was a debt of upbringing, and naturally, they were also very important to him. It was fine to target him, but using such despicable methods to influence the people around him was a bit too much. After I became a third-class guest official of the Kintian Observatory, the Qin family and the Temple Control Bureau became much warier of me, and according to Lu Qi, the Gold Split Gate also had no motive to deal with me. In fact, they merely speculate and doubt my identity, with no concrete evidence. Due to my status as a third-class guest official of the Kintian Observatory, combined with the predestined identity of the spirit child in the Zixi divine sect branch, they naturally dare not act rashly. Li Che pondered, slowly sorting through the current situation. Zhang Xiangyang indeed provided the temple office with information affecting him, but it wasn't significant. Because even Zhang Lianhao, the temple office's chief divine envoy, couldn't confirm whether Li Che was really the bull demon or the mysterious cultivator who shot Qin Yuqing. Despite continued suspicion, they couldn't be sure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 2 divine envoys to secretly shadow him. In fact, they don't care who the bull demon is. What they care about is the horseface who shot Qin Yuqing. Li Che's eyes flickered, regardless of whether it was Qin Henan, the Temple Control Bureau, or the Gold Split Gate. In fact, what they cared about was not Qin Yuqing's death, or seeking revenge for her. More so, they were wary of that mysterious cultivator who could kill a strong man from dozens of miles away. As long as Horseface remained unidentified, many people would have sleepless nights, worrying that one day they might become the hunted. Who would willingly taste such constant fear? So, you want to start by targeting people around me, force me to act, and then frame my identity. Now, they restrained themselves because of my status as Heavenly Oversight Guest Official, but once it's confirmed that I am the Bull Demon, or even reveal my identity as Horseface, I will surely face thunderous retaliation and be attacked by all. Li Che narrowed his eyes. The candlelight flickered gently, illuminating Li Che's suddenly smiling face. Today they moved against my cousin Li Zhengran. Tomorrow, will they target my uncle, my wife, and then my daughter? Step by step, taking things further and further. Li Che closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were utterly colorless. So all of you really want to meet the Bull Demon. The Bull Demon doesn't show up, and you're not satisfied. Since that's the case, as you wish. Li Che was a low-profile, reserved person who only wished to live a peaceful life. But the Bull Demon was not. Down the long street, inside the fragrant pavilion. In a private room, Qin Henan sat quietly, sipping the finest wine of the fragrant pavilion, cup after cup. In the room opposite him sat 2 divine envoys, wearing the Temple Control Bureau's red cloud-patterned robes. It was the same 2 who had initially taken Li Che to the Temple Control Bureau, Hong Yang and Shi Lei. The 2 parties had an unspoken agreement not to meet, even though their jobs seemed to be the same, keeping an eye on Li Che. But there were no conversations between them. Qin Henan's eyes twinkled. He had been watching Li Che for half a month now but hadn't caught even a slight slip-up. Really cunning, leading such a regular life, working at the Kintian Observatory during the day, and carving wood at the purchased small courtyard workshop after work. For half a month, almost the same routine every day, extremely dull and boring. Not going to Yunfang boat, just a warm bed with his wife and kids every day. Could such a person be the ruthlessly brutal bull demon known for mercilessly killing people as described in the intelligence? Qin Henan held his wine cup, looking somewhat lost. This was his first encounter with such an incorruptibly pure cultivator, self-disciplined and stable, never causing trouble, living a life with a fixed routine. That old thing from the Gold Split Gate. He took so much advantage from Qin Yuqing, and now that Yuqing is dead, he doesn't even think about revenge. Yuqing's taste in men, as always, poor. Shaking his head, Qin Henan downed the wine in his cup and slowly exhaled. This Li Che, it now seems there's an 80% chance he isn't the Bull Demon. The Bull Demon is probably the master of Li Nuangzai, which is why he has a close relationship with Li Che's family. But Li Nuangzai can't be touched, a supreme spiritual child designated by the divine sect, untouchable. Qin Henan shook his head. A void aspect cultivator, yet his spirit was crushed by a blow from Li Qingshan's Remhorn hammer. Useless. Qin Henan's eyes flashed with disdain. It seems the Black Snake Gang might be planning to make a move on Li Che's family. Qin Henan narrowed his eyes, noting the changes among the vendors and customers in Listening Flowers Lane over the past half-month. Apart from the Qin family and Gold Split Gate, are there other powers planning to make a move? Black Snake Gang, not one of the gang powers under the control of the 5 great clans, but from the Fishing Gang. Qin Henan poured himself another drink while thinking. The Fishing Gang, the Black Jiao Gang, and the Beggars Sect, the 3 big gangs of Golden Light Prefecture City, overall power inferior to the 5 great clans and the 5 great sects, ranked as the 3rd tier of power. But we can't manage their internal affairs. Why would the Fishing Gang have a local gang targeting Li Che's family? What's the reason? As a strong contender to be the next patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Henan was well versed in various powers. The details of the Black Snake Gang had long been investigated by him. Its backing power wasn't the similarly named Black Jiao Gang, but the Fishing Gang. The Fishing Gang, located next to 9 Dragons River, is intimately connected with most of the region's water products and is the most influential of the 3 gangs. However, he hadn't figured out the specific reason the Fishing Gang had the Black Snake Gang keeping an eye on Li Che's family. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Qin Henan's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. The wine in his cup trembled slightly. As the night deepened, the bright moon hung high. In the night air, a spring breeze stirred the willow branches. Temple Control Bureau, within the tea room. Amidst the swirling tea aroma, Divine Envoy Shi Lei was reporting back to Chief Zhang Lianhao. Li Che today, as usual, worked during the day, carved in the evening, and returned home at dusk, as regular as always. Shi Lei stated solemnly. They say the guest officials of the Kintian Observatory like to indulge in pleasure quarters, but Li Che clearly isn't that kind of person, purely devoted to his wife and daughter. Zhang Lianhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, it's been like this for half a month? He is indeed a disciplined person. If he isn't a genuinely straightforward person, then he must be extremely formidable. Sir, should we continue to surveil him? Shi Lei asked. It had been half a month. Watching the same daily routine, not only was Li Che unbothered, but he was also growing weary of it. Keep an eye on him for another half-month. The words spoken by Zhang Xiangyang might just be one man's word and not entirely credible, but the feedback from people sent to investigate in Fei Lei City largely aligns with what Zhang Xiangyang said. Enhance your. Most likely, the results will be available in these days. Additionally, the group stalking Li Che, known as the Black Snake Gang, being part of the fishing gang, why have they suddenly targeted Li Che's family? Zhang Lianhao sipped his tea, squinting his eyes and pondering. The fishing gang and Li Che's family. Completely unrelated. The fishing gang isn't part of the Qin family's influence, nor is it controlled by the Gold Split Gate. There seemed to be no reason for them to act unless another force was involved. Shi Lei was also confused. Over the past half-month, he had come to see Li Che as a pure and good man, making him, who occasionally visited brothels and aspired to a petty bourgeois lifestyle, feel ashamed of himself. Hardworking, loving his family, steering clear of brothels. Wasn't this the self Shi Lei dreamed of being? Unfortunately, he was ultimately corrupted by society. All right, you may leave. Continue monitoring and report any changes to me, Zhang Lianhao said indifferently. The divine envoy Shi Lei immediately clasped his fists and quickly retreated. Zhang Lianhao narrowed his eyes, raising his hand, and two blood-stained Bodhi wood strands appeared in his palm. This one appeared in Fei Lei City. The deceased were Cao King Yuan's second uncle, Cao He, and another, was used to shoot Qin Yuking. Was the bull demon the one who killed Qin Yuking? If not, and it's the work of two people, could it be some unknown force? Mechanical techniques, could it be that the remnants of the Tang family still aspire to revive from their ashes? Zhang Lianhao suddenly laughed. No matter how, this bull demon and the one who shot Qin Yuking are definitely related. Finding the bull demon will naturally lead us to the murderer of Qin Yuking. That terrifying device capable of capturing from thousands of miles away, if it could be used by the Temple Control Bureau. The next day, a drizzle blurred the air, a typical rainy season of spring. The sky full of clouds seemed like a water-soaked sponge, occasionally squeezed lightly by the heavens, continually dripping. After breakfast, Li Che supervised Shi and Zhang Ya practicing martial arts before he left home with an umbrella. The moment he stepped out, numerous forces secretly monitoring him instantly perked up. Qin Henan, Hong Yang, and Shi Lei, as well as members of the Black Snake Gang, finally found some interest. Li Che today seemed to have new actions. Following Li Che, they saw him in a black robe under an umbrella, asking around and then walking through the spring rain, heading to the Million Gambling House. After announcing his arrival and waiting for a moment, his cousin, Li Zhengran, appeared from the gambling house, his face sullen and escorted out by several brawny men. Ache! Li Zhengran saw Li Che and immediately felt ashamed, his scruffy beard making him hardly resemble his former self. Li Che looked at Li Zhengran, his face slightly moved, and he sighed softly. Cousin, sigh. Come back with me. Li Zhengran numbly nodded, already unable to meet Li Che's eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling a complex mix of emotions toward Li Che, never imagining that his cousin, once a laborer in the wood-carving shop, had grown to such an extent. Now at home, whether it was his father Li Liang or his wife Lu Chunming, 9 out of 10 sentences praised Li Che, extolling how outstanding he had become, how he had become a guest elder at the Kintian Observatory, and brought glory to the family. And yet, having been in Mansion City for so long, Li Zhengran hadn't even found a job. Listening to these words, his heart was bitter. He too wanted to be fabulously rich and earn his family's respect. Coming to the marketplace looking for a job, he met an old acquaintance from Fei Lei City, who took him to the Million Gambling House. Initially, Li Zhengran refused, deeply remembering the teachings of his father Li Liang. But the acquaintance told him, to become rich, he had to take a gamble. Normal work, how could it make one rich? Thus, Li Zhengran stepped into the gambling house, thinking, just one try and he would leave. But once he tried, he couldn't pull himself away. Leave? This young man owes our gambling house 500 taels, how could he just walk away? A brawny man with the cultivation of blood exchange, sneered at Li Che. Li Zhengran shrank his head back, mixed with grief and indignation, but I only borrowed 50 taels. Within 2 days, it ballooned to 500 taels, there's no justice. The contract is clear, did we force you to press your fingerprint? The brawny man's face full of fists trembled. Li Zhengran was immediately speechless, intimidated by his sternness, his eyes increasingly sorrowful. Li Che sighed, I'll pay it, I'll pay the debt. He then took out 5 100 taels silver notes and handed them over to the enforcer of the gambling house. Taking the money, redeeming the person, it was that simple. No other twists occurred, everything seemed as if Li Zhengran indeed entered the gambling house and was tricked out of some money. Yet in reality, inside Li Che's chest, the chess saint Dao Fruit trembled non-stop. That strand of corpse curse mark he suppressed on the heaven and earth chessboard was vibrating violently, seeming very excited. And in Li Zhengran, Li Che also sensed the corpse curse mark. Therefore, Li Che also understood, Li Zhengran was indeed affected. The other party was targeting him. Cousin, it's okay now, let's go home. Auntie and uncle are waiting for you at home. Li Che comforted Li Zhengran. Li Zhengran drooped his head dejectedly. These days, I've lost 170 taels of silver, almost all our family's savings. Li Zhengran grasped his head, his eyes bloodshot, his mood seemingly agitated. I just need to win 2 hands, no, 1 hand to break even, to win back the savings. Cousin, gambling harms people, don't do it again, give it up. Li Che patted Li Zhengran's shoulder, divinity surged, soothing his emotions. In a couple of days, I'll take you to Kintian Observatory, see if there's a suitable job I can recommend to you. Li Che said with a smile, his voice very gentle. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenjiang's restless emotions slowly settled down. Spring rain was hazy, slanting like a curtain. Li Che took Li Zhengran and headed towards his uncle's house. Hidden corner. Divine envoys Hong Yang and Shi Lei revealed themselves, listening intently to the comforting words Li Che spoke to Li Zhengran. Master Li, truly a good person, so gentle in temperament. Gamblers are the most detestable, and those who squander their family's wealth are nothing but maggots. Only Master Li is so patient. Divine envoy Shi Lei shook his head. How could such a good-tempered, gentle man be the same person as the ruthless bull demon in the reports, who kills without blinking and mutilates bodies? Shi Lei felt that his speculation about Li Che was an insult to the master's noble character. Let's go, keep following him. Divine envoy Hong Yang glanced at Shi Lei, who seemed entranced by Li Che, and snorted. Li Che took Li Zhengran back home. Learning that he owed the gambling house 500 taels, his uncle was so angry that he picked up a tobacco pipe and started to beat him, and Li Zhengran didn't dare to dodge. Lu Chunming stood by weeping, disappointed in her husband but unsure of what to say. Li Che soothed them for a while and mentioned that he would later take Li Zhengran to Kintian Observatory to inquire about a job, which somewhat eased the atmosphere. Che, thank goodness for you. Uncle Li Liang, holding Li Che's hand, sighed deeply. It was his, Li Liang's, failure as a father. After declining an invitation to stay for dinner, Li Che excused himself, saying he still had to go to Kintian Observatory for work. Once out of his uncle's house, Li Che's expression turned cold. Corpse God cult. Li Che's brows relaxed. He felt the suppression of the corpse curse mark by the heaven and earth chessboard, as well as the corpse curse mark within Li Zhengran's body, his eyes seemingly filled with murderous intent. The figure of desire comparing corpse's flesh of Vajra that Cao he once held contained the corpse curse mark aimed at his daughter, which he intercepted. And now, it was happening again. Li Che even sensed that the target of the corpse god cult might be his daughter. In Golden Light Prefecture City, the major noble families and sects might fear the divine sect and not act against Shi. But the corpse god cult wouldn't shy away, because the corpse god cult was in itself a behemoth. He had heard that in remote areas of the dying dynasty, the corpse god cult nearly swept through and occupied an entire state. Li Che exhaled slowly and headed towards the direction of Kintian Observatory. Around him, Qin family's Qin Hinan, divine envoys Hong Yang and Shi Lei, along with spies from the Million Gambling House, secretly followed, tracking his trace. Li Che didn't go anywhere else along the way but headed straight for Kintian Observatory treasure building. Arriving by the riverbank, the fine rain hit the calm river surface, causing ripples to form. The rain enveloped the ornate building standing on the cliff by the riverbank. Amid the picturesque scenery, Li Che, dressed in black, stepped into the Kintian Observatory treasure building under the resentful gaze of Qin Hinan, Hong Yang, and Shi Lei. Qin Hinan. Divine envoy Hong Yang snorted, boring. Shi Lei admired, Master Li, right on time for work, he really is so disciplined. The moment he stepped into Kintian Observatory, Li Che fully activated the dragon elephant Vajra's breath concealment capability, unnoticed by anyone, and grasped the divinity chess piece. Flying Thunder Chess Saint. Shifting shadows? In an alley outside Million Gambling House, the sound of spring rain tapping echoed. The chess piece Li Che had left behind instantly transformed into his figure. His 2 fingers came together, tearing through the air. Conical hat, black clothes. A muted thud sound. His physical body suddenly expanded, his back muscles taut like a serpent, snapping like thunder, and his muscles tangled as if they were made of thousand refined steel. Since you all so desperately want to see me, let your grandpa bull demon come then. His fan-like fingers slowly slipped down, and his cheeks were already covered with the dust-covered but incredibly cute bull mask. The next moment, a wild, unhinged, and aggressive emotion burst forth from his body. With the mask on, Li Che seemed to have liberated himself. As if a wild beast unleashed from its cage, Zi howled and suddenly became urgent, like a stream of air shooting forth, causing the willows planted all over the street to sway violently. Li Che put on the long-missed bull demon mask, and his bones cracked loudly, his 9 great tendons writhing and roaring as if a demonic serpent was trying to break through the tough membrane below the skin. Stepping out of the alley, Li Che looked up, his eyes shimmering brightly beneath the mask. Million Gambling House, one of the three major gangs under the control of the fishing gang in Golden Light Prefecture City, and it's linked to the Black Snake gang that has been stalking my family at the entrance to Listening Flowers Lane, he said. Li Che activated the dragon elephant Vajra, his physique becoming tall and mighty, but it was merely the first state of activation, yet already overwhelmingly imposing. His formidable chi and blood almost turned into mist, gathering around his body like cloud dragons and ribbons of fog. However, the strong chi and energy he emanated were concealed by the slumbering dragon elephant technique, as if evaporated from the human world. Even the divine sense of a divine symbol cultivator would find it hard to detect his presence. It was as if his very existence were completely hidden. However, the divine sense of divine symbol cultivators can feel something odd, so they keep sweeping over and over, but they can't pinpoint the problem. He reasoned. If they were within 10 paces of me, my breath concealment would be broken immediately, he noted. It means that my slumbering dragon elephant is still not perfect. Wearing the bull demon mask, Li Che gazed at the distant Million Gambling House, his eyes indistinguishable from an ancient well, devoid of joy or sorrow. On the long street, pedestrians hustled by, many gamblers leaving the gambling house, and new gamblers gathering stakes from unknown sources to step into the nearly threshold-less entrance of the gambling house, filled with hope. Corpse God Cult. Li Che's eyes flashed with a harsh light. He had no fondness for this sect, as the Spirit Infant sect was a branch derived from the Corpse God Cult. The Thousand Infants sacrifice was their instigation and deceit. Cao Guang wanted to sacrifice the entire Fei Lei city because the Corpse God cult was fomenting trouble behind the scenes. Are there people from the Corpse God cult in the Million Gambling House? Or should I say, is the fishing gang the force of the Corpse God cult in the Golden Light Prefecture City? He speculated. Does the Temple Control Bureau know? Does the Golden Light Prefecture Divine Guard Army of the Mansion City know? Li Che murmured. They probably knew, but there certainly was some reason why they hadn't acted against them. Perhaps hoping to catch bigger fish, or maybe they feared alerting them. After all, according to rumors Li Che had heard, the Corpse God cult had already conquered several prefecture cities and occupied a state as its base. While dispatching experts to attack the Great Scenic Divine Capital area, they also spread their tentacles to many states under the Great Scenery 11 Paths. Under the clandestine incitement of the Corpse God cult, numerous locales had already seen armed forces rise in revolt. The Corpse God cult was truly a colossal entity, an extremely terrifying threat. Thus, with the presence of Corpse God cult forces in the Golden Light Prefecture City, the local powers could not possibly be unaware. It could only mean they were perhaps fishing for bigger fish. But, what does it have to do with me, the bull demon? He questioned. If you all know that the Corpse God cult is amassing power within Golden Light Prefecture City, why not take action? Allowing my daughter to be targeted, could she potentially be harmed? Disturbing the snake by hitting the grass? But the Corpse God cult was already making moves against his family, against his daughter. Li Che could not imagine, did not dare to think, and did not want to think about what might befall the lively and adorable Shi if she fell into the hands of the Corpse God cult. As a father, he must shield his daughter from all danger. The killing would be left to the old father. The big picture. He, Li Che, was just an ordinary father. In front of his daughter, no grand scheme was more important than his daughter's life. Li Che closed his eyes, and in the next moment, when he opened them, malice surged like relentless waves, the mask concealing his face as if unleashing a second personality from within. He exhaled a breath, thunderous like a muffled roar. Li Che strode down the long street, his black robe rustling in the spring breeze. Passers-by hurried by on both sides, yet it seemed as if no one noticed his mountain-like imposing figure, no one sensed his presence. Below the slumbering dragon elephant, isolated from heaven and earth, the towering figure of the bull demon stepped across the threshold of the Million Gambling House. However, once inside, Li Che slightly raised his hat, his eyes beneath the mask sweeping with a fierce glare, his robust heart pounding powerfully. The chess saint Dao Fruit suddenly appeared, and the heaven and earth chessboard slowly unfolded before his eyes. Then, the figure of the bull demon vanished into the darkness, silently moving towards the depths of the gambling house. Boom! Thunder roared amidst the friction with dark clouds, and lightning snakes tumbled, winds furiously swirling. Million Gambling House. Backyard. In the spacious backyard, there gathered dozens of powerful martial artists, all having reached the channel opening stage with connected chi channels. Their formidable chi and blood interweaved, creating a furnace-like burning that seemed to raise the temperature of the courtyard by several degrees. In the front of the courtyard stood a burly middle-aged man with unrestrained whiskers, dressed in a black robe, hands behind his back, his muscular physique stretching the large robe tautly, outlining the lines of his muscles. His narrow eyes emitted a viper-like sharpness. This person was Linda, the second-in-command of the Million Gambling House. His cutting gaze was accompanied by a hint of agility. Though his physique was large and burly, he resembled a venom-spitting serpent. Linda, a divine pulse martial artist with divinity at the primary god-base realm, was limited in his natural talent at the spiritual level. The primary god-base realm was his limit. In other smaller cities, Linda's strength would be enough to dominate, sufficient to become an elder patriarch of noble families. However, in Golden Light Prefecture City, where powerhouses abound, he could only be the second-in-command of an inferior force like the Million Gambling House's fishing gang. Divine Envoy, the matter you arranged has been successfully completed. that Li Zhengran has been marked with the corpse curse seal. If you so wish, at the crucial moment, it can be activated to transform him into an obedient cursed walking corpse. Next to Linda stood a figure shrouded in a white hooded robe, his face hidden behind a mask. It was a mask made of exquisitely smooth spiritual wood, with only 2 dark eye holes. Blood-colored ink inscribed a massive 10 character on the mask. It seemed as though it wanted to slice the mask into 4 parts along the character's lines. Linda regarded this corpse god envoy with great respect, even, well done, came a faint voice from beneath the white mask of the corpse god envoy. Linda was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together. It is an honor for us to serve the divine sect. The plan our sect had laid out in the Flying Thunder branch has failed. Sacrificing the entire Flying Thunder city to conduct a ritual would have invoked the temple god's power and refined a cursed copper corpse. Unfortunately, it was thwarted by someone known as Bull Demon. This Bull Demon's identity has yet to be revealed. We don't know who it might be, but we have some speculations now. In Flying Thunder City, an 8 Extremes corpse curse seal has gone missing. Official UN speculates that this precious seal, originally meant for Flying Thunder City Lord Cao Guang to mark the supreme spiritual child, Li Nuangzai, has been intercepted. The one who intercepted the 8 Extremes corpse curse seal should be the Bull Demon. The other party, unable to erase the 8 Extremes corpse curse, could only suppress it to hide the mark's presence. This Bull Demon is recklessly bold, daring to take the 8 Extremes corpse curse seal. Sooner or later, he will be doomed. Zhang Xiangyang said that this Bull Demon is very likely to be Li Nuangzai's master. In that case, we'll start from Li Nuangzai. Such a supreme spiritual child. Beneath the mask, a faint light flickered. That Li Zhengran is Li Chei's cousin. Given the chance to contact Li Nuangzai, as soon as they meet, the corpse curse seal will transfer onto the supreme spiritual child. If Li Nuangzai is in trouble, the Bull Demon will likely not be able to hide any longer. The voice carried a confidence, an air of having everything under control, with a cold sneer. But Linda felt his hair stand on end, a chill spreading through him. That corpse curse seal could actually transfer upon touch? The corpse god cult's methods indeed were terrifying. And moreover, their infiltration into Golden Light Prefecture City was happening faster than imagined. That corpse curse seal. Linda's heart sank, feeling the small seal imprinted within his own inner scene of the energy center taking root like an old tree, endlessly growing sinister roots, drawing out his divinity, consuming his vitality. Linda felt a sense of icy coldness. Do not worry, if you perform well, you may receive the statue of the deity carved by our sexwood carving master. The 10 Cities Corpse God statue can help you extract the corpse chi from the corpse curse seal, so you won't have to worry about turning into a corpse. It seemed the corpse god envoy knew of Linda's concerns and sought to reassure him. Moreover, you can even enhance your cultivation talent because of the corpse god seal. Your divine cultivation, which has been stuck in the primary god base realm, will improve, and your physical body will be nourished by the corpse curse seal, becoming even more robust. In the future, breaking through to the divine vein and achieving the status of a true chi grand master is also not impossible. The voice of the corpse god envoy carried a beguiling power. Just look at them, originally mere blood exchange practitioners. Now that they have received the 10 Cities Corpse Curse seal, they have all stepped into the channel opening realm. In the future, they can even grow to reach the divine vein. Don't you yearn for this power that can help you break through your limits? Linda's earlier concerns vanished, replaced by a growing fanaticism. Below, in the courtyard, the martial artists of the Meridian Connection realm all showed signs of excitement in their eyes. Linda's body was slightly trembling, because everything before him was the best proof that the corpse god cult could rise like a wildfire across the great dying dynasty, causing it endless anxiety, was certainly no ordinary feat. It was said that even the powerful vassal King Ji Moli, who personally went to suppress and settle the corpse god cult, failed to do so. If Linda could make his way to higher echelons within the corpse god cult. By the way, divine envoy, are we not afraid of retribution from the divine sect branch for such actions? The corpse god envoy said indifferently, the waters are deep here, don't ask any further. Upon hearing this, Linda's eyes narrowed, and he no longer dared to inquire. Suddenly, the corpse god envoy wearing the white mask suddenly turned to a particular direction. What is that thing? Crack. Suddenly, from behind the corner of the wall, a palm-sized black object arced through the air and fell to the ground. The divine envoy's gaze instantly locked on, slightly taken aback by the sight of a crudely carved raven made from spiritual wood. A raven? This is bad. The eyes of the corpse god envoy behind the mask suddenly burst forth with a dazzling, eye-catching red light. Boom! With a loud explosion, accompanied by a whooshing torrent, the wooden raven shattered into pieces, releasing a dense cloud of dust into the air. The dust whirled throughout the courtyard in the rushing air currents, enveloping everything. Visibility dropped instantly. The corpse god envoy pointed a toe to the ground, his white robe billowing, a faint light emanating from beneath the mask, ready to summon his divine foundation. However, where was the divine foundation? Not only was the corpse god envoy rendered helpless, but Linda, the second in command of the Million Gambling House, felt the same terror. His face trembled violently, his expression turning to one of extreme fear. Fuck. Where is my divine foundation? This is divine crystal powder. The corpse god envoy from the corpse god cult had reacted, his blood bursting forth, attempting to disperse the powder of divine crystal. This divine crystal powder, resembling lime, affected divinity, causing the functioning of divinity to coagulate, difficult to activate. Such a diabolical tactic? However, in the next moment, he felt an oppressive force akin to mountains collapsing, suffocating him immensely, as if his throat was being viciously choked. At some point, a towering figure appeared at the gate, a cute bull mask seeming extremely eerie amidst the hazy divine crystal powder. Bang bang bang. It was as if thunder boomed, accompanied by a buzzing sound. The body of the bull demon swelled continuously. Dragon elephant Vajra. Angry Vajra, the shackles broke, robust blood, appearing on his skin like Jiaishe serpents spewing and entwining. Beneath the mask, his eyes reflected neither joy nor sorrow, absolutely devoid of emotional fluctuation. Bull demon. The corpse god envoy's eyes sharpened, his voice exploding fiercely from his mouth. Stop him. He wanted to disperse the divine crystal powder so his own divinity could recover and activate, thereby unleashing his power. The powder of divine crystal could actually perform such a function? This bull demon was truly as cunning and wicked as rumored, utterly lacking the stance of a hero. Bang! But no sooner had his voice ended than the ground of the courtyard shook abruptly. The bull demon merely took a step, and the blue bricks underfoot burst, the ground collapsing. It was as if a blood-red furious dragon was swiftly swooping down, as if to grind and explode all hindering air. Tyranny, madness, and wanton murderous intent permeated the courtyard. Completely unabashed. Bang 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 bang. Too fast, the body of the bull demon was unparalleled. Beneath that towering physique, nearly 2 meters tall, muscles like steel entwining like jiaolong, harbored terrifyingly destructive forces. Multiple groups of blood mist exploded, several bodies ejected like cannonballs. They were the Chi Meridian martialists in the courtyard attempting to intercept the bull demon, each using martial arts, roaring continuously trying to block him. But they simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the bull demon. Even a terrifying and oppressive divine power made it impossible for them to circulate their blood, leaving them struggling to move their limbs. Their blood frozen, divine rank suppression, these courtyard martial artists had no chance to move, before being killed. And after killing several people, the bull demon crossed the courtyard, appearing in front of Linda and the corpse god envoy from the corpse god cult. Beneath the divine crystal powder, the bull demon was still able to utilize the divinity because its pure heart Dao Fruit violently surged, releasing a white divinity that merged into the three-eyed wrathful true lord's divinity, effectively shielding it from the suppression of the divine crystal. Are you charging at me? The eyes of the corpse god envoy from the corpse god cult narrowed. He was about to activate the Kinkan Jade to summon his weapon. However, the bull demon did not waste a single word, decisively slaughtering his way forward with a torrential killing intent charging directly at him. Bull demon. The corpse god envoy roared. How had the bull demon appeared so quickly? A thunderous explosion sounded. A massive elbow fiercely smashed under the white mask of the corpse god envoy, shattering the mask made of spiritual wood into pieces in an instant. Beneath the mask, the face was deeply indented and distorted, entwined with broken blood and shattered bones. But Li Che quickly noticed there was no blood. With a clench of his fingers, the Kinkan space spat out the Lu blood shock spear, its crimson color blossoming like a bloody flower from hell. He fiercely thrust the spear. Ding! It struck the corpse god envoy's body, his white robe exploding to reveal a dense, muscle-packed body of dark gray color. It was as if his own flesh had been forged into dark gray fine iron. The spear struck it, emitting a clang of metal collision. The powerful force harshly impacted the body of the corpse god envoy, propelling him again like a cannonball, smashing into the courtyard ground. My body has been tempered into cursed iron corpse. You are not a grandmaster, how can you kill me? A dense corpse chi suddenly burst out from his body, the shattered mask revealing a demented, deeply recessed, broken face. However, the bull demon looked at him indifferently. The next moment, his pupils burst forth with gold-colored smoke that gradually diffused from the depths, his black hair wildly billowing, falling straight to his waist. An intensely terrifying rank pressure, like a mountain collapsing, ruthlessly slammed onto the body of the corpse god envoy. Then, the crimson long spear was fiercely raised. Though a spear, it erupted with an endless, dazzling blade light. It was like a crimson, triple-bladed knife vibrating ominously. Three-eyed wrathful true lord's triple-bladed knife. Major accomplishment divine martial arts. A sweep of the blade released instantly on the corpse god envoy's body. The terrifying power of the spear used as a blade, exploding like a tsunami on his body. From his head, spine, skull, and back, the explosion spread, blasting simultaneously inside and out of his body. His body, tempered into cursed iron corpse, supposedly unkillable by anyone who is not a grandmaster, instantly sprayed out countless streams of blood, flying out like a straw dummy for tens of meters. Such power. This is, the power of a temple god, the power of divinity. The corpse god envoy from the corpse god cult, his bones shattered, his iron corpse body now like mud, was barely clinging to life. Thud. A crimson long spear, shooting out like a venomous snake. It pierced through his skull. The horrific power, as the long spear vibrated, caused the head of the corpse god envoy to explode like a fragile watermelon, spraying blood and chi throughout the courtyard. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Bull Demon made his move to the death of the divine envoy, it took only a few breaths, and their confrontation did not exceed 10 moves. This 10 cities corpse god envoy of the corpse god cult was directly crushed to pieces. Linda, standing nearby, was still in a stiff state, which was the result of the terrifying rank pressure released from Bull Demon after divinity was sealed. It left him without the strength to even move his fingers. In the drifting, murky fog of divine crystal powder, with 2 streaks of golden smoke whipping through, the next moment, Linda felt an explosive pain and then lost all sensation, feeling the world slip away from him. The head of this second-in-command of Million Gambling House was directly crushed. Li Che, in his ascending stance, possessed the rank of 10 cities temple god, skyrocketing his combat power to an exceedingly high level. Linda, merely in the primary god base realm and unable to use his divinity, could activate his divine vein blood chi, but how could he compare to Li Che's ascending the tower horizontal refinement? A faint golden smoke dispersed from his eyes, as Li Che's gaze swept over the courtyard full of Chi Meridian martialists. In his cold gaze, there was a chilling intent to kill, devoid of emotion, as if humanity had been extinguished, leaving only slaughter. The fingers twitched slightly, and instantly, countless sounds of silver threads pulling and bones snapping erupted. 1000 Spider Threads upgraded version. 1000 Spiders domain? Pew pew pew. These martialists, boosted to the Chi vein realm by the corpse curse mark, let out miserable screams as they were sliced apart by the terrifying domain of divinity-controlled 1000 spider threads manipulated by Li Che in his ascending stance. Countless streams of blood steamed, filling the courtyard like blossoming red flowers swaying in the spring breeze. Wearing the bull demon mask, his broad shoulders displayed a reverse triangle, black hair cascading down like a cape. He stood as if in a human world version of hell adorned with blossoming mandrakes. Every martialist in the courtyard was slaughtered. His fingers hooked slightly, slowly clenching into a fist. Ascending the tower 1000 analyzing hands. Threads of divinity, gathered from the corpses, condensed into black chess pieces floating around him, all of which he siphoned. After siphoning the divinity, Li Che began to search the bodies familiarly, collecting Kinkan jade one by one, storing them in his Kinkan space. After finishing all this, the bulky frame of the bull demon suddenly stomped down heavily, the courtyard littered with broken flesh, the ground suddenly caving in like a radiating spiderweb of cracks spreading outwards. The body of bull demon sprung up, landing on the rooftop. Temple Control Bureau. Leisurely drinking tea and looking at the documents, the head officer Zhang Lianhao suddenly narrowed his eyes. The documents and teacup drifted downwards lightly, yet his entire person had disappeared, appearing atop the roof of the Temple Control Bureau. Looking towards the fleeting surge of blood energy in the distance, his eyes narrowed, his toes lightly tapped, and the surrounding scenery whizzed by his side and disappeared. Like a high-speed train, he swiftly moved towards the direction of the bursting energy. Zhang Lianhao, dressed in his official uniform, clenched his fingers, holding a slanted silver tiger head spear, with his blood chi swirling around him like a thick fog. His official robe rustled, his gaze intently fixed on the figure standing atop the rooftop of Million Gambling House. A broad figure like a mountain, with wild, sweeping black hair like a cloak. Within that adorable cute bull mask were eyes that contained a faint flow of golden smoke, cold and merciless like those of a deity. It's the bull demon. The bull demon has appeared. Is he deliberately waiting for me? Zhang Lianhao narrowed his eyes, a chill stirring within him. His void aspect energy surged skyward, his powerful and domineering divine sense rippling outward like concentric circles. But the bull demon ignored him completely. With a shake, in the instant his body tipped backwards, he shot away with terrifying speed. And then, he disappeared without a trace. Even as Zhang Lianhao's void aspect divine sense swept through rapidly, he couldn't detect any trace or breath, as if the bull demon had simply evaporated from the human world. Zhang Lianhao's expression turned icy cold. He landed on the rooftop of Million Gambling House. Looking down, he narrowed his eyes at the courtyard full of severed limbs and torsos, resembling a scene from hell. The chilling spring breeze fluttered through Zhang Lianhao's hair and uniform. Damn it! This bull demon. An outlaw indeed. P.S. A big chapter of 6,000 words. Looking for fresh monthly tickets and recommendation tickets for support on Monday? Crack. Dark clouds tumbled, and lightning snakes wriggled. Zhang Lianhao had shot out from the Temple Control Bureau building the moment he sensed the eruption of the bull demon's aura, displaying his void aspect's strength and speeding across the distance. By the time he arrived, he saw that towering figure, built like a mountain, with golden smoke swirling in its eyes, giving him an indifferent glance. It seemed completely unfazed by his appearance, with no signs of nervousness or fear. Zhang Lianhao narrowed his eyes. He was the authority, and the bull demon was the outlaw, yet it was not afraid of him, even deliberately releasing its aura as if it were waiting for him to show up. As soon as he appeared, it plunged into the darkness and darted away. This was a blatant dismissal of the Temple Control Bureau, almost a provocation. Although there was no emotion in the golden smoky eyes of the bull demon, the actions were undeniably provocative. He knows the Temple Control Bureau is investigating him, so he is showing this attitude to indicate he fears nothing? Committing murder and then provocation, truly a lawless madman. Zhang Lianhao's expression was neither happy nor sad as he lightly tapped his foot, his figure surging forward like a goshawk, flying over the hellish scene of the courtyard below. He landed on the main street, in hot pursuit. Bull demon. Since it had the guts to show up and even dared to provoke the Temple Control Bureau, Zhang Lianhao naturally would not miss this chance to capture the bull demon. He had the power of the void aspect, and his martial path had reached the level of a latter realm grandmaster. His martial prowess and divinity were strong, and in Golden Light Prefecture City, although not comparable to those of the 5 great clans or sect elders, he still stood at the peak. Boom! The spring breeze suddenly turned scorching hot, his vigorous blood chi burning like a furnace within his body, his true chi raging and causing multiple afterimages upon landing on the main street. However, he quickly halted his steps because he had lost the trail. Such masterful art of breath concealment. I can only track him using my eyesight, even releasing my divine sense is ineffective in sensing his whereabouts. In the end, one turn and a missed step, and the moment my line of sight is lost, so is he. Zhang Lianhao stood still on the street, the spring breeze gently rustling the willow branches. Yet, clutching the silver tiger head spear, Zhang Lianhao felt resentment and anger erupting in his heart. Bull demon. He slightly lowered his head, committing the image of that cute bull mask to memory. He did not continue the chase, for he could not catch it. Having returned to the Million Gambling House, the divine envoys of the Temple Control Bureau had already arrived and sealed off the gambling house. Zhang Lianhao stood atop the black-tiled roof looking toward the distant street, where the sounds of horse hooves echoed on the wide flagstone road. An army wearing brilliant golden armor was hurrying over, with 2 people leading on horseback, followed by roughly 40 to 50 armored soldiers. The Golden Light Prefecture Divine Guard Army. That was fast, never seen them move so quickly on a normal day. Zhang Lianhao gave them a glance, snorted coldly, gestured to the divine envoys below, and then leaped into the blood-stenched courtyard. His gaze instantly fell upon the nailed cursed iron corpse. The 10 cities corpse god envoy of the corpse god cult, who created the cursed iron corpse, hard to kill beneath the Grandmaster level, and yet, it's been blown to pieces. Zhang Lianhao put away the silver tiger head spear. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the area, the thick death chi mixing with the scent of blood. He moved beside the headless corpse of Linda, recognizing the identity of the second-in-command of the Million Gambling House. Marked with the corpse curse mark of the 10 cities, every martial artist in this courtyard has been bestowed with the corpse curse mark. They couldn't resist the temptation. The corpse god cult's infiltration is truly pervasive. The corpse curse mark can help one break through inherent bottlenecks, a temptation too great to resist. Zhang Lianhao sighed. Even many long-established great grandmasters can't resist the temptation and choose to join the corpse god cult, so how could these martial artists, who have long lost hope of a breakthrough, not be seduced? The bull demon, truly ruthless and venomous, with sufficiently strong methods. Such an assembly, and he slaughtered them all by himself, including a cursed iron corpse. A cursed iron corpse, even a grandmaster warrior would find it extremely troublesome, considering its body is as tough as refined iron. But Zhang Lianhao observed the corpse god envoy's body, his eyes slightly focusing, because this corpse god envoy had been utterly smashed by a fearsome and unparalleled force. That power already seemed to be at the level of an initial stage grandmaster. The bull demon has become a grandmaster. Zhang Lianhao took a deep breath. According to the information given by Zhang Xiangyang, this bull demon, when it first appeared in Fei Lei City 3 years ago, its cultivation was merely at the level of sinew transforming and bone tempering. 3 years, to grandmaster? No, not necessarily a grandmaster, but it possesses a burst of strength on a grandmaster's level, combined with divinity. After some investigation, Zhang Lianhao almost confirmed the method of the bull demon's murder. Used divine crystal powder to limit the divinity's eruption of the corpse god envoy, forcing it to rely on physical strength alone, thus achieving an overwhelming killing blow. This implies that in terms of divinity, the bull demon is quite weak. It's clever to think of using divine crystal powder as a means to face an opponent, indeed as cunning and malevolent as Zhang Xiangyang described. But to cover the entire small courtyard with divine crystal powder, this method is quite extraordinary. Zhang Lianhao couldn't help thinking of that mechanism which could shoot over dozens of miles to kill Qin Yuking, and this bull demon similarly mastered such methods. Both of them are so recklessly committing murder, both displaying the attitude of lawless madmen. Ha, interesting. Zhang Lianhao laughed. It's not his headache after all. Although the Temple Control Bureau does manage these trivial matters, most of their efforts are still focused on the 3 mysterious temples outside the Mansion City. But for those lawless outlaws who recklessly commit murder, the headache still lies with the Divine Guard Army responsible for maintaining order in Mansion City. Bull Demon is a talent. Such talent should join our Temple Control Bureau. Moreover, we can confirm the identity of the Bull Demon is not Li Che. The messages sent back by Shi Lei and Hong Yonggang state they personally saw Li Che going to the Heavenly Oversight to start his routine work. The Heavenly Oversight is more than a dozen miles away from the Million Gambling House, and Li Che indeed has a solid alibi. After all, a person can't just teleport out of thin air, can they? Zhang Lianhao completely dismissed his suspicions of Li Che. Zhang Xianjiang's speculation that Li Che was the bull demon was just that, speculation, which he naturally did not fully believe, preferring to rely on his own judgment. Now the judgment is made. It is absolutely impossible for Li Che to be the bull demon. It's impossible for one person to be in 2 places miles apart at the same time. Heavenly Oversight. Clifftop Treasure Tower. Li Che removed his hat and cloak and changed into the neat robe of a Heavenly Oversight guest official, smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, clutching the thunder chess piece, and teleporting to the anchor point left in the Heavenly Oversight. Even upon returning to the Heavenly Oversight, Li Che still maximized the breath concealment effect of the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit. After all, there are experts inside the heavenly oversight, and if he did not conceal his aura, it would likely be sensed and scrutinized by those with intentions, such as Gong Yunli and Gong Yanglian Shang, who oversaw the guest official assessment, two illusory phase cultivators not weaker than Temple Office Chief Inspector Zhang Lianhao. The illusory phase realm is an ambiguous realm situated between the divine foundation and divine phase. In strict terms, it can be considered part of the divine phase realm because a divine facade is condensed, albeit a bit vague, and thus its power is not as formidable as a true divine facade, lacking some pressure. Beyond that, the heavenly oversight has one chief supervisor and two deputy inspectors, and they are certainly existences at the divine or ancestor level. Although those divine facade experts wouldn't normally sweep with their divine sense, Li Che felt that playing it safe is never wrong. Maintaining the slumbering dragon elephant's breath concealment state, even if scanned by divine sense, it would be hard to detect him, allowing him to enter the heavenly oversight without drawing attention and maintaining his alibi. The thoughtful willow wood body I obtained from old Master Su could be worth learning. With the ability to create a willow wood clone and better craft an alibi, Li Che smiled, his eyes twinkling as he thought of a divine secret technique. He cultivated the divine secret technique rather slowly, which is why he had not studied this secret method before. Dismissing the slumbering dragon elephant, Li Che quietly stepped into the warm and comfortable tower heated by the furnace. Shang Guanqinghong, still with her translucent feet bare, squatted on a chair nibbling on a spicy chicken foot while reading a romance storybook. Li, you're here. Suddenly looking up at Li Che, Shang Guanqinghong's nose twitched. There's a smell of blood? Where have you been, Li? Shang Guanqinghong asked. Li Che, however, was taken aback. Could she really smell that? Is Shang Guanqinghong part dog or something? Ah, I just made a trip to the temple office. You must have heard about the incident in Fei Lei City. Li Che sighed and said. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanqinghong's brows relaxed. A trip to the temple office, Then it was normal to come back reeking of blood. Qinghong, about the task I took on last time, I've finished carving the wood. You can contact the customer and let them know they can come to claim the divine wood carving, Li Che said. Shang Guanqinghong nodded and gave Li Che a curious look. Li, it took you quite a while to carve this piece, half a month to finish. It seems to have taken too much time. The first job should establish a good reputation. I will speed up after this. Li Che smiled, offering a simple explanation. After bidding farewell to Shang Guanqinghong, he headed towards his own workspace. The heavenly oversight provides workspaces for each guest official. Even at higher floors, there are higher quality specialized rooms for alchemy, wood carving, weapon forging, talisman making, and so on, all of which require the spending of divine crystals to rent. Li Che is currently too poor to afford that expense. Upon reaching the workspace area, Li Che saw other guest officials. One who had rented a weapon forging room was a weapon forging master in a short coat, showing off a muscular figure. When their gazes met, the weapon forging master nodded slightly. Another was a divine talisman room, where a bearded guest official was brewing tea. Seeing Li Che's gaze, he smiled and nodded back. The relationships between guest officials are generally good, as they could all potentially be customers of each other. Li Che entered his own workspace, closed the door, and locked it, overlaying the heaven and earth chessboard to block any probing. Even though no one in the heavenly oversight's workspaces would scan with divine sense, being careful is the most fundamental character for survival in this world. Better safe than sorry. Sitting in his chair, Li Che exhaled deeply, his gaze gradually turning cold. Corpse God Cult. How vicious? It was indeed targeted at his daughter Shishi. Also, the corpse curse mark suppressed by the chess saint's Dao Fruit is of the 8 extremes level. No wonder I couldn't wipe it away. Li Che breathed out slowly, a weight settling in his heart. Being targeted by an enormous entity like the Corpse God Cult was definitely not a good thing. The Corpse God Cult did not fear the deterrent from the divine sect branches, unlike the noble families and sects in Golden Light Prefecture City. If the Million Gambling House has people from the Corpse God Cult, what about the Black Snake Gang that's been watching my family at the alley entrance? Or their higher UPS, one of the 3 major gangs in Mansion City, the Fishing Gang. The head of the Million Gambling House is not here today. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him, for cutting the weeds requires removing the root. Li Che's eyes were incredibly cold as he slowly closed them, his whole body radiating a dense murderous aura. A moment later, he gradually opened his eyes, the killing intent slowly retracting. These powers had set their sights on his daughter, then he, Li Che, had set his sights on them. As long as he could eliminate them before they made a move on Shishi, then Shishi's safety would be somewhat secured. Daddy can't do much. I can only help you by disposing of some maggot-like creatures. With a thought, 2 Kinkan Jades appeared in front of him. One came from the Corpse God Cult's 10 Cities Corpse God Envoy, the other from the second-in-command of the Million Gambling House. It's been a long time since I've received such generous gifts from others. Li Che was overwhelmed with emotions. After arriving at Mansion City, he had indeed calmed down a lot previously. When he killed the Qin Mansion's shadowy scouts and Qin Yuking, he hadn't had the chance to receive their gifts. His heart was truly breaking. To kill without looting the corpses always made him feel as if ants were crawling on his skin. Calming his emotions, Li Che began to tally his gains. He broke the seals of the Kinkan Jade, and the contents were completely revealed under his divine sense. Li Che first checked the possessions of the second-in-command of the gambling house. 3,000 silver notes, 100 gold leaves, and some scattered silver so massive in quantity that Li Che couldn't be bothered to count them. Furthermore, there were the 10 cities divine foundation technique, a middle vehicle divine meridian method. Several weapons, all were merely ordinary fine iron weapons, which for Li Che, who had used divine weapons, really weren't very appealing. Martial arts pills and medicines, not one bottle, which was somewhat regrettable. But what truly stirred Li Che's emotions was, amongst the second-in-command's collection, there were actually 2 10 cities divine crystals. Acceptable, not as poor as I had imagined. Li Che finally revealed a satisfied smile. 2 10 cities divine crystals weren't many, but, at least it was a gain. When it came to possessions, this second-in-command couldn't even compare to Golden Light Prefecture City's noble family's patriarch Shenji, but the 2 divine crystals made up for the gap. Continuing to check his gains, this time he opened the blind box of the Corpse God Cult's Corpse God Envoy. Unlike the wealthy second-in-command of the gambling house, the Corpse God Envoy's Kinkan Jade contained not much money, but Li Che immediately searched for divine crystals. I've struck it rich. His eyes slightly brightened. With a thought, Li Che poured out 10 divine crystals emitting a faint white luster. Among them, there was a divine crystal as large as a palm, containing a force that made Li Che, who possessed the rank of temple god divinity, feel almost suffocated by its hierarchical pressure. 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. Li Che's eyes narrowed, somewhat shocked. This 10 cities Corpse God Envoy of the Corpse God cult actually possessed an 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. It wasn't. The 10 cities Divine Envoy actually had such wealth. Perhaps, this 8 Extremes Divine Crystal had great use for the Corpse God Envoy. Li Che pondered. But no matter what great use it had, now, this 8 Extremes Divine Crystal belonged to Li. Thanks for the generous gift from the Divine Envoy, Big Brother, plus the 2 from the second-in-command, a total of 11 10 cities Divine Crystals, 1 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. Not counting the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal, it was almost more than Li Che's 4 months' salary. Indeed, one can't earn big money by working a job. Li Che was in an extremely good mood. The divine crystals for him meant saving a lot of time in ripening the maturity of the Immaculate Heart Taoist fruit. Just let the Immaculate Heart Taoist fruit's maturity ripen to level 3, and he could awaken the prototype of divine powers belonging to Immaculate Heart. This would be the 3rd type of prototype of divine powers that Li Che had mastered. The wealth of these cultivators from the Grand Sects truly cannot be compared with the leaders of forces under subordinate fishing gangs. Moreover, this Corpse God Envoy of the Corpse God cult must have just infiltrated the Million Gambling House. These divine crystals, very likely, were his operational supplies, especially that 8 Extremes Divine Crystal, might even involve the Corpse God cult's plans. 1 8 Extremes Divine Crystal, 11 10 Cities Divine Crystals, could they help me elevate Immaculate Heart to level 3? If it's not enough, within Golden Light Prefecture City, there should still be quite a few divine crystals that belong to the Corpse God cult's Corpse God Envoy. Li Che's eyes lowered, fiddling with the thickly divine, rank-suppressing 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. He exhaled a breath. The Corpse God cult was no good thing. Just consider it a way of removing harm for the people. Apart from the divine crystal, the collection owned by the Corpse God Envoy was much simpler. A divine weapon, specifically a long sword, emanated an extremely cold aura. Divine weapon, top grade 10 cities Eye Soul Bone Erosion Sword. Craftsmanship, forged from century-old cold iron, mixed with the blood of the demonic insect Bone Erosion, imbued with the 6 desires body-touching divinity, and quenched in cold ice-condensing spring water. This sword engages with body-touching divinity. When drawn, it can erode a person's tendons and bones with ice. Requirement, 6 desires body-touching divinity technique, cultivation as river-like or higher. A divine weapon of top-grade quality from the 10 cities. Sadly, it required the cultivation of body-touching divinity among the 6 desires divinity in order to wield it. For Li Che, it was nothing more than a chicken rib, useless and not worth bothering about. Later, I'll sell it at the black market for divine crystals, Li Che stated unapologetically. After all, it was a divine weapon, not a cheap object, as he directly stored it in his Kinkan space. Apart from the divine weapon, it was the elixirs. He poured out an exceptionally dark elixir, with dense death chi spreading out from it. Li Che immediately used 1,000 analyzing hands to activate identification. 9th rank superior martial arts pill. Corpse God 1000 Ghosts Death Chi Condensing Martial Pill. After consumption, it will erode the flesh with death chi, enduring agony to break through restrictions, and can be ingested. This is meant for those cultivators from the Corpse God sect who have practiced the cursed corpse. Li Che frowned slightly. The identification by 1,000 analyzing hands confirmed there was nothing wrong with the pill, just that its nature might differ from ordinary martial arts pills. After storing away the elixir, Li Che turned his attention to the cultivation methods. 6 desires body touching compared to corpse cultivating method, 6 desires body touching compared to corpse divine foundation technique. These were 2 volumes related to divinity. Li Che glanced at them and then stored them away, not wanting to cultivate 6 desires divinity for the moment. Mainly because he had not yet perfected 7 emotions divinity. Delving into 6 desires felt like biting off more than he could chew. Moreover, the 6 desires divinity method's malevolence was even more severe than that of 7 emotions, so Li Che preferred to proceed conservatively. Apart from these, there was divine martial arts. Corpse God Death Smoke Finger 9 Luminaries Divine Martial Arts. Once mastered, the fingers would wrap around with death qi, comparable to a deadly poison. It was an exceptionally malevolent martial arts. Li Che narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained calm and began reading through it. After a while, with the martial talent bestowed by the dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit, he had already started to grasp the basics of the death smoke finger. Apart from the difficulty in condensing the death qi, which was not a big problem, Li Che had the death qi martial pill, so he was still capable of practicing this martial art. Not continuing with the martial arts cultivation, Li Che's mind shifted. Streams of light shone forth from his pupils. Dao Fruit, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV 3,15%, Pure Heart, LV 2,24%, Chess Saint, LV 2,12%. The maturity of the Dao Fruits had all made notable progress. Dragon Elephant Vajra had increased by 2% due to a fierce battle, not much, but at least it was a progress. Pure Heart had not changed much, however, the Chess Saint Dao Fruit had grown quite a bit. Clearly, it was due to a one-time siphoning and consolidating of the deceased's divinity chess pieces. But the improvement could only be said to be very ordinary. To advance to level 3 seemed a distant prospect. If I could absorb the divinity from the temple god at the mysterious temple, and consolidate temple god divinity chess pieces, that should speed up the process considerably. This battle, in my haste for a quick decision, I used a temple god chess piece, and now, I only have 6 left. Li Che sighed. Temple god chess pieces, once used, they are gone, but they are needed to fuel the ascending stance with their divinity. I need to find an opportunity to visit the mysterious temple. However, the Temple Control Bureau's experts are stationed to guard every temple in Mansion City, and with Strange K blocking the way, it's not easy to enter. Li Che suddenly felt nostalgic for that bald temple god statue outside Fei Lei City. Forget it, out with the old, in with the new, there will always be new temple gods waiting for me, Li Che muttered. Then clearing his mind of distractions, he took out the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. In his chest, the pure heart Taoist fruit suddenly began throbbing violently, and a majestic absorbing force burst forth. The subtle white divinity contained within the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal was furiously devoured by the pure heart Taoist fruit. Li Che suddenly opened his eyes, a slight flicker of shock in his gaze. Yet he saw the maturity of the pure heart Dao fruit ascended rapidly. 2%, 2%, 2%. In almost a breath's time, it increased by 2%. This speed was much faster than Li Che had anticipated. Li Che realized. He had somewhat underestimated the divinity contained within the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. The divinity within the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal was extracted rapidly, like a deluge breaking through a dam, pouring wildly into the inner scene of the Nguyen Palace within Li Che. Li Che felt his entire body tremble slightly, as a swelling sensation emerged from the inner scene of his Nguyen Palace, as if it could not withstand the high velocity of the surging divinity. The inner scene of the Nguyen Palace, situated at the brow point, is a mysterious place within the human body. Even when cultivating divinity, one dares not be too reckless, for the inner scene is embedded in the mind, and any damage would greatly affect the brain. But at this moment, Li Che had little fear. He reveled in the thrill of rapidly drawing and enhancing power. If the pure heart could absorb, he let it absorb. If it couldn't absorb anymore, the pure heart Dao fruit would automatically cease. That's how considerate it was. Watching his maturity level continuously rise, Li Che's mind was clear, his eyes sparkled brightly. He sat cross-legged, the chess saint Dao fruit deploying the heaven and earth chessboard, hiding his divinity to prevent exposure. He gathered his essence, chi, and spirit, focusing wholeheartedly on refining the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal. The Immaculate Heart Dao fruit throbbed wildly, drawing in crazily, and in no time, Li Che found the maturity level of the Immaculate Heart Dao fruit had reached 50%. More than half matured? Too fast? Too insane? The rich, white divinity was being extracted crazily, merging into the Nguyen inner scene, into that nurtured and growing river of Immaculate Heart divinity. The river was growing stronger, constantly wavering, and its level of robustness surged rapidly. It even overtook the 3 divinity rivers of Angry Crytown Ghost, Heart Shocking and Sturdy, and Sunsi Lu Sword, which had already reached the cultivation as river-like level. Even the 3-eyed fierce True Lord Divine Foundation seemed to tremble slightly under the assault of the burgeoning river of pure heart at this moment. It was fortunate that the divinity of the pure heart always isolated the connection between various divine aspects, so even now as it was shaking and impacting, it did not cause a balance breakdown or a violent outbreak of divinity. Li Che felt the various divine energies within his inner scene. A thought flickered in his mind. It seemed he needed to hasten the creation of other divine origin bases. Feeling the increasingly majestic and profound Immaculate Heart divinity, the white divinity extracted from the 8 Extremes Divine Crystal was purer than the divine energy extracted from the 10 Cities Divine Crystal. The cleansing by the pure heart barely required much time. It could be purified quickly, retaining about 80% of the divinity. The Immaculate Heart divinity grew more majestic, and the river it formed almost turned into a surging great river, completely overwhelming the other divine rivers as if dominating the space within the inner scene. Even the 3-eyed fierce True Lord Divine Foundation seemed to gradually lose its capital to contend against the river of Immaculate Heart divinity. The power of the rank seemed to fail at that moment. Boom! Suddenly, Li Che felt as if his mind was about to explode. The Nguyen inner scenery space burst forth with a dazzling and vast radiance in an instant. Li Che's complexion changed slightly. Could something have gone wrong? Was the divinity from the 8 extremes divine crystal too vast, causing an explosion in the inner scene? If it were so, Li Che feared he would be in tears without the ability to cry. Fortunately, his mind was still agile, and even clearer than before. Countless white divinity seemed to boil, blanketing all of Li Che's perception. Yet, he could feel a powerful compressive force erupting within the space of the inner scene. A sudden cold sensation made Li Che shiver. This was somewhat incredible, with his current horizontally refined physique, let alone feeling cold. Even if he were thrown into an ice hole, his vigorous and bubbling blood could boil the water if he wished. But his current condition was not right. It was a coldness coming from the inner scene space, a coldness at the level of the soul. It was as if a fusion reaction was occurring inside, drawing in the surrounding heat and causing a dramatic drop in temperature. When the white haze before his eyes vanished, Li Che found the scene within the Nuan Palace revealed itself to him once again. 3 divine rivers winding, with the three-eyed fierce true Lord Divine Foundation suspended among them, releasing divinity at will. And beside this divine foundation appeared another, exuding a gentle white luster, fully formed divine foundation. The divine foundation was thick and looked like a milk tablet magnified many times, resembling a cylindrical millstone. This is a divine foundation. Li Che was astonished, and then, his face took on a quizzical expression. Creating a divine foundation. Is it that simple, natural and smooth as if sliding on ice? The creation of the pure heart divine foundation happened even without him realizing it, completed unknowingly by drawing the divinity from the 8 extremes divine crystal. Li Che's second divine foundation just hovered there in the inner scene space. There was none of the terrifying and oppressive divine foundation pressure of the three-eyed fierce true monarch divine foundation, none of the air that could affect one's emotions and make one uncontrollably angry. The pure heart divine foundation, pure and white, it seemed to bring absolute tranquility to the soul. This. Li Che narrowed his eyes. What use was this pure heart divine foundation? Apart from an increase in the content of pure heart divinity, were there other functions? Suddenly, Li Che thought of something and manipulated the pure heart divine foundation to approach the three-eyed fierce true Lord divine foundation. The moment it got close, a suction force erupted. It was like 2 round magnets, colliding with a snap. In an instant, Li Che felt the divine foundation pressure of the three-eyed fierce true Lord increase exponentially compared to before. It was a transformation that seemed to have shattered a bottleneck barrier. It was as if he had been promoted by rank. The divine foundation of the three-eyed fierce true Lord that Li Che had cultivated belonged to the 8 extremes upper grade stage. Now, it seemed as though he had directly ascended to the 7 elements lower grade stage. 7 elements divine foundation. Even if it were false, Li Che couldn't help but lift the corners of his lips, no longer able to suppress his smile. Pure heart divine foundation, so this is its function. Then, if I obtained the 4 imperial divine foundation technique later, could the divine foundation modified by it, combined with the pure heart divine foundation's enhancement, directly raise me to the 3 pure ones level? Li Che's eyes sparkled. The thought alone was exhilarating. However, divine foundations weren't necessarily better the higher their rank. According to what Li Qingshan had said, the higher the divine foundation rank, the stronger the physical body needed to be to bear it. If the physical body wasn't strong enough, it could lead to a collapse of the inner scenery and physical destruction, ultimately, being controlled by the divine foundation, becoming a mindless monster, slowly exhausting the vitality of the body and dying. Li Che felt that he had to progress slowly. However, after becoming a divine minister, one can't alter their divine foundation. So, I must solidly lay out my divine foundation before then. Li Che opened his eyes, his mind exiting the inner scenery of the energy center. Intense vitality filled the entire workshop. Li Che frowned, unbeknownst to him, at the moment when the explosive combination unleashed the power of the 7 elements divine foundation. His body had uncontrollably triggered the Vajra transformation to withstand the power of the 7 elements divine foundation. Feeling the vitality and divinity pervading the room. Exhale. Inhale. Li Che inhaled and exhaled once. A tremendous suction force erupted from the energy center, swallowing all the dispersed divinity back. Thus, inside the workshop, not a trace of divine aura leaked out anymore, and the vitality was also devoured back into the body. Meanwhile, a flowing light prompt appeared in front of him. Dao Fruit, Pure Heart, LV 3,0%. Li Che's eyes sparkled. He glanced at the 8 extremes divine crystal in his hand. About a third of its divinity remained, but it had apparently already pushed the Pure Heart to a level 3. Suddenly, golden light flashed in front of him. Dao Fruit LV 3, another transformation, receives the prototype of divine powers Pure Heart, soul capturing. Li Che's breathing sharply quickened. Success. The third Dao Fruit had produced the third type of divine powers prototype. Following Immortal Worker, 1000 Analyzing Hands, Dragon Elephant Vajra, Ascend, the divine powers prototype Pure Heart, soul capturing was officially produced. Li Che's heart grew fervent, his emotions surged. Within his chest, the Pure Heart Dao Fruit thunderously pulsated. With each throb, it seemed as if countless tendrils of divinity burst forth, twisting into tentacle-like divine filaments, madly flailing in the space between heaven and earth. Prototype of divine powers, Pure Heart, soul capturing true brightness, untainted, can scrutinize all things, capture spirits, and dispatch generals, revered by all gods. The flowing golden introduction gradually appeared before his eyes. Li Che gradually calmed his mind, staring at the description, deeply pondering. Similar to ascending the tower, initially, he was still somewhat unable to fathom this line of introduction. After slowly resonating with it, his heart trembled slightly, feeling the divine tendrils sprouting from the pure heart divine foundation. It was like the tentacles of an evil god controlling his followers, the threads of a puppeteer manipulating puppets. It always felt, not like anything good. You call this pure heart? Pure and flawless, so white that it turns black. Why does it feel deceitfully wicked? Li Che couldn't help but murmur. He closed his eyes to comprehend, and gradually, the function of the divine power's prototype pure heart, soul capturing became clear to him. He opened his eyes, exhaling a breath. He lifted his hand, and within his palm, a grey-black divine chess piece emerged. It was formed from the divinity drawn from the body of the 10 cities corpse god envoy he had killed. The 1,000 analyzing hands drew it, the heaven and earth chessboard stored it, and now, was it the turn for pure heart to use it? Divine power's prototype, pure heart, soul capturing? After being intensely activated, an immense divinity surged from within the pure heart divinity. Suddenly, Li Che felt his eyes abruptly turning white, as if pale smoke was lightly swirling around them. Unlike the gold smoke during ascending the tower, the white smoke was more ethereal, making Li Che's demeanor seem lofty and indifferent. As if indifferent to all life between heaven and earth, everything was merely a cold chess piece on the board. The divine tendrils of the pure heart divine foundation touched the corpse god envoy's divine chess piece. At once, the chessboard, uniquely belonging to the corpse god envoy's divine chess piece, burst forth, continuously piling up before Li Che. Gradually, it morphed into the twisted, ugly figure of the corpse god envoy, only its overall skin was dull and dark gray, devoid of life's breath, devoid of the fluctuations of a beating heart. It was a mere lifeless object, completely condensed from divinity. And with a single thought, he could completely control this corpse god envoy, who would obey his orders entirely, as if it had become a soldier under his command. Soul capturing the divinity to form a divine general under his command. Li Che took a deep breath. This was to completely exploit every cultivator who died at his hands. It seems that only cultivators of the divine base realm are qualified to be captured by my soul. With a thought from Li Che, the pure heart's divine tendrils condensed another divine general. It was Linda, the second in command of the Million Gambling House, at the primary god base realm. The previous corpse god envoy had a post-divine foundation realm cultivation, but his main strength lay in the body of the cursed iron corpse, not defeated by a grand master warrior combined with divine base cultivation. Indeed, very hard to kill. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Che, who had activated the ascending stance. He directly crushed the temple god chess piece as if the temple god himself had arrived, becoming invincible against others of the same rank. No matter the cursed iron corpse, in front of unmatched horizontal refinement, it had to be smashed to pieces. Capturing 2 divine generals was already somewhat strenuous for me, but now, I could barely manage to capture 3 divine generals of the divine base realm. Li Che sensed the burden on his divine sense. The main reason was that his divine base cultivation wasn't strong enough, being only at the primary god base realm, his divine sense had limited strength. It's enough, during a battle, suddenly releasing 3 helpers, it's simply enough to scare someone to death. Li Che began to laugh. The malice and cunning of the bull demon had to be elevated by another level. Additionally, there was a slight flicker in Li Che's eyes. He raised his 5 fingers, and an extremely dark divine chess piece floated in his hand. Temple god chess piece. Can I possibly capture a temple god to serve as a general? Knock knock knock. Li, your customer is here. Outside, Shang Guan Qinghong gently knocked on the door and called out. Li Che suppressed the impulse to use soul capturing to capture the temple god, and with a thought, the 2 divine generals that had been captured appeared in his inner scenery space. Under the touch of the pure heart divine foundation, they hung like puppets, moving along with the movement of the tentacles. The scene was indeed somewhat mysterious. Li Che withdrew his focus, his eyes sparkling, and he took out the Zhongkui statue, placing it on the desk. Then he opened the door. Shang Guan Qinghong stood playfully outside the door, and beside her was a young novice monk dressed in bluish-green monk's robes, with 6 scars from the monk's vows on his head and a gentle countenance. This is Master Faxing of the Heart Monkey Temple, the client who wishes to commission the furious ghost-suppressing statue of the deity, Shang Guan Qinghong introduced to Li Che. The monk greeted Li Che with a prayerful hand gesture, maintaining his usual mild demeanor. Li Che glanced at the monk, feeling an overwhelming divinity burning like flames, seemingly unstoppable, as if it could even twist the air around. I am Master Faxing. It's a pleasure to meet Master Li, said the monk in the bluish-green robes, smiling. Li Che returned the gesture and invited the 2 into his workshop. Upon entering, Master Faxing's gaze slightly changed. He fixed his eyes on the blood-colored wood carving as if seeing a majestic and surging divine aura entwining around it. All sinister, ghostly auras were unable to approach, making the entire workshop's atmosphere radiant and bright. This wood carving. Clearly, Master Faxing had an eye for quality and was immensely shaken inside. Such a resplendent aura in the wood carving made exorcising spirits seem effortless. He quickly walked up to the Zhongkui statue, looking at its leopard eyes and dragon whisker mustache, as if seeing a divine spirit, eyes wide with anger, gazing down upon the human world, driving away the demons and spirits, suppressing all the evil in the world. Good, good. Master Faxing was astonished. This statue, which he had not seen before, possessed an extremely intense power to suppress ghosts. Its power to banish evil was very strong. Although it did not match the Buddha statues of the Heart Monkey Temple, its resplendent power to suppress ghosts was by no means inferior. Even though he was a monk of a Buddhist temple, when it came to divine statues, there were never too many stipulations. They didn't necessarily have to be Buddha. Many temples worshipped mysterious temple gods that were not among the Buddhist deities, but this did not prevent the Buddhist temples from gaining strength through the worship of these statues. It's not the source of the power obtained from worship, but what one does with that power, that is most important. This was also why Master Faxing did not limit the type of carvings, otherwise, he would have specified the need for a Buddha statue in his request. Excellent, Master Li, such fine craftsmanship. Master Faxing exclaimed with approval. Master Faxing, are you satisfied? Is this Zhongquei statue good enough? Li Che asked with a smile. Master Faxing nodded, not to mention the superb carving skills, just the statue's magnificent and vast divinity alone instills fear in hundreds of ghosts and makes thousands of ghosts prostrate. Furious ghost-suppressing eyes truly embody a perfect fit. This is a chief god, Li. Have you ever seen the chief god? It seems that over in Qingzhou, there is a similar chief god mysterious temple, where the temple god is depicted with leopard eyes, a tangle of whiskers, and a fierce demeanor in the human world. Shang Guanqinghong said, surprised, his eyes revealing a hint of fascination. Li Che was slightly shocked. Chief god? Does this world really have a chief god? But thinking of the three-eyed fierce true lord, the eight-armed prison lotus furious third prince, the existence of a chief god seemed normal. As observed in ancient texts, I was inspired. Hearing that the chief god excels in suppressing ghosts, I carved it in this form. It's unfortunate that I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I could only rely on imagination. Li Che chuckled. Master Faxing, however, couldn't put it down and immediately took out 2 pieces of 10 cities divine crystal and handed them to Li Che. Thank you for Master Li's craftsmanship. This statue of the deity, I will take it. The quality of this statue has reached the pinnacle of 10 cities. Due to Master Li's cultivation, it cannot advance to the level of 9 luminaries, which is a bit of a pity. If it were of 9 luminaries level, the price wouldn't be the same, Shang Guanqinghong added hastily. The monk understands. After pondering for a moment, Master Faxing took out a string of beaded bracelets from his kinkan jade and passed it to Li Che. Master Li, exchanging 2 divine crystals for this divine aura-filled chief god wood carving, I truly feel ashamed. Take this Buddha bracelet as a gift, and consider it making a new friend. Master Li, if you have time another day, feel free to visit Heart Monkey Temple, Master Faxing, with palms pressed together in salute, said. Li Che didn't refuse and took the Buddha bracelet, glancing at it. There were 9 Buddha beads, strung together with a fine cord, each bead simply carved with a monkey's face. 1,000 analyzing hands activated, analyzing. Non-divine weapon, Heart Monkey beaded bracelet. Origin, ordinary Bodhi wood beads, containing a trace of Heart Monkey fire element combined with Fury divinity, capable of driving away inner demons. In charge, none. Li Che was taken aback for a moment. The Heart Monkey beaded bracelet wasn't considered a divine weapon, which Li Che didn't care much about, but he focused on its description. Heart Monkey and Fury divinity combined? Fire element. Fury. Li Che's eyes narrowed. Fire element, part of the 5 elements, combined with the 7 emotions Fury? A combination of the 5 elements and the 7 emotions divinity? This was the first time Li Che encountered such a combination, and it sent a small tremor through his heart. However, it wasn't the time to study it now. He pressed down on the thought and put away the beaded bracelet. Master Faxing didn't put the Zhongquei statue into his kinkan jade but instead carried it directly, majestically holding the statue and leaving the Kintian observatory. Ancient Qinghong and Li Che saw him off. Watching the monk's figure disappear into the Spring Breeze neighborhood while holding the chief god wood carving, both of their expressions were somewhat odd. Heart Monkey Temple has a deep heritage. They have their own wood carving hall, yet Master Faxing often comes to our Kintian observatory to assign tasks, allowing our masters to earn the divine crystals that he works hard for. He's somewhat an oddity of Heart Monkey Temple, Shang Guanqinghong said, taking out a handful of sunflower seeds and starting to crack them. Heart Monkey Temple has a deep heritage. Li Che was curious. As one of the 5 great sects of the Golden Light Prefecture City, although not comparable to the authentic divine sect branch, Heart Monkey Temple has a not-so-simple origin, Shang Guanqinghong explained. It's said that their lineage is not inferior. Heart Monkey Temple is a remnant of the ancient divine sect, with a history of 3,000 years. The authentic divine sect once dominated the world with great power, ruling over the 6 paths and 12 states, overshadowing the ruling dynasties of the time, intimidating the world, but now their lineage has fallen into obscurity. 500 years ago, a strange K erupted from the mysterious temple they suppressed. The extremely terrifying 3 clears level temple god chess piece resurrected, unstoppable by anyone. With other forces also meddling, this ancient divine sect's lineage was thoroughly dismantled and fragmented. Later, monks from remnants of the divine sect's lineage took refuge in Golden Light Prefecture and established Heart Monkey Temple with part of their legacy, Shang Guanqinghong recounted. Li Che felt a slight tremor in his heart on hearing this. An ancient divine sect's lineage was certainly extraordinary, as reaching the level of the authentic divine sect was truly remarkable. What was the name of the authentic divine sect of Heart Monkey Temple? Li Che asked. Shang Guanqinghong cracked a sunflower seed, chewed thoughtfully for a moment, and said, the name of the collapsed sect was extremely arrogant. I think it was called Equaling Heaven Temple. Equal Heaven Temple? Li Che's eyes suddenly narrowed when he heard the name. Thinking of the Heart Monkey Temple, he couldn't help but conjure the image of that peerless divine monkey who had turned the heavens upside down, stirring the skies and causing all the gods to bow their heads. The great sage. Li Che took a deep breath, his body trembling as if every inch of his flesh was vibrating. It was just a name, yet it felt as if his soul was also trembling. The third crown prince, the three-eyed true lord, and now, equal heaven. Myths overlapping from two lives seemed to meld like dark clouds, bringing rolling lightning and roaring thunder that struck his mind. After a while, Li Che finally exhaled. Equal Heaven Temple, has the sex lineage been shattered, destroyed? Li Che turned to Shang Guanqinghong. This girl knew a lot, like a treasure trove of knowledge. If in doubt, ask her. Shang Guanqinghong shook her head while nibbling on sunflower seeds. The ancient divine sect, although dilapidated and the lineage fragmented, cannot be considered annihilated. The Three Pure Ones' mysterious temple that was once suppressed by the Equal Heaven Temple is still in existence. The temple god's rebellion 500 years ago was too sudden, catching the already weakened Equal Heaven Temple off guard. The area occupied by that mysterious temple has now become a land of great peril, strange K expanding for thousands of miles, uninhabited. The Qitian city from back then has also become a playground for demons and evil spirits. However, the three major lineages derived from the Equal Heaven Temple all aspire to return to conquer Qitian City, the Ruyi sect, the Tiangang Tower, and our own Golden Light Prefecture city's Heart Monkey Temple, all want to reclaim Qitian City. I think reviving the Equal Heaven Temple might be exaggerated. After all, it's in the past. It's probably for the temple god's heritage left by the Equal Heaven Temple and that 3 clears level divine weapon. Shang Guanqinghong moved her head. It had been 500 years since the collapse of the Equal Heaven Temple, such a long, long time. Calling it an age would be fitting. 500 years passed, and all sentimental dedication to the lineage has turned to fleeting clouds, leaving only interests that descendants hold dear. A 3 clears level divine weapon. Li Che's body shuddered. The Ruyi golden hoop stick. He blurted out without thinking. You know of it? You've heard about it? Shang Guanqinghong appeared quite surprised, not expecting Li Che to spit out that name, given that information about Equal Heaven Temple was long ago, mostly documented only in ancient texts, unknown to most cultivators. That 3 clears divine weapon is called Qitian Hun Yuan Ruyi Golden Hoopstick. It's ranked 7th in the Dijing Qin Tian Divine Weapon Catalog personally organized by the Great Supervising Minister. Only 7th. Li Che felt unsettled. How could my great sage's weapon rank so low? Shang Guanqinghong covered her mouth and laughed. It's not low at all, the Great Supervising Minister himself said directly in the preface of the Divine Weapon Catalog. The top 10 divine weapons aren't ranked by strength or hierarchy but rather depend on the capability of those who wielded them. Upon hearing this, Li Che nodded. Suddenly, a thought struck him. So, the Qitian stick currently has no master. Shang Guanqinghong gave Li Che a strange look. Yes, Qitian Mysterious Temple is located in Shizhou, and due to the 3 clears level Strange Q's recent turmoil, the area has basically fallen into the hands of demons and evil spirits, with the Qitian ancient city even occupied by a demon king comparable to the divine embryo realm. That Qitian stick, along with the divine tribulation cultivator from the Equal Heaven Temple, vanished back into the Qitian Strange K, unknown when it might reappear, thus, it has not been claimed. Li, you're not coveting this stick, are you? Upon hearing this, Li Che's eyes flickered with ambition. Naturally. You are too weak now, let alone entering Qitian ancient city. Just approaching it might get you torn apart by demons and evil spirits. Moreover, for a 3 clears level divine weapon, without sufficient cultivation, you don't control the divine weapon but the divine weapon controls you. Shang Guanqinghong intended to persuade Li Che to dismiss such thoughts. Li Che naturally had the confidence of his ambitions, but he just needed more time to grow. He smiled and didn't delve too deeply into the topic. Shang Guanqinghong became reflective. Whenever I look at ancient texts, learning about the prosperity of the Equal Heaven Temple, it was unparalleled in the world, rivaling the imperial court, so powerful and domineering. It was the pinnacle of divine sects, yet it could not escape the ravages of time, also destined to face great changes. It disintegrated overnight. Now, it can only be remembered in historical books. So, this world is too dangerous. No one can ensure their safety here. During the flourishing times of the Equal Heaven Temple, the temple housed powers beyond the divine embryo realm, divine tribulation powerhouses. Yet it still disintegrated, turned to dust. Shang Guanqinghong sighed, feeling melancholy as she cracked more sunflower seeds. Li Che also couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Indeed, this world was indeed very dangerous. Moreover, the most important thing was that those dead temple gods in the mysterious temple seemed to overlap with the myths in his mind. This made him feel an inexplicable anxiety in his heart. I'm too weak now, thinking about these things is meaningless, just live each day well. I just want to accompany my wife and daughter, to live well in this world. Li Che spoke softly. Shang Guanqinghong's gaze fluctuated, seemingly touched by Li Che's words, her long eyelashes trembling as she glanced at Li and pursed her red lips. Li, Shang Guanqinghong called out. Li Che looked over, puzzled. If only you were my father. Shang Guanqinghong pursed her lips, her voice unusually a bit subdued. Li Che was taken aback, afterward somewhat speechless. This girl, on our first meeting, was absolutely set on a blind date, coveting his body. Now, she actually wanted to be his daughter? Women, really are fickle. After Shang Guanqinghong finished speaking, she seemed to return to her senses, slightly embarrassed, her pretty face instantly flushing red like a heated iron block, stuffing a handful of melon seeds into Li Che's hand and then slipping away. The bull demon has appeared? When Qin Henan, who was still shadowing Li Che while drinking wine in Yangzianga, heard this news, he was completely dumbfounded. The bull demon? He has appeared. He stared at the grey-faced spy who delivered the news, disbelief filling his eyes. Actually, Qin Henan also believed Li Che was the bull demon, mainly based on hints from Zhang Xiangyang, so subconsciously, he felt that Li Che fit the identity of the bull demon too well. Although there was a gap in strength, the power Li Che had displayed did not match that of the bull demon at all. However, as a member of the Qin family, Qin Henan was clearly aware that judging by superficial strength alone was inaccurate. Certain obscure breath-concealing techniques could hide one's cultivation. Therefore, Qin Henan had never dismissed his suspicions about Li Che. But with today's news from the grey-faced spy, and Qin Henan witnessing Li Che entering the Qintian observatory with his own eyes, he had to admit a fact. It seems, Li Che truly is not the bull demon. Qin Henan slumped down onto a chair, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Then who in the devil is the bull demon? And who killed Yuking? The one who shot and killed Grandmaster Divine Foundation, Qin Yuking, from dozens of miles away, was truly a nightmare, causing incessant unease. The old ancestor also went to that remnant of the Tang family, but the Tang outcast insisted it wasn't his doing. With no grudge or grievance, and indeed with his stature, he would unlikely brazenly shoot a woman. Could it really be Cao Guang? Cao Guang isn't dead. Qin Henan felt an immense headache. How could they not find a person with the extensive influence of the Mansion City Qin family? Million Gambling House, in cahoots with the Corpse God cult. As the grey-faced spy continued to report, Qin Henan narrowed his eyes, though his expression barely changed. After all, the current state of Golden Light Prefecture City seemed calm. But in fact, there were already undercurrents surging in the background. To the noble families and powerful clans of the Mansion City, the penetration of the Corpse God cult's forces was easier to accept than imagined, because the benefits they gained were tangible. And the temptation to break through the bottlenecks in their cultivation was indeed too great. The power held by the Corpse God cult was extraordinary. Even though the imperial court had always been suppressing the Corpse God cult, the failure of the rebellion by vassal King Ji Moli resulted in an even more rampant spread of the Corpse God cult's influence. Not just in Golden Light Prefecture, but it seemed that the Corpse God cult's forces were infiltrating every prefecture in Yun province. The Corpse God cult's power had spread beyond its original base, slowly eroding the territory of the dying dynasty. They even aspired to emulate the once flourishing Equal Heaven Temple of 3,000 years ago, to occupy the 6 paths and 12 states of the world, carving up the realm with the imperial court. The noble families and the court were never truly aligned. Maybe during times when dying was at its peak, the noble families of the various states and prefectures might not dare to act brashly and would be sincerely submissive. But when the mighty tiger began to falter, various sides would start to entertain other intentions. You mean to tell me, the 10 cities corpse god envoy has been slain? A 10 cities corpse god envoy, with his cursed iron corpse body, under the Grand Master, is impossible to kill, and it's even harder for a divine foundation to kill a cursed iron corpse. This bull demon, he could actually do it. Qin Henan was profoundly shaken. The cursed iron corpse was notoriously tough and rank, capable of taking damage and escaping from a Grand Master warrior. But a 10 cities corpse god envoy was abruptly beaten to death. How brutal, the whole Million Gambling House, dozens of Qi Meridian martialists, all dead bodies shattered. As Qin Henan listened to the description of the Million Gambling House massacre, he slowly exhaled. This time, he was even more certain that the bull demon had nothing to do with Li Che. Let's not even talk about the alibi, just observing Li Che over these days, this wood-carving master who lives a simple life, a 3-point and 1-line routine, caring and loving towards his family. How could he be the bull demon, an extremely cruel and horrible wretch who killed people and mutilated bodies? Qin Henan stood up and walked to the window, looking across at the Qintian Observatory treasure tower perched on the cliff. Let's go. In the end, Qin Henan chose to give up his surveillance of Li Che. Such an honest and decent person. It wasn't worth wasting time watching him anymore. The news of the bull demon's massacre at the Million Gambling House quickly quieted down over the following few days. While occasionally it was the subject of storytellers in the tea houses, most of the common folk returned to their normal lives. This kind of brutal incident was beyond their reach. The Divine Guard Army of the Mansion City published a first-class warrant for the arrest of the ferocious perpetrator, the Bull Demon. Anyone who reported the whereabouts of the Bull Demon could receive 500 silver taels, and the one who beheads the Bull Demon could be rewarded with 2,000 taels of silver. Spring was in full bloom, bringing with it the fresh breeze among the willows. Li Che passed by the announcement board, looking at the warrant for the Bull Demon, with little change in his expression. This Million Gambling House was in league with the Corpse God cult. The Bull Demon was ridding the people of a menace, yet still got a warrant. You can't handle the Corpse God cult, and now you won't let the Bull Demon handle it either. Li Che's gaze was deep. Without lingering, he stepped past the announcement board, bathed in the drifting spring breezes, and arrived at the workshop and small courtyard he had purchased in the mansion city. Shut the door, slide the bolt. The chess Saint Dao Fruit vibrated, and the heaven and earth chessboard immediately appeared before him, spreading across the entire courtyard. Lights flickered, and in the very center of the heaven and earth chessboard, a corpse curse mark emitted an extremely intense corpse chi. 8 Extremes Corpse Curse Seal. Li Che's eyes were ice cold. If not for that corpse god envoy's mention, he wouldn't have known that the quality of this corpse curse seal was so high. Clearly, the strong figure from the corpse god cult that Cao Guang had connected within Mansion City also held a significant status. Being able to use the 8 Extremes Corpse Curse Seal as a connecting link, Cao Guang intended to court favor, and the strong figure from the corpse god cult certainly possessed the 8 Extremes Corpse Curse Seal. Initially, Li Che had been puzzled as to why one of the 3 major gangs, the fishing gang, had targeted him. Now, it seems that it had a great deal to do with this corpse curse seal. Clearly, it wasn't because they sensed the corpse curse seal, for Li Che had always used the heaven and earth chessboard to block it, making it undetectable to others. The adversaries had probably guessed that Cao Guang intended to impose the 8 Extremes Corpse Curse Seal on Shi. So, they were focusing on Shi. They wanted to find out who had taken the 8 Extremes Corpse Curse Seal. Corpse God Cult, Corpse Curse Seal. Li Che's eyes were indifferent, filled with unreserved murderous intent. You are searching for me, but I am also searching for you. He raised his hand and touched the corpse curse seal. In an instant, it was as if black ink-like corpse chi was unleashed, releasing waves of corpse chi that spread in concentric circles across the entire chessboard. After several expansions, 2 black chess pieces emitting corpse chi appeared on the chessboard. Li Che looked up, gazing beyond the courtyard. Black Snake Gang. The 2 martial artists marked with the corpse curse seal came from outside the small workshop courtyard. They were from the Black Snake Gang here to shadow him. As long as they are within 10 feet of me, the 8 Extremes Corpse Curse Seal can reveal those bearing the Corpse Curse Seal. People of the Corpse God Cult, you cannot hide from my sight. Li Che's eyes were ice cold. Towards the Corpse God Cult, he harbored no goodwill, only murderous intent. After all, they coveted his daughter and initiated the horrifyingly inhumane 1,000 infants sacrifice, utterly sinful. They deserve to die. They must die. He would show no mercy. The Temple Control Bureau and the Divine Guard Army might play the long game, but Li Che had no patience for that. The one devoid of martial ethics was the Corpse God Cult, attempting to use the Corpse Curse Seal implanted in Li Zhengran's body, planning to infect Shi with such despicable means. Then he, Li Che, needed to uphold what sort of martial ethics? It's you who forced me first. Madness and ferocity surged in Li Che's eyes. With a casual sweep of his hand, the heaven and earth chessboard expanded, enveloping the surroundings, shielding the small courtyard. Li Che stood up, his blood suddenly boiling, black hair wildly fluttering, his bones cracking loudly. Huff. Inhale. Li Che opened his mouth and, with every inhalation and exhalation, he stirred the airflow within the courtyard, accompanied by a whining roar, resembling a long dragon sweeping through. Rustle rustle. By his ears, the sound of blood surging flowed endlessly. Li Che now possessed tremendous vitality, his mysterious veins had reached their peak, and his breath connected heaven and solace, making him seem completely linked with the universe. Li Che seemed to enter a state of self-forgetfulness, as his inner chi coursed and circulated within his body, forming the circulation of the heavens count and seemingly opening up one appointment after another on his body. His mind seemed to float out, sensing every inch of change upon his body, the contraction and blooming of pores on his skin, and the process of his internal organs wriggling and trembling. Each scene was reflected in his mind, as if aided by a deity. Boom! Suddenly, Li Che took a step forward, his fingers hooking like claws, gathered 5 streams of energy into a fist, and fiercely struck out, with a colorful ferocious tiger roaring out behind him. It was the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist, which he had refined into a superior martial art. The White Tiger seemed lifelike, formed by the external eruption of inner chi. Roar! The White Tiger roared to the heavens, instantly vivid, as if it had been endowed with essence, chi, and spirit, becoming like a real creature. This was the conceptual state of the divine pulse martial artist to refine a martial art into the transformation realm, integrating it with their own essence, chi, and spirit. And this step, for Li Che, who had talents like dragon elephant Vajra for cross-training, was not an issue at all. Within his flesh, it seemed as if a tiger roared, his sinews and bones simultaneously burst forth noise, the speed at which his inner chi operated increased rapidly, and the power emitted was greatly enhanced. All his senses and perceptions were wholly elevated, and it felt as if he was about to burst his physical body, forming a perception power similar to divine sense. In the middle of the courtyard, Li Che ended his practice and stood, his entire being like a fearsome, crouching tiger. As his eyes opened, his vitality exploded around him, almost turning substantial, blooming like a lotus. Prison Lotus? Great Scenery Temple Prison Lotus Divine Vein Technique. This was the Divine Vein cultivation technique Li Che obtained from Cao Guang. Now, he firmly stepped forward, his martial path entering the divine veins, and he could look forward to the realm of Grand Master. But Li Che did not stop. His sword fingers tore through the air, shocking spear spewing out as he grasped it, and in its dance, the spear shadows seemed like streaks of light. A mountain collapsing, sea-inverting surge suddenly rose within the courtyard. The three-eyed wrathful true lord's triple-bladed knife, this divine martial art, was mastered by Li Che more and more adeptly, fully stabilizing his major accomplishment. Withdrawing the knife, countless streaks of blade light slowly dissipated around him, cutting the wood shavings on the ground into pieces. Divine pulse, achieved. As one of the three major gangs in Golden Light Prefecture City, the fishing gang had an immense sphere of influence, covering almost the entire area along the Nine Dragons River. The mansion city was vast, with many people, including many who came from towns and lower-tier cities outside the prefecture to seek work at the fishing gang by the Nine Dragons River bank. Because it was close to the river where the river fish are abundant, handling and transporting the fish and aquatic products was abundant. Therefore, there were many labor-intense jobs available, attracting a large number of workers to the area. The fishing gang was indeed the largest force in this region, and even the Black Jiao gang and the Beggars sect could not compare to it. The powers within Mansion City were always hierarchical, with the fishing gang under the 5 great clans and the 5 major sects, and above them were the Temple Control Bureau, Kintian Observatory, City Lord's Mansion, and Divine Sect Branch, with the authentic Divine Sect even higher. Below the fishing gang, there were similarly numerous smaller forces. For example, the Black Snake Gang and Million Gambling House were also under the fishing gang's influence. White Wave Hall was the fishing gang's governing power on the docks, no weaker than the Million Gambling House, and even somewhat stronger. At this moment, within the large courtyard where the leader of White Wave Hall and numerous executors were located, a pitiful scream echoed, and a thick scent of blood permeated and spread. A moment later, a hunched middle-aged man emerged from the inner room. His fingers were grabbing a woman's hair, dragging her out from the inner hall. The woman's body was completely devoured, with no trace of blood or flesh left, already devoid of life. After dragging her out, the middle-aged man threw her onto the ground, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the fresh blood from his hands. Old Mo, throw this woman's body into Nine Dragons River to feed the fish, the hunched middle-aged man said with a laugh, revealing a mouthful of blood-red teeth. An executor bowed his head and silently dragged the corpse away. The corpse cultivation technique of the corpse god cult is indeed miraculous. I've moved a step closer to the Grandmaster realm. Once I break through to the Grandmaster, I will be able to join the high ranks of the fishing gang and have a say, the hunched man said as he sat on the Taishi chair, lifting a cup of freshly brewed hot tea and gently sipped. The 2 vice hall masters below began to offer their congratulations. By the way, leader, recently, several people under the fishing gang's jurisdiction have died. The other day, the leader of Quicksand Hall was nailed dead inside his house, and more than a dozen Chi Channel experts of Quicksand Hall were dismembered. Yesterday, the master of the tower at Long Sea Tower had his head burst. Should we restrain ourselves a bit? The vice hall master asked, trembling slightly. The leader of White Wave Hall drank some tea, chewing on the tea leaves to refresh his breath, and sneered, the bull demon, it's all the work of that self-proclaimed hero, the bull demon. Like a dog, relying on his elusive agility to commit ruthless acts. According to the intelligence, when this bull demon first appeared in Fei Lei City, he proclaimed himself a hero. He could act like a hero in a small city, but what good outcomes can there be for wanting to be a hero in Mansion City? In this era, if I don't kill these commoners will encounter others. Can this bull demon kill everyone? There are countless evils in this era, does he think he can eradicate them all? What's wrong with me eating a person? If I don't eat, there are plenty who will. The leader of White Wave Hall sneered. He still thinks he's a hero, acting so recklessly? Neither the Divine Guard Army nor the Temple Control Bureau recognize it. His bounty on the notice board is now even higher than that of the river and ocean high robber Gao Yang. The Vice Hall Master trembled even more. Leader, it's true what you say. But the leader of White Wave Hall narrowed his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? As if the fishing gang is made of vegetarians? Having killed so many masters under the command of the fishing gang, the Grand Masters of the fishing gang have already set their sights on him. The strong ones from the Divine Guard Army and the Temple Control Bureau have been chasing him all along. If the bull demon dares to come kill me, I only need to hold him off desperately, and he, the bull demon, will have no escape. The leader of White Wave Hall had just consumed a woman, and his corpse cultivation technique had a breakthrough, making him feel almost invincible. He was in that breakthrough inflation period where he felt he could go toe-to-toe with anyone. His words were filled with confidence and arrogance. As he spoke, however, he didn't get a response from the Vice Hall Master beside him, and he paused for a moment. He turned his head, only to find that he seemed to have grown taller suddenly, able to look down upon the Vice Hall Master's heavenly spirit cover. His eyes rolled, and he saw a hunched body with a twisted-off head, from which blood continuously spurted from the neck. Wasn't that his own body? The leader of White Wave Hall tried to scream, but found he couldn't make any sound. The world seemed to collapse thunderously, turning pitch black in an instant. Before he completely lost consciousness, he only saw a cute bull mask. Bull demon? Bull demon? The dense stench of blood gushed incessantly, like a fountain constantly spraying and splashing. The entire hall was completely shrouded in the smell of blood, almost making one want to vomit. Within the great hall of White Wave Hall, the piercing wind howled through, chilling everyone to the bone. Bull demon. Bull demon, oh. His name alone struck terror into hearts? Utterly vicious and evil? The Vice Hall leader standing next to the leader of White Wave Hall was now trembling like chaff, his face deathly pale, his pupils the size of green beans. He stared blankly at the towering figure next to him, who had casually twisted the head off the leader of White Wave Hall. The wildly dancing jet black hair, like lightning, set against the cute bull mask. He was like an Azura. You. The Vice Hall leader was utterly terrified. Bull Demon's ferocious reputation was well known, resounding like thunder in his ears. So many forces under the fishing gang had been slaughtered by the Bull Demon, yet they could do nothing against him. Now, the Bull Demon had appeared in White Wave Hall, and it was finally their turn. The Vice Hall leader was in utter despair. The appearance of the Bull Demon had been without warning, as if he had suddenly materialized beside the leader of White Wave Hall. The leader of White Wave Hall, who had cultivated the corpse cultivation technique and used the death chi to nourish his body to the peak of the cursed walking corpse, half a step into the realm of the cursed iron corpse, had his head twisted off by the Bull Demon. Easier than twisting off a chicken's head. This Bull Demon was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than the rumors. Li Che's eyes beneath his mask were ice cold, void of any emotional fluctuation. These people, all deserve to die. His gaze connected with the heaven and earth chessboard, and the 8 extremes corpse curse seal suppressed within the chessboard suddenly vibrated violently. A ring of invisible corpse chi spread out from his body as the center. This made the corpse curse marks on these people incredibly clear in his eyes. This was a gift given to them by the corpse god cult, as well as a means of dragging them into the mire. The corpse curse mark needed to be nourished by death chi. If they wanted to break through their cultivation, they would have to accumulate death chi. Where did death chi come from? Just like the leader of White Wave Hall, through killing, even eating people? Bang! His blood chi burst forth. The Vice Hall leader had no intention of fighting back, he only wanted to escape. The leader of White Wave Hall said that when the Bull Demon appeared, someone would come to deal with him. Where were they? Where were they? Where are the people? The roar came bellowing out of the Vice Hall leader's mouth. Then, his body became immobilized, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. The terrifying high-level divine majesty, like ripples spreading, brushed over his body, and he became stiff on the spot, completely unable to move. Such fearsome divinity. The Vice Hall leader felt his own divinity trembling, unable to circulate even a trace, suppressed utterly before the rank. Then, he saw a millstone-like divine foundation rising behind the Bull Demon, shining like a scorching sun. Foundation wheel rotation sent out blades of light that swept through in an instant, like countless bamboo leaves stirred by a fierce wind, a hurricane sweeping through, violently swirling within the hall. Pat 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 pat. All the experts of White Wave Hall within the hall were killed. Li Che briefly activated ascending stance, the kind that didn't provide sustenance for temple god divinity, capable of being maintained for just a few breaths, convenient for a one-time absorption of divinity. With a clench of his hand, countless divinity gathered from the corpses, condensing into divine chess pieces, and were absorbed into the heaven and earth chessboard. Li Che's powerful divine sense swept through, searching the bodies of the 2 Vice Hall leaders he had blown up and the leader whose head he had twisted off, scavenging the Kinkan Jade. To kill without looting corpses, what difference was there from a salted fish? Bull Demon, don't you run. As Li Che was completing these actions, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from outside White Wave Hall. That was, the divinity aura of an illusory phase realm cultivator? Vast and majestic, as if a deity from afar had opened his eyes to look over, divine majesty swept over, threatening to obliterate everything. And there was also the fearsome sound of cutting wind, as a divine archer from afar shot out a life-snatching arrow, heading straight for him. On the arrow, blood chi roared like python serpents, and wrapped in the meticulously condensed perfection foundation divinity, a very powerful arrow. It sealed all angles and directions for the Bull Demon to escape. But this was not the first time Li Che had encountered such a situation. This strong divine archer from the Divine Guard army, whose archery was beyond compare, was much more powerful than the angry cry 100 ghosts thunderstorm arrows Li Che possessed. And this divine archer was also very strong, with a Grandmaster middle boundary cultivation. His divinity had reached divine base perfection, on the verge of observing divine likeness, nearing the void aspect. The arrows he shot were more terrifying than cannon shells. If it were about explosive power, it even surpassed his Nemo Fairy Craft Barrett. Immortal Work Barrett mainly had a long range, fast speed, strong penetration, plus the malicious nature of the Dragon Tooth Bodhi bullets infused with Bodhi blood tears, which led to an extremely fearsome lethality. But when it came to the power of explosions, it really wasn't a match for a single arrow from the Divine Archer filled with Grandmaster True Chi and Perfection Divine Foundation Divinity. 2 massive attacks came raging in, one from a Fisher Gang Illusory Phase expert, and one from a Divine Guard Army Divine Archer. Almost simultaneously, thunderous assaults descended. The terrible sense of oppression was nearly suffocating. Boom! The terrifying explosion, like a mushroom cloud rising up, shook the ground, numerous cracks spiderwebbing out, as if an earthquake had struck. The meeting hall of White Wave Hall instantly collapsed into a deep pit, with bricks scattered and walls crumbled, leaving massive web-like radial cracks. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure stepped into the air and passed by with a sweep of his sleeve. A strong wind suddenly arose, scattering all the floating dust. It revealed the scene within the deep pit. There stood an elderly man, dressed in finery, with his hands behind his back, hovering in midair, for an illusory phase cultivator already possessed the ability to levitate. This person was one of the 2 deputy leaders of the fishing gang who had reached the illusory phase realm, Lu Jinsong. The other man, emanating a wildly fierce life force, shot forward and landed at the edge of the pit, his golden armor brilliantly reflecting in the sunlight. He's escaped again. This individual was a divine archer of the Divine Guard Army, Zhangdu. The two of them, considered first-rate experts even in Golden Light Prefecture City, had jointly struck, yet the bull demon had managed to escape once more. Lu Jinsong floated down, his elegant robes billowing in the wind as he stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes and eyebrows expressing extreme coldness. That bull demon, truly as slippery as an eel, always strikes in secret and flees immediately after the kill, malicious and cunning. There are even those in the streets who call him a hero, for killing the innocent under our fishing gang. He's utterly brutal and violent, yet acts with cowardice and fear of death, a true rat amongst men. Lu Jinsong cursed out loud. To be repeatedly eluded by someone merely in the primary god-base realm was humiliating for a master of the illusory phase realm, as if being toyed with amidst applause. His annoyance was only natural. Zhang Du put away the red longbow in his hand and glanced at the frustrated Lu Jinsong with a sneer in his heart. The people the bull demon had killed, what kind of scum were they? Lu Jinsong, the deputy leader of the fishing gang, knew all too well, didn't he? Extorting the common people, committing all sorts of evil, killing people to feed the fish, brutal and cruel. These people deserved death. Why then did the bull demon's reputation soar among the common folk, earning him a good name despite the countless murders? Was it not all thanks to the contrast provided by his peers? This bull demon must have mastered a type of art of teleportation with a secret technique involving divinity, and his breath concealment is also extremely profound, otherwise, he couldn't have easily escaped in the face of our combined attack and divinity blockade. Zhang Du, in his clanging golden armor, said in a deep voice. Lu Jinsong snorted coldly, his face extremely unsightly. The fishing gang had yet another power wiped out. White Wave Hall was the fishing gang's iron fist, and the master of White Wave Hall was known for acting swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Now, he had been directly crushed by the bull demon. In less than 10 days, the subordinate powers of the fishing gang had suffered many casualties. Lu Jinsong's eyes flickered, and a dark light continuously surged within them. Most importantly, those slaughtered by the bull demon were all followers who had sworn allegiance to the corpse god cult and were branded with the corpse curse mark. The bull demon was actually, specifically targeting people from the corpse god cult. Coincidence? A time or two could be coincidence, but in every power under the fishing gang decimated by the bull demon, there were followers who had been marked with the corpse curse. It simply couldn't be a coincidence anymore. He's targeting the corpse god cult. He's resisting the corpse god cult with the power of one man. This madman, this bull demon, is truly a raging bull. Utterly lawless, rampantly arrogant. I really like it so much. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. Temple Control Bureau. Zhang Lianhao, looking at the intelligence about bull demon submitted by Hong Yang and Shi Lei, had sparkling eyes and couldn't help but slam the desk. The fishing gang had another force wiped out by the bull demon, and according to the intelligence feedback from the Temple Control Bureau, this master of White Wave Hall was also a follower of the corpse god cult. Can this bull demon actually discern who has joined the corpse god cult? He's specifically targeting the cultists of the corpse god cult to kill. Is this his attempt to resist the corpse god cult's encroachment in Golden Light Prefecture City with his own strength? Zhang Lianhao stood up, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. His face slightly flushed, full of agitation. Didn't the Temple Control Bureau know about the encroachment of the corpse god cult? Of course, they did, but they dared not act rashly, because they could not judge who had been encroached upon. They could not see the existence of the corpse curse mark. According to intelligence, the Temple Control Bureau sacrificed many spies to obtain, during the time when 8-armed prison Lotus Furious Third Prince caused an uproar in the mysterious Temple Strange K, and the experts from the Temple Control Bureau, Kintian Observatory, and the Divine Sect branches went to suppress it. Persons dispatched by the corpse god cult infiltrated and corrupted many high-ranking officials of the Golden Light Prefecture. Now, both the supervisor and governor of the Temple Control Bureau are suppressing the third Crown Prince's Strange K. Golden Light Prefecture City's Temple Control Bureau is short of strong figures. This is also why Zhang Lianhao does not dare to turn hostile and act rashly, mainly because, without being certain which high-ranking officials of Golden Light Prefecture had been corrupted by the corpse god cult, he did not dare to act on his own. The most important thing is, high-ranking officials of the Divine Guard Army have also been encroached upon, which is the most serious. After all, the Temple Control Bureau may have many powerful individuals, but in terms of the army, it cannot compare to Golden Light Prefecture City's Divine Guard Army. What a bull demon. Truly a heroic character. Zhang Lianhao was full of admiration. Although, such an unrestrained, willful murderer, who disregards rules, is very much disliked by the officials. But Zhang Lianhao, from his own perspective and from the perspective of the people of the city, saw the bull demon as truly a boon for the people in eliminating harm. The boldness of the bull demon alone made the fishing gang restrain their temper. I really envy their unrestrained nature. Zhang Lianhao was truly envious. Once he donned this official robe, many things were beyond his control. This bull demon has extraordinary movement skills, and may indeed possess the art of teleportation, but now that he is exposed, all parties are prepared, with means to restrict the art of teleportation. The bull demon is not far from being caught. Zhang Lianhao stopped pacing, and just then, stood in front of the window. He looked out at the clouds dense with the brewing of a spring rain. The drizzle blanketed the mansion city built beside the river, casting a misty veil over it. It appeared like the expansive blank spaces in a landscape painting, punctuated by the lively outlines of buildings with upturned eaves and soaring ridges, filled with artistic charm. Kintian Observatory, Cliffstone Treasure Building. In the workspace, Li Che's fingers gripped a white thunder chess piece, having returned to this place. His body reeked heavily of blood, but with a sudden shake, the blood scent condensed, forming a blood pearl, which he tossed directly into a jade vase and threw it into the Kinkan space. I lit the sandalwood, filling the workshop with a faint fragrance. I put away the bull demon mask and shed the black robe, returning my robust body to normal and regaining my usual gentle and honest appearance. I let out a gentle breath, and my thoughts were calm, without ripples. The fishing gang had become my target, but instead of starting with the black snake gang that had been tailing me, I took action against other forces within the fishing gang, as long as I discovered the corpse curse mark within the gang. Without hesitation, I would strike to kill with a thunderous burst. To my surprise, the fishing gang was almost riddled with holes from the penetration of the corpse god cult, or rather, it was as if they had opened their arms to let the corpse god cult erode them willingly. It certainly must have been with the consent of the higher UPS of the fishing gang. The fishing gang. Are they planning to rebel against the Golden Light Prefecture? The light in my eyes flickered slightly. However, I was too lazy to think too much. Whether the fishing gang rebels or not, I don't care. My only desire is to act unrestrainedly. If the fishing gang lacks martial virtue, then as Li Che, I will unleash the bull demon. Sitting cross-legged in my chair, I tallied up my gains, which were actually quite ordinary. My main focus was on the divine crystal. So poor. I frowned and murmured, this leader of the White Wave Hall had a total fortune of only 510 cities divine crystals dead broke. Over the past 10 days, I had completely become the bull demon, hunting down the forces under the fishing gang. Any cultivators who had received the corpse curse mark of the corpse god cult were killed by me. I gathered a total of 32 10 cities divine crystals, which wasn't really a lot. I was helpless too after all. Divine crystals are cultivation resources. These cultivators all needed to cultivate, so being able to gather 32 was already quite good. It's the corpse god envoy of the corpse god cult that's richer. A single 8 extremes divine crystal almost overwhelmed me. I mumbled, somewhat nostalgic. Unfortunately, during this time, while I took the guise of the bull demon to kill the forces subordinate to the fishing gang, I never encountered a corpse god envoy from the corpse god cult. A thought moved within me, and lights flowed into view before me. Dao Fruit, Immortal Artisan, LV3, 79%, Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV3, 25%, Pure Heart, LV3, 5%, Chess Saint, LV2, 58%. The maturity of the Dao Fruit had achieved substantial growth overall. The progress of Immortal Artisan was insignificant, as I hadn't carved a new statue of the deity. Dragon Elephant Vajra, having frequently engaged in combat without experiencing much pressure, still had a decent rate of improvement. After reaching LV3, the maturity of Pure Heart slowed down completely. Even after I drained the remaining 8 extremes divine crystals, I only just increased proficiency by 5%. For 10 cities divine crystals, it takes 10 to increase proficiency by 1%. The speed drastically slowed down, and the cost performance became extremely low. I wondered if it was because Pure Heart had consumed the finer essence of 8 extremes divine crystals that 10 cities divine crystals, this kind of rough grain, could no longer satisfy it. It was as if it was forcing me to find higher quality divine crystals. Only 8 extremes, 7 UN level divine crystals are acceptable. Fortunately, Pure Heart extracted the divinity from divine crystals at an extremely fast speed. I transformed the 10 cities divinity I extracted into the three-eyed fierce true Lord Divine Foundation. Although it still required the Divine Foundation to refine it, the overall speed increased a lot. In the span of 10 days, after refining 10 cities divine crystals, I managed to elevate the three-eyed fury true Lord Divine Foundation to the middle realm of Divine Foundation. But what delighted me the most was the Chess Saint Dao Fruit. Due to the increase in killings, the accumulation of divine chess pieces, and the frequency of employing Flying Thunder Chess Saint and the Heaven and Earth chessboard, the maturity of the Chess Saint Dao Fruit achieved gratifying growth. It had now reached 58%. Indeed, the fastest improvements come through battle and combat. I felt deeply moved. After organizing everything, I stood up, my muscles and bones crying out in unison with crackling sounds echoing continuously. With a clench of my 5 fingers, the air intertwined as I began practicing martial techniques within the courtyard. The cultivation of Divine Pulse, as described in the Great Scenery Temple top-tier prison Lotus Meridian Divine Pulse technique, focuses primarily on transformations through divinity. The number of transformations affects the strength of one's blood and inner chi. To break through to Grand Master, the Divine Pulse must integrate the nuances of 3 transformation realm martial arts, achieving the Divine Pulse triple transformation. This is the minimum requirement. A true Chi Grand Master who achieves breakthrough at the bare minimum is of the lowest rank. After that, there are the stages of Divine Pulse 6 transformations and Divine Pulse 9 transformations. You need to fuse the nuances of 6 and 9 martial arts respectively. The difficulty is simply incomparable. After all, for any martial artist, mastering a martial technique to the transformation realm requires so much time and effort. Martial arts are divided into lower, middle, and superior tiers, and the transformation realm of each varies. Many Divine Pulse martial artists spend their whole lives without mastering 3 transformation realm martial arts, and naturally, they have no hope of becoming Grand Masters. However, there are rumors that within the Divine Sect, there exists a mysterious spirit martial pill that enhances one's martial arts perception, thereby accelerating the rate at which one practices martial arts to reach the transformation realm. This is also why great sects often produce Grand Masters more easily. But for ordinary Divine Pulse cultivators, Grand Master is extremely difficult to achieve. If you can't become a Grand Master, a Divine Minister is hopeless. It's like a vicious cycle, with the path utterly broken. Stay tuned to Empire. Inside the workshop, the fierce wind gradually ceased. Only a hidden but vigorous blood chi surged, and as I opened my eyes, they shone brightly as if 2 resplendent stars had burst forth in the darkness. The White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist and the 8 consecutive bone-breaking spears have both reached the transformation realm and have been integrated into the Divine Pulse. Next, the Python Dragon Cannon, Cloud Harrier treading on clouds, and the Angry Cry 100 Ghosts Wind Thunder arrows have all reached master level, and the Furious True Lord's Triple Blade Knife is about to reach master level as well. Oh right, the Methreya Gold Armor has also reached master level, just 1 step away from the transformation realm. But the martial arts I've cultivated are only 7 in total, the Divine Vein 9 transformations. I'm still missing 2. Li Che pondered deeply. Having obtained the Dao Fruit of the Dragon Elephant Vajra, Li Che naturally aimed to break through to the Divine Vein 9 transformations to step into the Grand Master level in the most perfect form. Yet, even for him, the attempt to reach the Divine Vein 9 transformations was extremely difficult. Right, there's also the 7-element divine sculpture technique acquired from the Kintian Observatory, within which there's a profound martial technique called Thousand-Armed Divine Sculpture. It falls under the category of martial techniques, but I'm still some distance away from major achievement. By that count, I'm still short of 1 martial technique transformation realm. Li Che ended his cultivation session and stood up, his chi and blood enveloping him ceaselessly like a bloom of hellish lotus. To cultivate the martial techniques of the Corpse God sect, or not. Li Che thought of the Corpse God Death Smoke Finger he had acquired from the Corpse God sect's envoy. Divine martial arts, too, were considered martial techniques. But this particular martial technique required death chi. Bull demons were in no short supply of death chi. Li Che exhaled a breath. If that's the case, then cultivate. All the foundations for the Divine Vein 9 transformations were now assembled. As it now stood, the bull demon, facing the fishing gang, could only opt for stealthy assassinations, killing someone and then fleeing. What's more, he could only kill the smaller factions under the fishing gang. Facing the high-ranking leaders of the fishing gang would be quite difficult. After all, the chief of the fishing gang was a true divine phase expert, and the 2 deputy chiefs were also grand masters of the illusory phase. Even if employing the ascending stance, battling someone of the illusory phase realm remained exceedingly tough. The temple god possessed an unmatched posture at the same level, but the illusory phase is no longer of the divine foundation, which meant the suppressing power of the ascending stance would be lessened, naturally making victory difficult. However, Li Che felt that fighting a battle should still be possible. It's just that the number of strong opponents in Golden Light Prefecture City was too high. Should he become encircled, then things would truly be dangerous. Li Che, being cautious in nature, even if transformed into a bull demon seeking unrestrained power, must also ensure his own safety. After expelling a breath of turbid air, Li Che walked to the window. Gazing at the waters of the 9 Dragons River slapping against the cliffs, Li Che's gaze shifted. Looking out into the distance, he seemed to peer through the thick city walls, envisioning a towering and majestic mysterious temple standing furiously in the heart of the river, outside the city. He sighed deeply. The power of the temple god, it's running low. I want to absorb. Late at night, at the fishing gang's headquarters, a robust, bare-chested old man with majestic whiskers sat upright on a taishi chair, his eyes wide open, brimming with torrents of murderous aura. The entire room was dead silent and oppressive. The deputy chief, Lu Jinsong, and another deputy, Zhao Sunkai, fell immediately silent. Million Gambling House, White Wave Hall, 7 forces under my fishing gang have all been slaughtered, uprooted. Now, the people of my fishing gang are in panic, and some are even considering deserting the gang. A bull demon, a thing not even of the illusory phase, has actually caused such widespread panic within my fishing gang. Damn it. With a slap of the fishing gang chief's hand, the terrifying divine phase might instantly vacated the room of all airflow, emitting a fierce whistling sound. Where are the people of the Corpse God sect? Those who died, all were marked by the seal before being targeted by the bull demon. Why can the bull demon precisely find those given the seal? The fishing gang chief's eyes burned furiously as he glared at Lu Jinsong. Could it be that the bull demon is among the people of the Corpse God sect? Damn it, are they just using this as an excuse to target my fishing gang? Lu Jinsong was responsible for liaising with the Corpse God sect, and now, his complexion changed subtly. The bull demon, a high-ranking expert of the Corpse God sect? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is chaos, the chief cannot guess wildly. Wearing extravagant robes, Lu Jinsong clenched his fists, exhaling a breath with a distressed expression. There's absolutely no way the bull demon is connected to the Corpse God sect. Chief, please calm down. As for why so many envoys of the corpse god are in hiding, Lu Jinsong's skin twitched. The vernal equinox is approaching. Li Qingshan is coming back. Li Qingshan is returning. The fishing gang headquarters fell into silence all at once. The gang leader, with his bristling beard and leopard-like eyes, suddenly looked grim-faced and extremely serious. The vernal equinox is nearing, and the time for the divine sect branch to open its mountain gate and recruit disciples has arrived. Indeed, it's time for Li Qingshan to return. Exhaling a breath, the gang leader finally leaned back in his taishi chair. No wonder the divine sect branch has been so quiet lately, they were waiting for Li Qingshan's return. Makes sense, with a temperament like his, he's not going to be any easier to deal with than the bull demon was. Our fishing gang has been getting close with the corpse god cult lately, we're bound to be targeted by that bastard. Jing Wudeo's complexion grew somber as he began to worry. Initially enraged by the bull demon's provocations, he gradually calmed down. After all, the bull demon only posed a threat to the subordinate forces of the fishing gang and couldn't threaten its upper ranks. But Li Qingshan was different. This guy was a renowned expert on the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum, and though he was only at Divine Base Perfection, the Divine Foundation he forged, the 6 Ministries level suspension thought Thunderstrike Evil Annihilator Divine Foundation, the mere fact that he could cultivate the 6 Ministries Divine Foundation technique was a reflection of his profound background and talent. Together with his Grandmaster completion level physical cultivation, even illusory phase experts could be hammered into serious injury by him. Though illusory phase is considered part of the divine phase realm, it is quite inferior to the true divine phase rank, and its suppression over the divine base realm is not undeniable. There were more than a few illusory phase realm cultivators defeated by Li Qingshan's hands. And true divine symbol cultivators dare not act rashly, for although the experts of the divine sect branch have entered the 4 imperial princes' temple, one mustn't assume the divine sect branch is without people. Li Qingshan is the enforcer put forth by the divine sect branch, specifically targeting Golden Light Prefecture city noble families and sects. Mainly because, when Li Qingshan strikes them, they hardly dare strike back. That is truly infuriating. Bad luck. Jing Wudeo cursed in anger, helpless. He indeed was not afraid of Li Qingshan. As a true initial realm of divine minister cultivator, Li Qingshan couldn't possibly be his match. However, for the fishing gang, if Li Qingshan were to truly start hammering recklessly, it would be very difficult to fend off. Luckily, the bull demon wouldn't be in cahoots with Li Qingshan. Otherwise, if the bull demon went after the fishing gang cultivators branded with the corpse curse mark, and Li Qingshan directly started hammering, our fishing gang would likely be smashed to bits. Jing Wudeo shook his head. The vice gang leader, Lu Jinsong, sat to one side, also furrowing his brows, for the interests of the fishing gang were their interests. Everyone stood to win or lose together. Boss, have you been in touch with any experts from the corpse god cult? Why could the bull demon find the ones who have received the corpse curse mark? If we don't clear this up, the threat of the bull demon won't go away, and afterwards, who would dare to trust the promises of the corpse god cult easily? Lu Jinsong said gravely. The strange K of the 8-armed prison Lotus Furious Third Prince's sinister temple has erupted in a riot. Most of the divine ministers from the divine sect branch, Temple Control Bureau, Kintian Observatory, and Golden Light Prefecture City have gone to investigate. This period should have been the corpse god cult's best opportunity to erode Golden Light Prefecture City. But then this bull demon appeared. Jing Wudeo shook his head. Why do you think the 8-armed prison Lotus Furious Third Prince's sinister temple has erupted? It's not even the fixed time for an eruption, so many sudden events usually have someone pushing from behind. The corpse god cult's experts who infiltrated Golden Light Prefecture have also gone to the Third Prince Temple. That's one of the 4 royal mysterious temples. Too many people have designs on it. Just think, the Qian Yuan Divine Sect is listed among the Great Scenery 11 Paths, the Lingnan Path Divine Sect, precisely because of the 4 royal mysterious temple it suppresses beneath it. Saying it's a suppression is actually coexistence with the mysterious temple, establishing their doctrine with the temple's support. Leopard-like eyes in Jing Wudeo's face gleamed continuously. Sighing, as if feeling the topic had gone astray, he steered the conversation back. This bull demon, a clown-like thing, won't be jumping around for long. The corpse god cult has specifically called over a 8 Extremes corpse god envoy from Yunzhou Provincial City, who is a true divine phase realm cultivator, and he brings a divine weapon specifically tailored to counteract transfer secret techniques, along with divine talismans designed to seal off the void. If that bull demon dares to jump again, he will definitely not escape with his life. Jing Wudeo slapped the desk with his palm. Does he really think no one can deal with that bull demon? Upon hearing this, Vice Gang leader Lu Jinsong and Thunder Old 7 relaxed their brows. Stability at last. An 8 Extremes corpse god envoy personally taking action and bringing a divine weapon that counters transfer techniques. Finally, it was time to share the spoils of the beef feast. Li Che finished his cultivation and was in the workshop crafting dragon tooth Bodhi bullets. These were really not easy to make. Previously, a lot of time was spent creating one bullet, and it had taken him over half a month from Fei Lei City to Mansion City, and he still hadn't finished carving it. Now although Li Che's immortal artisan Dao Fruit had improved quite a bit, and with the experience of making the first bullet his crafting speed had increased, it still couldn't be considered quick. After careful polishing for a while, Li Che finally sighed in relief. The second dragon tooth Bodhi bullet is completed, immortal artisan Barrett can finally be used, and I have bullets in my gun again. Li Che was in a good mood and tucked the artifact-like dragon tooth Bodhi away carefully. Stretching, he left the workshop. Shang Guan King Hong's eyes brightened as she saw Li Che come out. Li, can I come over for dinner at your place today? I want to taste your wife's cooking again. Ever since Shang Guan King Hong had spoken her mind the last time, wanting Li Che to be like a father to her, she had taken a broken jar falls approach, treating Li Che as if he truly were her father. Li Che brought her home for a meal, and after tasting Zhang Ye's cooking, this girl's cheekiness skyrocketed. Every day, she'd dash to Li Che's house after work as if she were even more eager to get home than he was. Have you ever not come over for a free meal? Li Che grumbled. I'll pay for my meals. Shang Guan King Hong, however, kept laughing. She knew Li Che was joking. After all, to them, gold and silver and such mundane objects truly meant nothing. After a quick tidy up, Li Che, followed closely by Shang Guan King Hong like a persistent shadow, left the Kintian Observatory together. No sooner had they stepped off the stone steps than they encountered the alcohol-soaked Lu He and Hai Chuanying. Hey, brotherly, coming home from work again? Why don't you join us at Yunfang boat today? I've invited you so many times, but you never come. Upon seeing Li Che, Lu He warmly invited him. Visiting brothels and listening to music wasn't that a standard pastime for third-class guest officials of the Kintian Observatory? Except for Li Che, who was the exception. Every day after work, he'd rush home as if the women at Yunfang boat were man-eaters. Ha ha ha, another day, another day. Li Che responded to Lu He with a fist and palm salute and nodded to Hai Chuanying. Both shook their heads. With Li Che's another day, who knew when that day would actually come? Then, old Lu, I'll be waiting earnestly. Brotherly, don't go back on your word. Lu He and Hai Chuanying left with laughter. Li Che shook his head. Those two were indeed carefree. Normally, a third-class guest official at the Kintian Observatory, after being there for a while, lives this free-spirited life, visiting brothels, enjoying small drinks, totally laid back since they have no ambitions or hopes to strive for the rank of second-class guest official. To aim for second-class guest official, one would need to cultivate the Great Vista Kintian Seven Spirits carving technique to major accomplishment, which is genuinely not easy. The divine secret techniques and martial arts need to reach a great success level, which is extremely difficult. Knowing they have no hope, they begin to enjoy life, better to spend more energy on enjoyment and divine cultivation. Shang Guan King Hong saw through the state of people like Lu He and made a face. Big brotherly, try to visit Yunfang boat less. That place is unclean, and teeming with all sorts. Li Che just smiled. Was he that kind of person? The two walked past the long street and returned to Listening Flowers Lane. The watchful eyes that the Black Snake Gang had planted were still present, and the numbers were seemingly increasing. Li Che had yet to eradicate the Black Snake Gang, mainly starting by clearing other powers from the fishing gang. He did it to confuse the issue, to dismiss everyone's notion that he, Li Che, was the bull demon. Now, that conception had pretty much been fully dispelled. If Li Che wished, he could wipe out the Black Snake Gang at any moment. After all, the Black Snake Gang wasn't much stronger than White Wave Hall. Pausing for a moment, Li Che's brows furrowed as he sensed that the number of people planted by the Black Snake Gang to tail him had increased tenfold today, and besides, there was also the hidden presence of strong individuals. Li Che's eyes flickered with a cold light as he unobtrusively made his way back into the small courtyard in the alley. Wow, Sister Qing Hong. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Shi, who was practicing martial arts, immediately ran over with delight, taking the opportunity to stop practicing. Old Chen, utterly helpless, could only declare a break and began sipping his wine. Shang Guan Qing Hong, on the other hand, shrieked back at Shi, and they started frolicking in the courtyard, the tall and the small stamping their feet in excitement. Sister King Hong's come over? I'll just fry up another dish, and dinner will be ready. Zhang Ye walked out from the house, seeing the meal freeloading Shang Guan Qing Hong, and smilingly spoke in a tender tone. She has always been a very gentle woman. Moreover, she could see that her husband truly didn't have much interest in the young Shang Guan Qing Hong, even politely treating her like a daughter. Judging from Shang Guan King Hong's backstory shared at the dinner table, Zhang Ye's maternal instincts overflowed and could not be contained. Shang Guan Qing Hong was from one of the noble families in Mansion City, having an excellent family background. Her father was the head of the Shangguan family, yes, a nearly 100-year-old man, who forced a maidservant and had Shangguan Qing Hong. After giving birth to Shangguan Qing Hong, the mother and daughter were not given much attention. Instead, they went through various difficulties. Shangguan Qing Hong harbored no affection for them, even some disgust, and when Shangguan Qing Hong was 6, her mother died of illness. Shangguan Qing Hong was left all alone, nearly kicked out of the Shangguan family, to roam the streets. Fortunately, she was taken in by Deputy Inspector Lin Xiu of the Kintian Observatory, which gave her a status within the Shangguan family and allowed her to grow up gradually. Zhang Ye felt great sympathy for Shangguan Qing Hong and did not mind her freeloading at all. Shangguan Qing Hong was so brazen with her meal freeloading endeavors because she relied on Zhang Ye's affection and Shi's enjoyment of her company. After the meal, Shangguan Qing Hong continued to play with Shi in the courtyard. Li Che went into his study. Lighting the oil lamp, the flickering light danced incessantly. After securing the study, Li Che's pupils emitted a faint white smoke. prototype of divine powers, soul-capturing. Countless divine substances stacked up into Lin Da's silhouette, merging into a thoughtful willow wood body carved by Li Che in his own likeness, casting a shadow under the lamp, as it carved the wood. With the borrowed divine essence infused into the thoughtful willow body, it almost perfectly resembled Li Che. It was a wooden doppelganger that could almost deceive the eye. Having done all this, Li Che put his fingertips together and tore open the air. Donning a conical hat, wearing a cute bull mask, cloaked in a black robe, and clutching a white divine chess piece, he vanished from within the study. The night sky was heavy, the clouds billowing and churning. The piled clouds collided with each other, with the occasional flash of lightning hiding within. Golden Light Prefecture City, outside the city on the official road. Several plain carriages galloped along the official road. The charioteer quickly whipped the reins, and the horses, steaming with heat, sped energetically on the spacious road. Li Qingshan lay on Nurse Momo's lap, letting her gently stroke his head. Meanwhile, Nurse Momo read aloud a secret letter sent from the city. The bull demon has caused trouble again, slaughtering the fishing gang's subordinate power, White Wave Hall, with both White Wave Hall leader and Vice Hall leader killed, their bodies brutally dismembered, displaying extreme ferocity. According to intelligence feedback, both the Hall leader and Vice Hall master had received the 8 Extremes Corpse Curse seal, and the Hall leader had even worshipped the corpse god, practicing corpse art, slaughtering innocent women and feasting on their flesh, totaling 36 victims. Beasts. Nurse Momo couldn't help but curse out loud. Thankfully, there's the heroic bull demon. This city. How is it still so chaotic? Lying on her lap, Li Qingshan slightly opened his eyelids and sneered. Chaos is the norm. A 4-royal mysterious temple located just outside Golden Light Prefecture City doomed this place to never be peaceful. Out of the 4 mansions of Yun State, the first choice for the corpse god cult's corruption was Golden Light Prefecture. And why? Not just because the noble families and sects of the prefecture are the most ambitious, but also because of this 4-royal mysterious temple. To build a divine sect leaning on this temple. What immense ambition! Li Qingshan sighed. The appearance of the 4-royal mysterious temple in Golden Light Prefecture is both a blessing and a curse. Nurse Momo's face changed over and over. Eventually, she shook her head somewhat helplessly. It turns out, it's the same everywhere, none too peaceful. Where in the world is there peace? Li Qingshan sat up, embraced Nurse Momo, but don't worry, with me here, you will be at peace. Even if it's not peaceful, I'll hammer out a peace for you. Nurse Momo foolishly gazed at Li Qingshan, then her eyes dimmed slightly. I'm old, with no hope for a divine foundation. Unlike you, your future could lead to a divine minister position, or even higher pursuits. As for me, I am probably going to die. So, I just want to spend peaceful days with you. Li Qingshan looked out the window, utterly stunned. After a long while, he kissed Nurse Momo's forehead. Rest assured, this evening, son, I will accompany you to the end. Suddenly, Nurse Momo struggled out of his embrace and stared at Li Qingshan. No need. You are Li Qingshan. You don't need to change specifically for me. I know one person's power is limited. You can't change the filth between heaven and earth, but I hope you still hold on to the original heart you had when you first entered the martial world with your horse. I hope you remain guilt-free. With your hammer, smash all those disgusting fellows to death for me. Just like what the bull demon is doing now. Li Qingshan was stunned. Then he burst into laughter, unreservedly giving Nurse Momo a big kiss. Worthy of the woman I, Li Qingshan, have long pined for. Unworthy from the moment I liked you when I first entered the martial world. The next moment, Li Qingshan leaped out of the carriage, appearing on top of it. As the carriage sped along, the fierce wind stirring, he stood like a spear, his clothes clinging to his body, billowing behind him. He looked towards the charioteer, and the charioteer stopped the reins. Peak Master, the charioteer said respectfully. Ensure these spirit children are safely delivered into the city, arrange their accommodations, and wait for the sex examination at the spring equinox, he said. Once you're in the city, Lu Qi will bring people to meet with you. The charioteer saluted. Yes. Li Qingshan smiled, his eyes gazing at Golden Light Prefecture City under the dusky night. His gaze shifted, looking towards the distant mysterious temple of the 4 Imperials on the surging 9 Dragons River, as if it warped time and space, situated in the middle of the river. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Qingshan flicked his toes, and like a hawk, he soared out. In mid-flight, he quickly covered his face with a cat face mask. With a flick of his wide sleeves, a remhorn hammer slid into his palm, and as he grasped it, arcs of lightning flared up. Indeed, Li Qingshan had returned. Though unable to cleanse the filth of the entire city, he must still exert all his strength. That youngster, Bull Demon, was striving to be a hero. Li Qingshan too had once been a young man with a sword, leading a horse into the martial world, dreaming of being a hero. Surely he couldn't lose his courage now that he was old, could he? The night was dark and the wind was high. Whoosh whoosh. The flowing air surged wildly. Li Che, with the Dao Fruit of the dragon elephant Vajra, perfectly concealed his blood and chi as if merging with the air of the heavens and earth. Moving through the long night, wearing a cute bull mask, his burly figure rose and fell, and the scenery on both sides rapidly receded. Black Snake Gang's territory. The grieving wind howled incessantly in the dark night, and the willows rapidly swayed their branches. As the only remaining major power under the fishing gang, the Black Snake Gang's defenses were extremely cautious, with teams of skilled martial artists patrolling in groups. Should Bull Demon appear, they would give a warning, allowing the top fighters of the Black Snake Gang to escape swiftly. Standing on the rooftop, stepping on black tiles, Li Che, enveloped in a black robe, gazed indifferently at the brightly lit Black Snake Gang's headquarters. Raising his hand, he pressed it to his forehead. In an instant, with his position as the stellar position, the heaven and earth chessboard spread out, encompassing the map. Intersecting black lines sketched out the chessboard image. Above it, at various intersecting points, black pieces emanated dark chi, aiming to kill Bull Demon. At the same time, the contained 8 extremes corpse curse seal within the chessboard vibrated continuously. A ring of death chi formed concentric ripples, expanding ceaselessly. Then, upon the chessboard, one corpse curse seal after another emerged. Is this the 8 extremes corpse curse seal? Under the cute bull mask, Li Che's eyes sharpened, as the stronghold and the surrounding powerhouses of the Black Snake Gang were not only numerous but also of high quality. Among them was an 8 extremes corpse curse seal, which trembled slightly and emerged under the impact of the death chi. An 8 extremes corpse god envoy of the corpse god cult. With a sigh from beneath the mask, Li Che took a deep breath. An ambush, indeed. Black Snake Gang had become the bait that lured him to bite. After all, only a few forces of the fishing gang were left now, and since the Black Snake Gang had been monitoring Shishi because of her significant connection with Bull Demon, they had constantly been stalking and lying in ambush. But it was also because of the relationship between Shishi and Bull Demon. Thus, the fishing gang believed that Bull Demon would definitely make a move against the Black Snake Gang. Lu Jinsong and Thunder Old 7, 2 vice leaders of the fishing gang, were currently hidden within the Black Snake Gang stronghold, concealing their energy and aura, using a secret technique to shield their divinity. There was also a corpse god envoy from the corpse god cult nearby, exuding a tremendously terrifying presence. Though quite distant, the intimidation it brought was exceedingly fearsome. All were quietly waiting for Bull Demon to take the bait. A divine minister, 2 from illusory phase realm, this setup was truly no small matter, quite a show of respect. You guys are really something. Li Che chuckled. With Flying Thunder Chess Saint present, he had the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Even if he was just bait, he could easily consume it. Consuming bait was Bull Demon's specialty. From the start of his career, he had always been on the path of bait consumption. Fishing? Li Che loved fishing the most. The fishing gang just couldn't believe it. They must have guessed that Bull Demon possessed the art of teleportation, so they had set the ambush in advance. Or rather, they were confident they had mastered a means to counter the art of teleportation. But Bull Demon's teleportation was not just any ordinary art of teleportation. Though he possessed the teleportation technique from Flying Thunder Chess Saint, Li Che still felt it unnecessary to take such a huge risk and recklessly charge into an ambush. Being a bit more cautious in life never hurts. Li Che, donning the Bull Demon mask, was mad, wild, and completely unrestrained. But not foolhardy. A sinister, low chuckle came from beneath the cute bull mask. Grandpa Bull, I won't play with you guys anymore. Moreover, killing didn't necessarily require close quarters. A fierce wind howled furiously. With the tips of his feet touching down, his burly body shattered the biting cold wind, blending silently into the shadows. Huh. Suddenly, Li Che let out a soft exclamation. Within the heaven and earth chessboard, a familiar aura brazenly intruded, resembling a thunderous serpent across the land, swiftly moving, dominant and imperious as it approached. Recklessly, utterly reckless? Inside the room, the lights were bright. The leader of the Black Snake Gang sat upright on a chair, his expression solemn. By his side, a heavy iron broadsword stood by, gripped in his hands. Sitting upright with his sword across his taishi chair, the eyes of the Black Snake Gang leader were radiant, appearing calm and collected. But his grip on the broadsword was uncontrollably sweating, with veins popping and twitching non-stop, revealing the tension in his heart at this moment. Although using the corpse curse seal, he had forged himself into a cursed iron corpse, his physical body rivaling the strength of a grandmaster. His divine base had also been forcibly elevated by the masterful cultivation of the leader of the fishing gang, promising him a chance at survival by reaching divine base perfection. But he was still somewhat horrified. After all, the name of Bull Demon was indeed formidable within Golden Light Prefecture City. The slaughters of 7 subordinate gangs of the fishing gang, all were due to Bull Demon. Mutilated corpses, exploded heads, rivers of blood. Facing such a ruthless and violent criminal, how could the leader of the Black Snake Gang not be afraid? Who the heck isn't afraid of dying? Now that my body is forged into a cursed iron corpse, I rival a grandmaster. Bull Demon cannot possibly defeat me instantly. As long as I survive, the forces lying in ambush will strike, and Bull Demon will be unable to escape. The leader of the Black Snake Gang inwardly encouraged himself. Will Bull Demon come? He certainly will. The leader of the Black Snake Gang knew well, according to the information from Zhang Xiangyang, that Bull Demon was Shishi's protector. Having monitored Shishi for so long, how could Bull Demon possibly let the Black Snake Gang off the hook? I just need to hold on. I just need not to be defeated instantly. Bull Demon will surely die if he comes. Thinking of the forces lying in ambush around him, the leader of the Black Snake Gang breathed heavily, stirring up a sharp wind. Suddenly, he heard the sound of thunder by his ear. He abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting. Bull Demon came? However, when the leader of the Black Snake Gang heard the thunderous roar, the thunder had already reached him. In the pitch-black night sky behind, as if Thor himself had fiercely hammered down a thunderbolt from the vast heights. With the thunder tearing through the darkness, the head of the Black Snake Gang leader, transformed into a cursed iron corpse, burst explosively, with a dull thud. The ground behind the leader of the Black Snake Gang immediately sank into a deep pit, with radial cracks weaving and spreading. A brilliant blue remhorn hammer, smashing into the center of the deep pit, with dust flying around, sizzling currents of electricity arced. Bull Demon had not crouched down, but the rem had arrived. Crack, boom, the storm raged, with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Drops of rain flew down from the dark clouds, pouring over the human world. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Streaks of lightning danced on the azure remhorn hammer, as if endowed with life, and the majestic and tyrannical divinity interwove upon it. The leader of the Black Snake Gang, a strong fighter who had tempered his flesh with the corpse curse mark to the level of a cursed iron corpse. Even a grandmaster would find him extremely troublesome and difficult to defeat with ease. Yet, the remhorn hammer that roared towards him shattered his skull effortlessly, blasting it into pieces, which spoke volumes of the formidable strength and divinity contained within. The Black Snake Gang's stronghold, along with the spreading stench of blood, instantly became a frenzy, with many of its members trembling in fear and shock. They looked in the direction of the lightning and thunder. They saw a figure with a cat face mask, striding with hands behind his back, twisting the wind and rain, lightly stepping on the black tiled roofs, arriving as if floating through the air. After landing outside the gang's courtyard, he stepped forward lightly with a lifted foot. With every step, it seemed as though he called the earth to tremble in synchrony, like the beat of a drum pounding in the chest, making the hearts of the Black Snake Gang members nearly freeze, and their heartbeats to be drawn out and connected. A quenched bone warrior couldn't bear it, sweating profusely and coughing up blood, collapsing to the ground with uncontainable fear in his eyes. Many blood exchange warriors were also on the verge of exploding, nearly unable to stand steady. The cat face mask, the remhorn hammer, remhorn sky shatterer, Li Qingshan. The members of the Black Snake Gang felt their souls escaping. They knew all too well the weight of the name Li Qingshan. How many experts had that remhorn hammer killed in Mansion City? How much expert blood had it soaked in? Compared to Bull Demon, they were even more terrified of this notorious being. The rain fell from the sky, but before it could reach Li Qingshan, it was completely twisted away by an invisible chi mechanism. In front of Nurse Momo, Li Qingshan always appeared hunched and aged, all to prevent her from developing other thoughts and to tell her that he too had aged. But when it came to killing, Li Qingshan was not like that. He stretched with a lazy yawn, and countless divinities converged as if they were a thunderbolt Jiaolong coiling behind him, opening its mouth to yawn and stretching its body. Still, Mansion City is the most comfortable place. I can mobilize as much divinity as I want. True chi and vitality can also be used recklessly. Under the cat face mask, a faint laugh spread out. It's a pity that you didn't kill me while I was away from Mansion City. His voice echoed within the eerily silent Black Snake Gang courtyard. No one dared to answer. The members of the Black Snake Gang knew that Li Qingshan was not really conversing with them. The two deputy leaders of the Black Snake Gang, in utter terror, trembling legs, threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Spare us. Peak Master Li, spare our lives. Perhaps taking the lead, the members of the Black Snake Gang threw down their weapons one after another and knelt down, devoid of any will to resist. Li Qingshan, under the mask, glanced indifferently. He clenched his 5 fingers. The remhorn sky-breaking hammer, shooting with lightning arcs, suddenly shot back from where it was wedged in the pit, smashing the heads of the 2 deputy leaders in the process, blasting blood and brain matter everywhere. With a slap, Li Qingshan grasped the remhorn sky-breaking hammer, not paying attention to the Black Snake Gang members, stomped the ground, and a surging surge of vitality erupted instantly, transforming into 3 roaring flood dragons soaring into the heavens. Qian Yuan Divine Sect, the Grand Master's ultimate skill in body tempering, 8 flood dragons overturning the rivers. Boom! The entire ground instantly exploded, with numerous cracks spreading wildly, countless shattered rocks lifted by underground heat blasting into the air. Li Qingshan, with 3 heads of blood flood dragons coiling around, charged out like an ancient ferocious beast. A house instantly exploded. Li Qingshan. The voice was heavy, with a hint of dread. It was Lu Jinsong, the illusory phase realm cultivator and deputy leader of the fishing gang. Concealed here, his purpose was to set a trap for Bull Demon in coordination with experts from the corpse god cult and to lay a net of heaven and earth. However, he had not expected Bull Demon, but instead caught a rem that broke through the heavens. Li Qingshan was much more difficult to deal with than Bull Demon. Not just because of his identity, but also his strength. The robust true chi swept wildly, clearing away the debris from the exploded house, and Li Qingshan, holding the remhorn hammer in one hand, stood tall in the midst. Centered on his body, the surrounding airflow was aggressively pressured away by the raging 3-headed blood flood dragons. Rising into the air, Lu Jinsong, with a vague and illusory divine minister's appearance behind him, had a very ugly expression. Bull Demon has slaughtered 7 forces under my fishing gang. Today's trap was solely set to kill Bull Demon? What are you mixing into, Li Qingshan? Lu Jinsong exclaimed angrily. Ranked 7th on the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum, possessing the 6 Ministry's divine base, suspension thought Thunderstrike Evil Annihilator, he had also mastered the Master's ultimate study from Qian Yuan Divine Sect, 8 Flood Dragon's River overturning skill. Ordinary illusory phase realm cultivators were no match for Li Qingshan, unless it was a cultivator who had also fashioned a 6 offices level illusory aspect, otherwise one could hardly suppress Li Qingshan with rank. And who could compete with Li Qingshan, who mastered the Divine Sect ultimate skill, 8 Flood Dragon's River overturning skill, in a direct fight of physical strength? I am a wanderer of the Divine Sect, if I don't take care of it, who will? Li Qingshan smiled beneath the mask. The next moment, he exhaled thunderously, his voice startling and majestic. Without any nonsense, Li Qingshan knew who Bull Demon was, the reason why Bull Demon had fought with bare hands against forces under the fishing gang by following the reports. This fishing gang, colluding with the corpse god cult, harming ordinary people, cultivating evil techniques, they deserve to die. Today, he returned to Golden Light Prefecture City to intimidate and to display his boldness. He wanted those fellows in Golden Light Prefecture City to once again remember his Remhorn hammer wielded by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a step forward, and 3 furious dragons writhed as if flames leapt. It was as though countless arcs of lightning burst and scampered, sweeping across with the sound of his voice in an instant. You say I can't manage. Boom! The Remhorn hammer tore through the air, as if a giant hammer struck a drum surface, with the heavens and earth as the drum, and numerous bolts of lightning sprung up, the arcs of lightning shooting into the sky as if a thunderstorm whipped the human world. Just one hammer blow dominated and overwhelmed. Within 100 yards, all was dazzling lightning to the extreme. The lightning entwined with the Grand Master Vitality furious dragons, making the world seem to lose its luster in that moment. Lu Jinsong's illusory divine aspect was, at that moment, overshadowed and dim. This one hammer? Such a hammer? The divinity of the 6 bureaus pervaded the heavens and the earth, entangled within the shadow of the hammer, Li Qingshan's spirit, true qi, and boldness, all bursting forth with this hammer blow. I will die. I am going to die. I am at the divine phase realm. Lu Jinsong roared furiously, and with a violent push of his hands forward, the void aspect divine figures, as though solidified in the heavens and earth, glared down upon the human world. However, beneath the cute bull mask, Li Qingshan sneered. His hammer swept past, the thunderous hammer sound resonating with his sneer through heaven and earth. Divine Minister? Mere illusion. Besides, what kind of divine foundation have you forged? What sort of divine foundation have I forged? My divine foundation, traded for with my life before the temple god. You dare compare with me? In the darkness, Li Che, wearing the cute bull mask, concealed his essence, qi, and spirit, blending into it, as he watched Li Qingshan's move from afar. So fierce. Li Che's pupils contracted slightly, shaken to the core. Just feeling the faint traces of lightning that reached out made his flesh tingle, as if his very cells were numbed by the stimulation, to shatter the darkness with lightning. All evil spirits dispersed, unrivaled in dominance, and that Grand Master Vitality, so robust, with 3 heads of furious dragons that seemed ready to overturn rivers and seas, changing the very complexion of the world. He was much more powerful than the time in Fei Lei City, not even on the same level. Li Che knew, in Fei Lei City, Li Qingshan had no divinity within him, relying solely on his physical body, and it seemed even his bodily vitality could not be released at will. Yet even then, he had crushed 3 cursed iron corpse experts of the corpse god cult. Li Che thought that even with Li Qingshan's divinity in place and his vitality unrestrained, he wouldn't be so strong. But who knew the gap could be so vast? Li Qingshan was only at the divine foundation level after all. However, Li Che quickly calmed down, his eyes focused intently as his mind whirled with endless thoughts, flipping through ideas ceaselessly. Finally, he exhaled a breath that rumbled like rolling thunder. In an instant, his figure blended into the darkness. Without a sound, without a trace. Pu? In the night sky, countless droplets of spring rain were blasted into smithereens, exploding into a dense fog of mist. The illusory divine minister, like a porcelain sculpture riddled with cracks, shattered to pieces and dissipated into the world. The deputy leader of the fishing gang, Lu Jinsong, cried out in agony as he spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his tragic screams tearing through the darkness of the night. With a single hammer strike, lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky like a spider's web erupting, as if even the void itself had been shattered. Lu Jinsong's body was sent flying horizontally in midair by the blow, his bones crackling loudly, and as he hung suspended, uncontrollably spewing blood that resembled dense mercury, thud, Lu Jinsong crashed onto the main street, where the bricks shattered and the ground collapsed beneath him, dust billowing out in a widening circle from the impact. Just one hammer strike, and Lu Jinsong, of the illusory phase realm, was defeated. Cough, cough, cough. Isn't the corpse god envoy going to make a move? In the large crater in the street, Lu Jinsong, clutching his chest, teetered on his feet as he roared with eyes about to split. With just one strike of the hammer, he was bloodied all over. Had it been a real fight to the death, he would have been hammered to death. Therefore, at this moment, he did not hesitate to reveal the hidden identity of the corpse god envoy. A fellow deist may die, but I shall not. The masters of the corpse god cult, draw the fire power? He had no sense of shame. Too many with the void aspect had been hammered by Li Qingshan. One more made no difference. It was normal to be unable to fight back. The main thing was, he was truly terrified by the power of that one strike for the first time. Indeed, a master from the Yunzhou Divine Foundation spectrum? How terrifying must those in the top 3 be? All he wanted now was to escape. Lu Jinsong's body swayed, and in the same moment he yelled out, He cast a divine secret technique, turning into a streak of blood that shot away in an instant. Amidst Lu Jinsong's roaring, Li Qingshan ignored the fleeing Lu Jinsong, his eyes brimming with a surge of murderous intent. Compared to Lu Jinsong, the masters of the corpse god cult were the bigger fish. His divine sense ran rampant as he gripped the Remhorn hammer and smashed it down onto the ground, the currents of electricity spreading from the earth in all directions. "Come out, you bastard!" Li Qingshan bellowed. Behind him emerged a millstone-like divine foundation, as if it were piled up with thunderbolts. Atop the divine foundation, ancient symbols composed of countless lightning bolts moved around, and an aura unique to a temple god diffused from it. In the distance, dense corpse chi and death chi rose into the sky, and in a flash, the world seemed to grow even darker. A temple god rose into the air, its appearance bizarre, with a giant nose swinging as if it were the hammer of heaven and earth, and a strange fragrance immediately wafted and drifted from that nose. 6 desires. Pilu Nose Fragrance Corpse God. A divine minister of the corpse god cult. A dark figure emerged from the cosmos, its rank pressure sweeping out, causing Li Qingshan, who was gripping the Remhorn hammer under the mask of a cute cow, to suddenly narrow his eyes. True divine phase realm cultivators are not as easy to hammer as illusory phase realm cultivators. Although named divine phase, illusory phase cultivators do not possess the divine symbol cultivator's divine phase rank pressure. Therefore, Li Qingshan still had room for counterattack relying on his 6 ministries divine base. However, with a real divine phase realm cultivator, once the rank pressure is released, Li Qingshan would find it difficult to swing his hammer at will. But, naturally, the divine phase would have to be dealt with by another divine phase. It seems I've forced out a big fish. Li Qingshan smiled, his eyes sparkling. The bull demon has really driven the corpse god sect into a corner, to actually deploy an 8 extremes corpse god envoy for a personal ambush. What a lineup this is. Li Qingshan, am no more than this after all. How long has that guy been in Mansion City? Everyone, are you still just watching the excitement? A divine phase from the corpse god sect, isn't this an excellent opportunity for glory? Li Qingshan, will not compete with you all for it. Li Qingshan stopped hammering and smiled. In the void, that corpse god envoy shrouded in dense corpse chi, wearing a white mask with a huge 8 written in blood on it, had eyes cold and silent. Behind him, the divine minister with a huge nose, swung his nose fiercely, as if throbbing the heaven and earth. The void was instantly shattered, about to break through and leave. Originally, he had been arranged to ambush the bull demon alone, waiting for the bull demon to act. He would then suppress him with divine phase rank pressure, combined with divine talismans and divine weapons to seal the void, and capture the bull demon first. The bull demon possessed an 8th rank corpse curse mark that must be reclaimed. But instead of waiting for the bull demon, they got a crazed sheep. Bad luck. Ha 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 ha, Li Qingshan, you've stirred up such a big fuss as soon as you returned. Suddenly, a light laughter enveloped heaven and earth. A refined young man in robes, seemingly youthful, walked through the air. Although he had not released divine phase, the terrifying oppression had already distorted heaven and earth. This caused the corpse god sex expert to have a particularly ugly expression. Qin Tianjian Deputy Inspector. Lin Xiu. This corpse god sex expert stood on end. He was lying in wait for the bull demon, but the bull demon was just bait, used to catch him. However, he quickly calmed down, his eyes beneath the mask remaining cold and composed. Our sex divine might rolls in, Yun province will be the next Jizhu, and you will all kneel before the might of the corpse god, basking in divine grace. The indifferent voice came from the 8 extremes corpse god envoy. You are but moths to the flame, even Jimoli was obstructed by our sect. You all will ultimately be reduced to ashes under the great trend. Great trend? What great trend do you count for? Deputy Inspector Lin Xiu scoffed, arching his eyebrows disdainfully, and with a single hook of his fingers, streams of air stirred violently, divine phase pressure thundered and rolled, like a storm pressing down. Li Qingshan silently stepped back. In the battle of divine phases, he no longer interfered. Today was considered a case of catching a big fish, also the biggest gain of his triumphant return. Only the corpse god's sex infiltration into the various forces of Mansion City was much worse than he had imagined. As for this divine symbol cultivator from the corpse god sect and how he would be easily captured was no longer his concern. Since this corpse god envoy made a grand appearance, he was like a rat crossing the street. When the corpse god sect acted in the shadows, none could intervene, each had their own thoughts, but once exposed, no one really wanted to flip the table and admit to joining hands with the demon sect. Thus, they would all act, and Mansion City had divine phases sitting in his state, this divine minister from the corpse god sect. He truly had no escape. The fishing gang's leader, Jing Wudao, could no longer hide and had to curse and lash out. Meanwhile, in the Temple Control Bureau, a divine symbol cultivator released pressure. This night, Mansion City was in chaos. A battle of divine phases, triggered by the ploy to catch the bull demon, erupted thunderously. And yet, from the beginning to the end, the bull demon, who was supposed to be caught, did not even show a single hair. Boom. The divine phase rank's oppressive force collided with a boom, as if thunder rolled within the clouds. The night sky above Mansion City seemed to brighten significantly. A blood-red thread streaked rapidly through the sky. After shooting out of the city, it continued to blast dozens of feet before smashing harshly onto the official road, gouging a trench into the ground. Lu Jinsong's body, as if flung out by a tremendous force, hit the ground and, like a stone skipping across water, bounced several times before coming to a stop. Steam rose in plumes, with smoke billowing unrestrained. A deep pit appeared on the official road, with interlaced cracks concaved from the impact. Heat and dense smell of blood made it nearly unbearable, lingering without dispersing. Lu Jinsong staggered to his feet within the pit, turning his head back for a glance at the divine symbol cultivators battling high above the city. His face shifted through myriad expressions. Li Qingshan. Lu Jinsong ground his teeth in frustration and anger. He pulled his leg free, ready to turn around and flee. While everyone was distracted by the divine symbol battle, it was the perfect time for him to escape. He had intentionally provoked the corpse god envoy to create an opportunity for himself to break away. Right now, with the divine symbol battle inside the city, Li Qingshan won't be able to pay attention to me. It's impossible he would come to kill me. Cough cough cough. That damn Li Qingshan. Such a thunderous slay evil. Once I join the corpse god cult and cultivate the cursed copper corpse, I'll certainly come back. When the corpse god cult breaks through Golden Light Prefecture City, captures divine sacked Zhanglei Peak, I will personally twist off your dog head, Li Qingshan. Lu Jinsong was full of unwillingness. His eyes flickered as a corpse curse mark emanating a strong death chi surfaced on his mud pill palace. In an instant, countless corpse chi writhed beneath his skin like flood dragons, aiding him in rapidly recovering his injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he utilized a last-ditch escape technique that relied on his blood, for now his expenditure was enormous. His whole body felt as if drained of blood. Fortunately, the powerful Grand Master body was continuously generating new blood, offering him a new lease on life, but he needed to find a place to heal quickly, else his severe injuries would permanently cut off his path to becoming a divine symbol. Divine foundation of 6 offices level, indeed extraordinary. Too bad, I'm not a real divine phase cultivator, otherwise under the pressure of rank, you, Li Qingshan, would not dare to act rashly. Lu Jinsong coughed up a mouthful of filthy blood, his face dark with frustration. Boom! Dark clouds blanketed the heavens, ink spreading across the night sky, as countless lightning snakes roamed and rolled within the clouds. The long-contained downpour finally broke free, drenching the mountains, land, and rivers of the entire Golden Light Prefecture. The world became hazy and pitch black, obscuring one's senses. Lu Jinsong, soaked through by the rain, was about to leave the deep pit. However, the moment he tried to pull his foot out of the pit, his movement abruptly halted. His strong illusory phase realm cultivator's divine sense made him realize something was amiss. From all around, it felt as if a tide of terrifying and suffocating intent to kill was flooding in. Like a quiet deer grazing in the forest suddenly senses the bone-chilling dread of being targeted by a skilled hunter. Rainwater gathered into streams on Lu Jinsong's chin, dripping down endlessly. Suddenly, the dark cloud rumbled with lightning, illuminating endless white light. In the brilliant white light, Lu Jinsong's hair stood on end as he suddenly saw, just 2 yards in front of him, a figure wearing a bamboo hat had appeared silently. As his gaze fell upon him, the figure under the hat abruptly lifted his face, splashing countless droplets of water, revealing a cute bull mask that seemed all the more lively and adorable in the pouring rain. Boom! Thunder exploded above the sky, and the flickering lightning illuminated the human world. A cute bull mask, wet with raindrops, with eyes as sharp as fire, stared intently. Lu Jinsong's hair stood on end, feeling as if his blood had frozen in that instant. Bull demon? Bull demon? No, how dare he? Lu Jinsong's eyes narrowed, a murderous, ink-like ferocity rapidly spreading from his pupils. A strong resentment and killing intent burst forth from Lu Jinsong. Ridiculous and laughable emotions arose in Lu Jinsong's heart. Has he, Lu Jinsong, become so pathetic? As a grand illusory phase cultivator, this bull demon also dares to come after him alone? He's courting death? Lu Jinsong's killing intent towards the bull demon was stronger than ever. How else could he have ended up like this if not for this bull demon? Every time he tried to capture the bull demon, he was escaped using a special art of teleportation. This guy is not only sinister and malicious but also slippery as an eel. Possessing the art of teleportation, truly troublesome to the extreme. However, the bull demon never dared to confront Lu Jinsong directly because the bull demon wasn't really that strong, it could only kill forces under the fishing gang. Now, does the bull demon actually want to take advantage of his injury to pick up a cheap victory? Truly. He's courting death? Boom! Lu Jinsong roared with fury as if insulted, as erupting true chi of a Grand Master accelerated the regeneration of new blood in his body. The originally shattered illusory divine minister by Li Qingshan's hammer now struggled to consolidate, filled with cracks, its power greatly diminished. Yet, still a divine aspect. Numerous air currents stirred, and the rain was shattered by divinity, exploding into a myriad of droplets. Dense divinity, as if awakening from a slumber, the vague air currents fused with divinity, slowly consolidating. He, Lu Jinsong, couldn't defeat Li Qingshan, and now he couldn't defeat you, bull demon? A cowardly, despicable fellow, showing his head and hiding his tail? Boom! The ground instantly exploded, numerous rocks crushed into powder under the terrifying pressure of the divine aspect, dust fiercely thrown into the air. Although Lu Jinsong was injured, he showed no fear. Bull demon. So what? Perfect, he's coming to his death? Lu Jinsong had never feared the bull demon. Compared to Li Qingshan, the bull demon excelled in cunning and slipperiness with that annoying teleporting ability. But in a real head-on clash, 10 bull demons were no match for the threat posed by one Li Qingshan. Suddenly, Lu Jinsong's eyes narrowed, only to see the burly body of the bull demon throwing something forward. In an instant, 6 black, fat crow-shaped objects fell to the ground, detonating with 6 booms. Countless fine powders made from divine crystals flew all around, enveloping Lu Jinsong. This is divine crystal powder ground to dust? Lu Jinsong's eyes narrowed, recognizing the substance flying all around, and internally he cursed, not good. He stumped heavily, terrifying blood and true qi erupted from his body, his palm ferociously aimed at the bull demon. Billowing, roaring currents of air howled, countless raindrops dispersed, intending to knock off all the dust. 8 extremes divine crystal powder, my divinity, can't move. His heart suddenly sank. Lu Jinsong felt his anger conjured, fragmented divine aspect blur and distort, the connection to the divinity in the mud pill palace abruptly severed. Instantly, his already weak illusory aspect completely collapsed. Clever bull demon? Knowing that the divine aspect's divinity was too difficult to contend with, so you found 8 extremes divine crystal, ground it to dust, and exploded it into a zone where divinity action was restricted. Planning to bring both to the same level, to clash using martial artists' blood and qi, that's smart. Using divinity, you surely couldn't surpass me, and there's no way the bull demon could condense a 6 ministries divine base like Li Qingshan. Even Li Qingshan's 6 ministries divine base actually isn't as good as the illusory aspect's divinity. Li Qingshan's strength isn't just his 6 ministries divine base, it's also his grand master physique. Having mastered the divine sect ultimate skill 8 flood dragon's river overturning skill, that's the true basis of Li Qingshan's strength. So, what about you, bull demon? Even without my divinity, I'm still a true qi grandmaster? The bull demon shows no trace of true qi fluctuation, clearly not a grandmaster warrior. How can he compete? With a flick of a finger, a long saber is grabbed from the Qinkan jade, swung fiercely at the bull demon. Massive true qi converged in this one slash, brilliant as the blazing sun, instantly slicing through the sky, stirring the tearing airflow to wail, then booming as it exploded. The dazzling saber light, wrapped in rolling true qi, seemed to even slice open a void in the divine crystal powder. Grandmaster's one strike, bull demon comes to death. Lu Jinsong couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, with one slash, instantly cleaving into the body of the bull demon mask splitting into pieces, the bull demon cleaved from the shoulder into 2. So easily executed, a slash as if slicing through vegetables. Bull demon, just so much. However, Lu Jinsong soon sensed something was amiss, because there was no blood. No smell of blood. That one slash cleaved through the bull demon, yet there was no spill of any blood. Lu Jinsong's eyes narrowed, a bad feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Only to see the cleaved bull demon suddenly explode, colorful dust billowing from the shattered bull demon body. As Lu Jinsong, possessing a grandmaster's body, connected heaven and earth, every breath he took was like a whale's respiration. He inhaled a breath mixed with dust, and Lu Jinsong's expression changed in horror, his face turning green. Lime? No. Lime mixed with divine crystal powder and poison. It's extremely toxic. How despicable. Lu Jinsong roared angrily, quickly sealing off his nose and mouth, and spat out the poison he had just inhaled. Lu Jinsong stomped down hard, roaring and howling. The long knife in his hand suddenly unfurled, the blade light swirling, the air currents whistling to expel and burst the air around him, preventing the poisonous divine crystal dust from approaching. But suddenly, a rank pressure that made Lu Jinsong's scalp tingle and his hair stand on end burst out from behind him. Bang, that was the sound of flesh breaking free from shackles, swelling and expanding with a boom. Lu Jinsong turned his head and saw a towering figure he would never forget. Dazzling gold burst from his eyes, it was points of golden smoke spilling from his pupils. Countless black, vigorous strands of hair grew wildly, hanging to his waist like a thick, incomparably heavy black cloak, fluttering in the wind and airflow. One after another, thick veins like giant jiao snakes writhed and squirmed under the nearly crimson skin. Vajra indestructible, perfected horizontal refinement? Prototype of divine powers, dragon elephant Vajra, ascend. With each heavy step, the bull demon crushed a black temple god chess piece suddenly. The resulting black mist exploded, shooting up in an instant and rushing into the nostrils beneath the bull demon mask. His inner chi seemed to take on a layer of red, as if burning and boiling. The bull demon unleashed a move called White Tiger Turbulent Wind. After reaching the divine meridian realm, Li Che once again performed ascending the tower, and the strength in his flesh after expansion qualitatively transformed. He had indeed given birth to the power of the dragon elephant. Strength out of Dao Fruit, 1 dragon, 1 elephant. He threw a punch, like an ancient giant elephant swinging its trunk. Amidst Lu Jinsong's trembling and stiffening veins and blood flow, it pressed down with an irresistible domineering stance. It appeared slow, but the speed was extremely fast, crushing the air currents and smashing hard onto Lu Jinsong's chest. The next instant, Lu Jinsong's grandmaster physique felt an extremely obvious force. It was a power that seemed to be a blend of a jiao dragon and a wild elephant, infused into the inner chi that accompanied his punch, trampling and lashing at his body. Is this inner chi? Lu Jinsong's eyes bulged in anger, his skin turned crimson, but it was too late to counter. The inner chi that had rushed into his body shattered his grandmaster true chi, his python muscles, tiger bones, and his entire circulatory meridian system. A large cloud of exploding blood mist lingered where he stood, yet Lu Jinsong's body had already been smashed flying 30 yards away. His body heavily fell to the ground, like a 1,000-pound drop, causing the earth to cave in all at once, and a ring of dust that shot up like rehearsed fireworks. Lying on the ground, Lu Jinsong's eyes held a trace of bewilderment. How could he be so strong? How could the bull demon possibly be this strong? Inner chi tore through his true chi, muscles, and bone, and the meridians of his circulatory system. Is this channel opening? This was Lu Jinsong's last thought. Because after the bull demon threw his punch, shattering his resistance, it came over like a pitch-black mountain moving horizontally through the abyss. A long spear, crimson and dazzling, burst forth with divine majesty. As it quivered and pointed in a flash, it spread like a peacock's tail. Countless spear images punctured his body. They snuffed out the last of his life. When the dust settled. On the edge of the ruins, Li Che's figure, tall and solid like a mountain with dark robust hair fluttering like a cape, his eyes shimmering with golden light, appeared extremely mystical amid the roaring dark clouds. Looking down into the deep pit at the ravaged corpse of Lu Jinsong, the bull demon mask on Li Che's face gave a deep look, his hand slowly lifted, the fingers curled inward. Above Lu Jinsong's corpse, countless wisps of divinity rose up like smoke, intertwining and converging into a silhouette. Soul capturing. Worship me? The numerous raindrops were torn apart as a figure shot towards them with the speed of a cannonball, the air vibrating and forming expanding ripples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed, rapidly approaching. Divinity intertwined behind them, twisting into a blurred divine minister. With a voluptuous figure too plump to see her feet, Gong Yunli frowned, her robe as a minor supervisor fluttering loudly in the heavy rain and wind. I'm late. Gong Yangliancheng next to her also sank into a somber mood, pinching his beard. Approaching the edge of the deep pit, he saw the mangled flesh within the ruins and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers seemingly grasping at nothing, and instantly a ball of airflow converged in his palm. His divine sense overflowed, sensing the materials and sense within the sphere of airflow. His expression turned strange. Arsenic, sudden green powder, carbuncle top red, lime, and divine crystal powder, vicious methods, and the lingering divinity of the three-eyed fierce true lord in the air. The one who made the move is undoubtedly the bull demon, Gong Yangliancheng analyzed. The bull demon? That bull demon dared to kill someone in the illusory phase realm. Junior supervisor Gong Yunli was incredibly surprised, covering her mouth in astonishment. The bull demon, was that fierce? A gravely wounded illusory phase, Gong Yangliancheng solemnly added. After Li Qingshan's hammer strike, Lu Jinsong's illusory phase shattered, and his divine force could probably only exert less than 30% of its power. His Grandmaster level flesh was also hammered by Li Qingshan until he coughed up blood. In all aspects, he was far from his peak, so calling him gravely wounded was no exaggeration. But that the bull demon managed it is quite impressive. He even dared to stage an ambush when the fishing gang's experts had cast their net wide to catch him. Impressive indeed, Gong Yunli exclaimed. A gust of wind whizzed by, and Li Qingshan arrived with his hands behind his back, wearing a cat-faced mask, hiding the remhorn hammer in his sleeves. Looking down into the pit at Lu Jinsong's dead state, the expression beneath Li Qingshan's mask was almost shockingly twisted. Does that boy have such audacity? Even dare to kill the illusory phase realm cultivator? What if, isn't he afraid that what if, he gets counter-killed by the illusory phase? That is a being in the illusory phase realm, only half a step away from the true power of the divine minister rank. After a long time, Li Qingshan let out a complex breath of turbid air. This bull demon. He could only sigh like this. Others do not know who the bull demon is. Could he be ignorant about it? A year ago, that bull demon was merely a blood exchange warrior. Even before arriving at Mansion City, he had barely stepped into the realm of chi channels. Now, he actually killed an illusory phase, even if it was just finishing off a critically wounded foe. But an illusory phase, even critically wounded, also has far thicker blood than someone at the chi channels level. Impressive. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled, feeling that he might have really misjudged him. This Li Che might have potential not inferior to that of his daughter, the supreme spiritual child. Li Qingshan now felt an urge, the urge to immediately meet someone. However, tonight's events have not yet concluded, the storm has just begun. Li Qingshan could only suppress his anticipation and curiosity. Let's go, dead clean, didn't leave a thing for this old man. What's so exciting about a rotten corpse? The fishing gang is done for, let's settle accounts, the bad things they've done over the years, now they have to pay with their lives. Li Qingshan chuckled. Mansion City, there's someone who hates evil even more than this old Li. Inside the study, the candle flickered gently. Li Che slowly opened his eyes, returning the chess piece in his grasp to the chessboard Dao Fruit. Taking off his hood, putting away his mask and black robe, Li Che withdrew the Linda Divine General from his thoughtful willow wood body into the pure heart Dao Fruit. Li Che exhaled, sitting in the Taishi chair, gazing absent-mindedly at the flickering candle light, the smile at the corner of his mouth no longer containable. Lu Jinsong deserved to be an illusory phase realm cultivator, giving Li Che tremendous pressure, even though he had already been hammered into a critical state by Li Qingshan. Still, he was not someone ordinary. The pressure brought on by the imposing presence of the illusory phase was immense, although not as great as the true divine minister rank. It was enough to reduce Li Che's combat power by 2 to 3/10. Therefore, Li Che immediately used the powder of the 8 extremes divine crystal he had drained. Only such powder could restrain the divinity of the illusory phase realm. Moreover, it was done in 2 phases. The first time he used a raven grenade to blast the dust and smoke, the second time using poison, lime mixed with divine crystal powder, to ensure Lu Jinsong indeed could not utilize his divinity. It was at this moment, he activated the ascending stance. After breaking through to the divine vein in his cultivation, the boost from activating the ascending stance was immense, even awaking the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. With full force, he shattered Lu Jinsong's bones and muscles, and then came his furious and wild onslaught with finishing blows. If Lu Jinsong wasn't injured, I would fear another intense battle. Ambushes always offer the best cost-effectiveness ratio. So people should not be easily injured, otherwise, it's too easy to be attacked. It's better to be the attacker rather than the one being attacked. Reflection, summarizing, innovating, learning from the lessons of enemies beaten to death. Li Che conducted a post-battle review. After the review, he adjusted his breathing, exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the turbulence in his heart. Li Che's eyelids drooped as he began to deal with the loot, taking an inventory of his gains. The proceeds of an illusory phase realm cultivator were enough to make Li Che's heart skip a beat, filled with anticipation. Although he was only the deputy leader of the fishing gang, he was still a master of the illusory phase. In the eyes of Mansion City, those of the illusory phase are considered first-class experts. His wealth, no doubt, wouldn't be shabby. Moreover, masters of such a level as the illusory phase would definitely carry their treasures on themselves, which is safer than hiding them away. Therefore, Li Che was quite looking forward to the loot from this endeavor. The first thing Li Che eyed was the divine crystal. There were 2 9 luminaries divine crystals, and then 20 10 cities divine crystals. The gains are too great to declare? Li Che was still rather excited and thrilled. The feeling of sudden wealth always made him reminisce and linger. However, what made Li Che slightly regretful was that Lu Jinsong's collection did not have the 8 extremes divine crystal. Indeed, the 8 extremes divine crystal is rare and precious. Even if Lu Jinsong had them, he would have used them for his own cultivation at first opportunity. How could he let Li Che take advantage of that? After confirming the divine crystal, Li Che's excitement subsided, and he began to continue tallying his gains. A divine weapon, a 9 luminaries superior grade long saber, which was quite valuable. What surprised Li Che were the elixirs, the Corpse God Colt's 9th rank superior martial pills, the Corpse God 1000 Ghosts Death Chi condensing martial pills, in great quantity 3 bottles, 9 pills each. This Lu Jinsong has completely defected to the Corpse God cult and obtained great benefits, planning to cultivate a cursed corpse body. Li Che's eyes flickered as he understood why Lu Jinsong had so many Death Chi martial pills. As for cultivation techniques, Li Che did not gain much. Lu Jinsong's cultivated divinity was the divinity of sadness among the 7 emotions divinity, which shared the same origin as Li Che's angry Crytown ghost. Li Che wanted to forge the 7 emotions divine base, still lacking the divinity of fear and worry divine nature. Therefore, the same origin divine methods did not mean much to him. It's a pity. As a force under the 5 great clans and 5 great sects of Mansion City, how splendid their treasury must be. I've missed the chance to see it. Li Che felt a pang of regret, beating his chest and stamping his feet a little. They didn't give me time, should have waited for me, waited until I became stronger. Sighing, Li Che put away his gains. He began to feel the transformations and improvements in himself from this battle. Before him, glimmering lights faintly twinkled past. Dragon Elephant Vajra, LV 3,20%, Pure Heart, LV 3,5%, Chess Saint, LV 2,68%. The improvement of the Dragon Elephant Vajra Dao Fruit was not small, killing a heavily wounded illusory phase, amounted to a counter-kill under great pressure, and the combat experience transformed into the maturity of the Dao Fruit, which was indeed substantial. But even more substantial was the elevation of the Chess Saint's Dao Fruit. After all, he had siphoned off all of Lu Jinsong's divinity, directly raising the maturity of the Chess Saint's Dao Fruit by 20%. If he could absorb a few more illusory phase cultivators, he could directly advance to LV3. Besides this, Li Che's divine sense circulated, feeling a slight sting in his flesh. This was due to some minor strains caused by the eruption of the power of the dragon elephant while in ascending stance. Power of the dragon elephant, 1 dragon, 1 elephant, is it because I've opened my divine vein? Li Che closed his eyes slightly, recalling and savoring the sensation of the power of the dragon elephant during ascending stance. He took out an angry Xian Jiao blood martial pill, the crush of his strong stomach walls pulverizing the pill coating, the potent medicinal power diffusing throughout his body. Li Che practiced the white tiger chaotic wind fist slowly in his study. It seemed as if the roars of dragons and trumpeting of elephants echoed amidst the snapping and popping of his sinews and bones. Suddenly opening his eyes, the light of the candle flickered, his pupils shining as brilliantly as the rising sun. Power of the dragon elephant, is it a body tempering method derived during the lingering state of the Dao Fruit? The dragon elephant Vajra Dao Fruit derived a Dharma method. Feeling the pressure of battle, he couldn't help but form an initial impression of such a method. Li Che, with his exceptionally high martial arts talent, slowly sketched it out in his mind. Gradually, he documented an unpolished martial art derived from the Dao Fruit. The Dao Fruit gives birth to a method, but the method is not perfect, not complete, it needs to be gradually refined into completeness. creating a method from the Dao Fruit. Li Chei's eyes opened and closed with brilliance, and his emotions surged. Thus, let's first call it Dragon Elephant True Force. Cultivating this force with blood and chi, inner strength, and spirit, constantly improving the burst ceiling of Dragon Elephant power. Man cultivates power, power cultivates man. Now it's 1 dragon, 1 elephant, but can it reach 10 dragons and 10 elephants, 100 dragons and 100 elephants, 1,000 dragons and 1,000 elephants in the future? Li Chei's gaze was blazing. Although Dragon Elephant True Force was not yet perfected, Li Chei felt its starting point was already extraordinary, now comparable to ultimate skill level martial arts. And its potential was incredibly high. I heard that to break through to Grandmaster, one needs to master a true intent ultimate study. Isn't the ultimate study born from my Dao Fruit the opportunity for my future Grandmaster path? Li Chei smiled. The Dharma of a Grandmaster, he had it. The path to Grandmaster was right before his eyes. Even though it's just the beginning of creating the method and not very complete, Li Chei still needed to continuously renew and improve, comparing it to regular Grandmaster methods, and if he could obtain a few ultimate study martial arts, integrating their essence into Dragon Elephant True Force, that would be excellent. That way he could ensure that the future push to become a Grandmaster with Dragon Elephant True Force wouldn't encounter any mishaps. Ultimate skill level martial arts are very rare. Even if they exist, they are the treasures of various forces. The 8 fled dragons overturning the rivers oldly displayed tonight seems to be an ultimate study from the divine sect. If I were to... Li Chei's eyes shone brilliantly, unable to help himself from setting his sights on Li Qingshan. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Forget it, there's no rush. Everything will come in time. Li Chei finished sorting out his gains and didn't continue to linger in the study. Shang Guanqinghong had already taken his leave to return home. It was clear he sensed the aura of divine facade experts competing against each other within Mansion City and knew something big had happened. Old Chen, not knowing when, had gotten hold of a long staff and placed a wooden bench in the yard, sitting with the staff lying across his thighs, his face muscular and trembling, emanating an intimidating presence. Clearly, after sensing the abnormality in Mansion City, he wanted to protect the courtyard with his own strength. Although Old Chen guessed that Li Chei's blood qi had probably long surpassed his own, he still chose to stand guard. Finished with the carving, Old Chen's eyebrows relaxed and he let out a breath upon seeing Li Chei emerge from the study. Li Chei nodded, glanced at the night sky where lightning flashed incessantly, and his eyes slightly narrowed. It was divine symbol cultivators battling each other, their prowess astounding. Reaching up to 300 feet high in the sky, it was like immortals fighting in midair, beyond imagination. An illusory phase cultivator could fly and hover hundreds of meters in the air with ease, and stepping into the real divine symbol, achieving divine observation, they could wield the power of gods, and ascending 1,000 feet was not an issue. Divine symbol cultivators had lives spanning several hundred years, naturally accompanied by inhuman and formidable powers. After Old Chen briefly shared his findings with Li Chei, he opened a gourd and started chugging alcohol down his throat. Mansion City isn't safe either, huh? This world really doesn't have any safe places. Old Chen shook his head. Li Chei fell into silence, unable to deny the truth in Old Chen's words. Not just in this era, but for over 1,000 years, the bizarre happenings of the mysterious temple had always led to natural disasters and calamities, with evil beings running rampant. Naturally, there was no such thing as peace. Old Chen, go to sleep early, I'll keep watch tonight, Li Chei said softly. The more people, the more strength, no worries. I can endure, Old Chen said with a smile. Li Chei moved, his muscles and bones resonating in harmony, his surging blood qi erupted, and his tendons snapped like roaring jiaishe snakes. Triple blood exchange? Old Chen. Sorry to disturb. Old Chen silently picked up his liquor jug and headed towards his room. God damn it, that youngster Li Chei had actually achieved triple blood exchange. How long had he been practicing martial arts? Old Chen had witnessed Li Chei rise from obscurity with his very eyes. The shop mover who was once so careful with the wood carvings had unknowingly become a blood exchange expert. He, Chen Dabao, was no longer the strongest fighter in the house. Li Chei looked at Old Chen, who was leaving while cursing under his breath, and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He sat down on the bench, his gaze piercing, looking up at the night sky. Tonight, the entirety of Golden Light Prefecture was bound to have many sleepless individuals. The divine ministers fought their battles, seemingly having an unspoken agreement not to involve the civilians. It seemed to be much ado about nothing. The night passed peacefully. The morning star rose as expected. The next day, Li Chei took leave from the Kintian Observatory, choosing not to go to work and instead stayed at home with his wife and daughter. Shi sat on the stone steps, holding the miniature Nemo Gatling given by the bull demon, caressing it slowly, holding it dearly. I really want to set off fireworks. When will Master Niu take Shi to set off fireworks? The little girl was obsessed. She felt it had been a long time since she last enjoyed fireworks. Her yaya was about to rust. Listening to Shishi's muttering, Li Chei was at a loss for words. The little girl hadn't kept the fact that she obtained the Nemo Gatling mechanism a secret, believing that her daddy, mommy, and Grandpa Chen were all people she could trust. Now she had to add Master Niu and half of Lu Qi, yes, just half. The spring breeze brushed by, and tender buds sprout new leaves. All things burgeoned with evident vitality. The willow branches swayed, carrying the fresh and cleansing scent of renewal in the air. Outside Listening Flowers Lane, a carriage rolled up. In the courtyard, Li Che, who was training little Stinky She in martial arts, immediately sensed the arrival through the heaven and earth chessboard and raised an eyebrow. As Lu Chi helped Nurse Momo alight from the carriage, Li Che was surprised. It was an acquaintance, and he had not expected Li Qingshan to actually manage to sneak Nurse Momo away. Little Stinky She would surely be thrilled and joyous to know that Nurse Momo had arrived, right? Aside from Nurse Momo, Li Qingshan, looking lazy, also jumped off the carriage and walked across the cobblestones of Listening Flowers Lane towards the courtyard. Approaching the closed courtyard gate and hearing Shishi's wailing from inside due to her reluctance to train, Nurse Momo couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile. She gently knocked on the door. Shishi, go open the door, Li Che said with a smile. Reluctantly, Shishi trudged toward the door, dragging her short wooden stick along. After tiptoeing to unlatch the door, she saw the kindly-faced Nurse Momo standing outside. Shishi's eyes instantly widened. Wow, Momo. She rubbed her meaty hands against her large eyes, doubting what she saw, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her, thinking she was still dreaming. But only when she confirmed that Nurse Momo hadn't turned into a delicious roasted duck did she realize she wasn't dreaming. Wow, Momo's here. Daddy, Momo's come to see me. Shishi immediately dropped her stick and threw herself into Nurse Momo's arms. At the Divine Cultivation Institute of the Su family, Nurse Momo had accompanied Shishi in her training for quite some time, and they had grown quite close. Nurse Momo, who was childless throughout her life, treated these children as her own, showing them great affection. Oh dear, little Shishi, let Momo see, you've gotten thin, huh? Doesn't your daddy feed you? Nurse Momo crouched down, touched Shishi's cheek, her face lively with wrinkles arranging into a smile, showing a look of concern as she spoke. Zhang Ye, who was practicing martial arts, also hurriedly stopped her movements and walked over, greeting him warmly. Zhang Ye was extremely happy, for she had encountered an acquaintance from Feilei City in the Mansion City, feeling as if she had met an old friend in a foreign land. Li Qingshan, with big head Lu Qi, who wore Neza braids, entered the courtyard. This girl. Li Qingshan glanced at Shishi. His trip was originally to find Li Che, for he knew Li Che's identity as Bull Demon, so he had important matters to discuss with Li Che. However, he hadn't expected that this casual glance at Shishi would bring an unexpected discovery. Bone tempering? Wait a minute, it seems like she's almost at bone tempering grade achievement? A 3-year-old reaching bone tempering grade achievement. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback. How could it be so fast? He knew that Shishi, the supreme spiritual child, was talented, but was it to such an extent? He had estimated that Shishi could undergo bone tempering by the age of 7, which was already considered exceptionally talented. Bone tempering at 7, coupled with the divine sect elixirs, hopeful of undergoing blood exchange at 9, stepping into channel opening at 12, and solidifying her divine foundation. If such an achievement were realized, there would be hope of entering the authentic divine sect. But now, Shishi was almost at bone tempering grade achievement at the age of 3. This somewhat overturned Li Qingshan's strategic planning for her growth. According to Li Che's words, it seemed as if a kindergarten student had finished high school curricula. Was this girl bound for the heavens? Li Qingshan took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a seriousness, his brows even unconsciously furrowing. He pondered whether Shishi might possess the potential to be possessed by a temple god or even be reborn as one. This possibility actually existed, although it was extremely difficult for a temple god to reincarnate. A bit of the true spirit had to be immortal, and a woman within 100 miles of the true spirit's location had to be giving birth to create the conditions for a temple god's reincarnation. Could Shishi be such a case? It shouldn't be possible. The mysterious temple outside Feilei City is just in the 10 cities, and its temple god doesn't possess such ability. Upon thinking of this, Li Qingshan's brows relaxed, but his gaze toward Shishi became even more astonished. That is to say, this girl Shishi has no cheat codes, simply relying on innate talent? Li Che certainly noticed Li Qingshan's shock. In fact, Li Che was also quite astonished. Based on Li Qingshan's assessment of Shishi's talent, bone tempering was only possible at the age of 7, but now Shishi's growth clearly exceeded the standard. Why? Li Che felt that it was very likely because of the daily grooming of the Immaculate Heart divinity he provided for Shishi and her mother Zhang Ye. Since obtaining the Dao Fruit of Pure Heart, Li Che hadn't missed a single day grooming their bodies. Immaculate Heart divinity, pure and flawless, was harmless to the body. Li Che had thought that through the grooming with the Immaculate Heart divinity, he could help them extend their lifespans. But unexpectedly, it seemed to have altered their talents. Like Zhang Ye, she hadn't been practicing the sinew-transforming posture for long, and although he intentionally gave guidance, her progress was swift. She was close to major accomplishment in sinew-transforming, and bone tempering was not far off. The talent of Shishi was inherently high, and so was Zhang Ye's. It could be related to the grooming with the essence of Immaculate Heart divinity. Now, Zhang Ye, who was not born as a spirit child, even started to sense divinity. This girl has good talent. Li Qingshan pinched his beard, looking toward Li Che. The spring equinox is upon us, and the Divine Sect branch's admissions test is about to begin. This time, the test involves 13 cities under the jurisdiction of Golden Light Prefecture, including 3 supreme spiritual children, more than 20 upper-class spiritual children, and hundreds of mid-grade and lower spiritual children. All these spiritual children who have stood out from tens of thousands of children have already rushed to Golden Light Prefecture City, preparing for the divine sex recruitment test on the spring equinox. Li Qingshan smiled. The 3 supreme spiritual children were all selected by me. Of course, even among the supreme spiritual children, there are levels of higher and lower, which I have determined based on the thickness of the purple qi divine pillar. Except for you, old spirit child. Li Qingshan, as if thinking of something, gave Li Che an odd look, dropping a hint. Li Che's face darkened, as if he gave a hoot. Did he, Li Che, care to compare himself with 3 children? Li Qingshan, you needn't be so accurate in reading people. Li Che pursed his lips. Li Qingshan continued, I had originally placed Shi as the second ranked, with the first being a youth from Xiang Huanshan of the noble families, named Huang Si Xiang, who has innate divine strength unrivaled and a very high divine talent. Li Che's eyes narrowed. What level is he, having a higher talent than my Shi? Li Qingshan just felt Li Che was really brash. That Huang Si Xiang is not even the one with the best talent. Remember, these are just the supreme spiritual children of the 13 cities under the jurisdiction of Golden Light Prefecture. Li Che raised an eyebrow, and Mansion City is not included. Of course not. Mansion City has the 5 great clans, and it's much easier for clan juniors to be born as spirit children. Nurtured with treasures from a young age, supreme spiritual children are not uncommon, having one at birth. Li Che fell silent. Indeed, that made sense. The 5 great clans had numerous strong individuals, with the bloodline inheritance of the divine minister ancestor, and the nourishment with heavenly and earthly treasures even before birth, indeed having a head start. Li Qingshan and Li Che went to the study room together, where they brewed hot tea, drinking, and chatting. The 5 great clans, willing to send their talented juniors to the divine sect. Li Che, suddenly thinking of something, curiously asked. The 5 great clans are different from the youth of other cities. Take a small clan like those in Fei Lei City, having a divine foundation is already the ceiling, and once the divine foundation passes away, it signifies the beginning of the clan's decline. Therefore, these city-based clans keep their talented youth to cultivate them as divine foundations to protect the family and maintain their status in the city. If they send them to the divine sect, there won't be any news for 20 or 30 years, and the sense of belonging to the family is not strong, so even if they become divine foundations, they might not be willing to return to their clans. Li Qingshan sipped his hot tea, leisurely stating, that's why these smaller noble families hide their descendants, unwilling to send them to the divine sect or to the imperial court. However, it's different for the great clans of Mansion City. There's a divine sect and a divine sect branch for each province, and especially with the Qian Yuan divine sect branch being located in Golden Light Prefecture, the families there have people, even many high-ranking ones, coming from the Mansion City clans. The Mansion City clans have a divine minister presiding, whose lifespan is 3 to 4 times that of a divine foundation, allowing one elder to support the clan for many years, naturally making the disciples willing to be sent out. Should there be a disciple capable of entering the main sect, the family's very foundation could even rise with the tide. Having finished speaking, Li Qingshan helped himself to another cup of tea, muttering, You lad, now with ample means, how come you don't procure some decent tea leaves? It's embarrassing. Aren't you now a third-class guest official at the Kintian Observatory? Someday you should find that bosomy but brainless junior supervisor Gong Yunli, and just get a good batch of tea from Deputy Inspector Lin Zhang's tea room, right? Li Che fell silent. He was only a third-class guest official, not a chief supervisor after all. Senior, how many supreme spirit children are there in Mansion City? Li Che asked with furrowed brows. Li Qingshan shook his head. I don't know, the 5 great clans keep things very close to their chest. Many even send their heirs to the 5 great sects ahead of time for cultivation. The competition for the divine sect's admission assessment, which occurs once every 4 years, is intense indeed. This year in particular. Li Qingshan drank some tea, his voice suddenly growing grave. Li Che was taken aback, sipping his tea with a frown. Why so? As parents, they naturally pay close attention to their child's education. Shi's admission to the divine sect is as tense as competing for a top city primary school. There are only so many spots, and the more prodigies, the less attention their own daughter will receive, and the fewer benefits she will gain. Li Che naturally wanted to gather clear information. You brat have been enjoying quite the carefree life in the city with your bull demon identity. Haven't you found it odd? You've killed so many of the corpse god cult, aren't you puzzled as to why they dare to be so brazen? Li Qingshan gestured, sealing the study, to ensure their conversation wouldn't be overheard. Because of the mysterious temple of the 8-armed prison lotus furious third prince. Li Che took a deep breath. Right, due to the disturbance of the third prince temple, most divine phase realm experts have entered the mysterious temple to suppress the unrest. The divine sect sent even more as, after all, Golden Light Prefecture is the base of the sect branch. Of course, the disturbance of the mysterious temple is driven by human actions as well as its own reasons. The divine sect has always relied on the temple. A mysterious temple presents risks as well as opportunities. For this admission examination, one part, the divine sect will send 3 divine symbol cultivators, and they will use the divine weapon Prison Lotus Windfire Golden Light Wheel to tear through the strange K, sending the spirit children to 100 Zhang in front of the third prince temple. Li Qingshan's words thundered down like lightning, striking upon Li Che's ears, his pupils involuntarily shrinking. Even the normally composed Li Che couldn't help but be alarmed. What? Sending these delicate spirit children to 100 zhang in front of the third crown prince temple? Li Che looked at Li Qingshan, his voice involuntarily rising. This damn thing. It's no different from presenting a pile of savory meat right before a dog, is it? Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh hearing Li Che's strong reaction, but it was an understandable human sentiment. After all, that was the incredibly dangerous 4 royal mysterious temples they were talking about. Li Che's expression changed. Such an assessment was too dangerous? That was virtually placing Shi in an extremely perilous situation. If any slight unforeseeable mishap occurred, for these frail spirit children, it would be a disaster? Li Che wasn't laughing. He looked solemn as he gazed at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan contained his smile, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, I know you're worried about Shi's safety, but although this matter does carry certain risks, even greater is the opportunity. Sending many spirit children ahead of the mysterious temple's front, the purpose is to undergo the temple god's trial, to test the compatibility with the temple god's divinity. You know the third prince is known to the world by a child's image. If one can induce temple god resonance, not only can they cultivate the temple god's divine method, they can also receive gifts from the temple god, such as divine secret techniques, divine martial arts, divine weapons, divine crystals, and so on. Li Qingshan spoke solemnly. Moreover, the strength of the temple god resonance is the key in deciding the children's status in the divine sect, whether they enter the inner sect, become core successors, or are placed in the outer sect. However, Li Che's brow remained furrowed. He still found it far too dangerous. After all, that was the 4 royal mysterious temples. It was like telling a group of children, whoever starts the nuclear bomb head can keep it. The main danger actually comes from the temple guardian cursed corpses. The reason the divine sect activates the prison lotus windfire golden light wheel is precisely to prevent this. It's one of the 4 royal divine weapons. Although it's only one, it can create a vast protective effect. The golden light wheel carries an extremely strong temple god aura, which can keep the guardian cursed corpses at bay. Li Qingshan glanced at the still deeply concerned Li Che, suddenly realizing how seriously this lad was taking his daughter's well-being. This is both a risk and an opportunity. If one can gain the 4 Supremes Temple God's favor, you should know how far she will be able to go in the future. At the very least, reaching Divine Minister is utterly simple, even Divine Origin Realm wouldn't be a big problem. Li Qingshan sat up straight, his demeanor formal. Has there ever been such an action before? Li Che paused momentarily before asking. Yes, or rather not only the Ganyuan Divine Sect but every sect that relies on a mysterious temple will have such a process. Ganyuan Divine Sect won't be an exception. Have you not seen Lu Qi? He was one of the top 3 spirit children with the highest temple god compatibility during the last action. Moreover, this time as the strange K of the 4 royal temples opens, the Ganyuan Orthodox sect of Lingnan Circuit will also send a cultivator to preside over it. After all, this matter involves the 4 royal mysterious temples, and the Ganyuan Orthodox sect won't ignore it, so this is also an opportunity that the Ganyuan Orthodox sect values. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on the table. You love your daughter dearly, and being concerned about her is not wrong, but the child must eventually venture out. This is an opportunity for her, and you can't let your worries about safety stop her from seizing it. She needs this experience. Upon hearing this, Li Che finally relaxed his furrowed brow. This was not an isolated incident. Many divine sects, including branches of the Qianyuan divine sect, had taken action before. Since there were precedents, that was somewhat reassuring. Indeed, Li Che couldn't keep Shi confined to their home all the time. In this world, powerful divine cultivation exists. Everyone is competing, vying for transcendence. Li Che needed to be responsible for his daughter's growth. Will cultivators from the divine sect Ganyuan Orthodox also come to preside? If Shi performs well, is there a chance she could be spotted and admitted into the Ganyuan Orthodox? Li Che asked. Li Qingshan shook his head. There is a possibility, but entering the Ganyuan Orthodox has its own procedures. If Shi can establish her divine foundation before the age of 12, she will have a chance to enter the Ganyuan Orthodox. But this competition is too fierce. Across the entire Lingnan circuit, how many spirit children toil for years, all striving for entry into the Orthodox sect. Because only by entering the Ganyuan Orthodox can one have the chance to cultivate the 3 pure laws. The 3 pure laws. Li Che's body shuddered, and he immediately understood the difficulty of competing with the Ganyuan Orthodox. That level of competition was comparable to high school students from a small county in his previous life striving to enter one of the top 2 universities in the country. Li Che felt a dryness in his mouth. He was beginning to feel the educational anxiety of a parent. As long as it's safe. Li Che sighed. But his mind was already becoming active. If Shi enters the 4 royal mysterious temples, should he follow her? Perhaps this would be a good opportunity. To leave offspring in the mysterious temple, to set an anchorage for the flying thunder chess saint. However, Li Qingshan was unaware of the subtle thoughts in Li Che's mind. He laughed. There will definitely be safeguards. Spirit children are the future of the divine sect branches. How could they be neglected? Safety is always given top priority, but there are no absolutes in anything. Li Qingshan's expression grew solemn. You also know, as the spirit children are the future of the branch sects, the branches cherish them immensely. But so does the corpse god cult, and the divine sect isn't guarding against just the temple gods, but also groups with ill intentions like the corpse god cult. The corpse god cult. Li Che's eyes suddenly turned icy. The threat posed by the corpse god cult, an emerging power from Jizhu, now nearly destabilizes an entire province of the dying dynasty and occupies 3 states. The threat is enormous, and even the divine sect dares not underestimate it. Their methods are malicious. Spirit children who perform excellently in the temple god resonance can even become targets for their abduction, and if they cannot abduct them, they choose to destroy them. Li Qingshan exhaled, as the corpse god cult also needed geniuses to build up their reserve forces. One of the ways they acquire geniuses is by abduction. Although trickery is a method well employed by the corpse god cult, spirit children raised from an early age naturally have more loyalty. Li Che squinted his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. Suddenly, he looked at Li Qingshan, senior, suddenly shifting the topic to the corpse god cult, bringing up hatred. There must be a purpose, right? Li Qingshan chuckled, straightening up and rubbing his fingers together, his eyes squinting with a gleam, as the following words were the main reason he had sought out Li Che today. To ensure she can safely participate in the temple god resonance. Bull Demon, there's a significantly lucrative collaboration. I wonder if you're interested? A partnership of great wealth? Li Che raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Qingshan. He smelled an unusual significance to this. A partnership of great wealth would likely be to his taste, for the title had changed, from Li Che, the kid, to Bull Demon, indicating that the partnership of great wealth Li Qingshan spoke of was meant for the identity of the Bull Demon, not Li Che himself. Li Che could roughly guess which aspect Li Qingshan wanted to cooperate with the Bull Demon on. He took a sip of hot tea, chewing on the emerald green tea leaves that entered his mouth, the bitter taste spreading and overflowing on the tip of his tongue. Li Che smiled and said, "Elder, speak straightforwardly. What great wealth are we talking about? I'm very interested." Wealth? Who wouldn't be interested? The current Li Che was in desperate need of resources. If he could get a few more 8 extremes divine crystals and 9 luminaries martial pills, not to mention the wealth of martial arts secrets, it would be more than wonderful. Li Qingshan also squinted at Li Che. Honestly, the shock Li Che brought him was no less than that of Shishi's bone tempering at the age of 3. After all, Li Che had only been cultivating for 3 years so far, and the time he spent truly stepping onto the martial path and beginning essence cultivation was almost identical to the time it took for Shishi to achieve bone tempering great achievement. A 22-year-old spirit child who went from a novice in the martial path, through skin refinement, to being capable of killing a grandmaster within 3 years. How terrifying was that? This talent, translated into the real value of a spirit child, meant that a spirit child could kill a grandmaster at the age of 3. Compared with that, Li Che's daughter Shishi didn't seem so monstrous after all. Of course, Li Qingshan knew this wasn't a fair comparison. But what was undeniable was the terrifying talent of father and daughter, Li Che and Li Nuangzai. Li Qingshan pondered deeply but couldn't fathom the reason, as it seemed illogical. It made sense for Shishi, as a monstrous father's daughter could be monstrous too. But why was Li Che himself so monstrously talented? Was it a bloodline inheritance? A late bloomer? Before, Li Che was nothing but a country boy. He worked as a laborer in a wood-carving shop, earning a hard-knock life with a daily wage of dozens of Dejingtong cast copper coins. How could he achieve a reversal of fortune overnight? Could it be that there truly is an epiphany in this world that enables one to soar to the heavens like a kunpeng spreading its wings? It could only be said that perhaps Li Che had received the inheritance of a great master. Li Qingshan was not interested in these matters. Each person had their fortune, and he would not covet what was others. Li Qingshan had his own opportunities as well. Li Qingshan retracted his strange gaze and took a deep breath. Bull Demon, I am aware of your actions since you arrived in the Mansion City, and I can only say, well killed. The forces in Mansion City are a mixed bag, each with its own agenda. They needed a good killing. It terrifies them and prevents them from always getting cocky and causing trouble. Li Qingshan sipped his tea and sneered. Your killing of the Sheu Gang and its affiliate forces, they are all connected to the corpse god cult. No need to discuss what the Sheu Gang is composed of. Jing Wudao has placed his treasures on the corpse god cult, planning to be the pioneer for the corpse god cult to enter Golden Light Prefecture, hoping to gain great benefits in the future, and even obtain the method to refine oneself into a cursed copper corpse, to elevate his body to the level of cursed copper corpse. Li Che's heart trembled slightly. Cursed copper corpse. He had activated ascending stance, relying on temple god chess pieces to erupt with the power to kill a cursed iron corpse, but the enemy's toughness was already beyond his imagination. How terrifying would a cursed copper corpse be? Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Cursed copper corpse is not ordinary. Even a low-grade cursed iron corpse possesses the strength of a grandmaster, and if it's of the highest quality, it can even rival a grandmaster at perfection, and be even more difficult to deal with because they have unparalleled bodies, neither dying nor feeling pain, like the most perfect warriors. And once a cursed copper corpse is achieved, it can be comparable to a great grandmaster. Great grandmaster. Li Che took a deep breath. In the Qi and Blood martial path, after channel opening comes true Qi Grandmaster, and by condensing the martial art's true intent and blending it into oneself, the perfect fusion of true intent and Qi and Blood forms an even more powerful true Qi for killing. And a great Grandmaster, in turn, condenses Divine Gang, which is even more frightening, possessing the power to move mountains and split rivers with every action? Right, master of divine gang. These are the martial arts experts who have enlightened their own martial path and pondered the true intent of heaven and earth. Each great martial arts master, even without the aid of divinity, can easily withstand the divine majesty from a great cultivator of divine element and escape with their lives effortlessly. Any great grand master, even without cultivating divinity, can dominate a region, become a magnate, have no fear of a divine minister, and even easily defeat the other party. Ordinarily, equating martial arts to divine cultivation, a pure master of divine gang is roughly equivalent to a top-level divine symbol cultivator. As for comparing with a divine element true person, it would be significantly weaker. After all, to become a divine element true person, the body must also condense divine gang, reaching the great master realm. Without becoming a great grand master, one cannot become a true person. Li Qingshan said softly, his eyes flickering with both yearning and pursuit. Unless one attains the unity of heaven and man among the great grand masters, only then can one rely purely on martial arts to battle with a divine element true person. Pure chi and blood martial path, clashing with a divine element true person? Such a realm, how sweeping and inspiring, inevitably making one's heart race with excitement. Of course, in today's age, pure great martial arts masters are extremely rare, and most will cultivate some form of divinity. After all, using divinity to comprehend the heavens makes it much easier. Li Qingshan started to laugh, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. Purely reaching the realm of a great grand master through one's own enlightenment is few and far between. He snapped back to the present, looked at Li Che, and returned to the main topic. You kill the Sheu gang, mostly targeting those under its command who have been granted the corpse curse mark. Can you see who has been granted the corpse curse mark? Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed fiercely as he looked at Li Che, or perhaps one should say, the bull demon. Li Che furrowed his brow, then his expression relaxed, and he nodded. I can sense it, thus I strike down. The corpse god cult is targeting my daughter, all who bear the seal are not innocent, kill without mercy. Li Che's words carried a chilling murderous intent. Li Qingshan burst into laughter as he stroked his beard. Very good. Being able to sense the corpse curse mark, it seems you have a natural sensitivity to corpse chi. Normally, when a cultivator is granted the corpse curse mark, it seeps into the Nuan palace and gets covered by divinity. You can't see through it, as they look normal. Your ability to see through it is an advantage, it's the basis of our prosperous collaboration. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam erupting from within. He didn't care how Li Che could sense it, he just needed Li Che to confirm that whenever the bull demon targeted cultivators of the fishing gang who had been marked, it wasn't a guesswork, he indeed had the ability to identify the corpse curse mark, and that was enough. Senior, how would you like to collaborate? Li Che narrowed his eyes. It's not just the fishing gang that secretly collaborates with the corpse god cult, refining corpses and granting marks, the other two gangs, the 5 great clans, the 5 great sects, they all might possibly harbor swine who have thrown in their lots with the corpse god cult. This mansion city, full of filth and rampant with corpse chi, it's nauseating? Point out the filth for me, and we shall clean it up. Li Che instantly understood. This meant determining who had been granted the corpse curse mark and then, striking down the targets. The idea is quite good, but it sounds difficult, doesn't it? Take the fishing gang, for example, that gang leader Jing Wudao, he's been granted the corpse curse mark, a true divine symbol cultivator. If you and I go to clean up, it might end up with us being cleaned up. Li Che spoke outright. Alone, he could use the thunder chess piece for instantaneous movement and escape, even a divine symbol cultivator might not necessarily catch him. But, once accomplices were involved, if he ran, the accomplices might not necessarily be able to escape. Though Li Qingshan was strong, facing a true divine symbol could be daunting. You youngster, you think it's just the two of us acting? Think we don't have accomplices, partners. If we're cleaning, naturally we start from the illusory phase realm. Li Qingshan's eyes twinkled with a defiant look. Besides, give me another year, divine symbol. So what? Nurse Momo had abandoned Li Qingshan to stay in Li Che's house, wanting to accompany Shishi. How grievous Li Qingshan was, but there was nothing he could do. He had just returned to Mansion City and there was too much happening. He could only proceed as his old lover wished. Li Che had no objections to Nurse Momo staying at his house. At the end of the day, it was merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Furthermore, with Nurse Momo, a strict instructor from the Divine Cultivation Institute there, Shishi's martial training could be more disciplined, perfectly timing with the sex examination period to cram desperately. Unlike old Chen, who would call her a little stinky she every day, causing Shishi to now have a strong rebellious streak. She didn't listen to old Chen at all, the old and the young were constantly bickering, shouting little stinky she and old stinky Chen non-stop. In the days that followed, everything returned to normal. Li Che resumed his regular life. During the day, he would serve at the Kintian Observatory, then practice martial arts, nurturing nature, wood carving, and cultivate secretly in his small workshop courtyard after his duty. The fishing gang was annihilated. The large gang, following the escape of the gang leader Jing Wudao, completely declined. The power of the fishing gang was divided and devoured cleanly by the various powers within Mansion City. Although the fishing gang still existed nominally, it had actually been completely eradicated. Perhaps due to the deterrence from the destruction of the fishing gang, or perhaps the lingering prestige of the Battle of the Divine Symbols along with Li Qingshan's return and his renowned reputation. The entire mansion city became much more settled. Outside Listening Flowers Lane, no power was keeping watch anymore. For a time, looking at the empty heaven and earth chessboard, Li Che was somewhat unaccustomed. But he still habitually set up the heaven and earth chessboard to ensure the surroundings were secure. Once any anomaly was detected, it would provide feedback. Stability was the first principle for Li Che to secure his life in this world. The spring breeze caressed the willows, bringing warmth. 10 days silently passed by. In the workshop courtyard, the heaven and earth chessboard enveloped the area, isolating various essences. Li Che sat cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by wood shavings from his wood carvings, which had been swept by an invisible wind into the corner of the yard. His dark, robust hair fluttered ceaselessly, and a faint light burst forth from the nuan in his brow. The milky white immaculate heart divinity, like a vast net, split the many divinities apart. Hua hua. It was as though countless ghostly wails echoed endlessly, dense ghostly figures interwoven and arranged, crying incessantly, as if the gates of hell had flung open and wronged souls from hell were returning. Boom! Accompanied by a massive wave of invisible turbulence, a concentric ripple spread out. Striking against the barrier set by the heaven and earth chessboard, it exploded like splashing waves. Suddenly, a ghastly aura arose behind Li Che, accompanied by the sound of angry cry, the Divine Foundation millstone? The Divine Foundation burst forth with divine light in bursts, lifting a divinity that tingled the nose. Opening his eyes, Li Che exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze as calm as an ancient well. The angry cry town ghost Divine Foundation, also achieved. Li Che's lips curled into a smile. The Immaculate Heart divinity surged out and merged into the angry cry town ghost Divine Foundation. The brow nuan opened. In an instant, 2 more robust Divine Foundation chi mechanisms rose. It was the Sunsi Lu Sword Divine Foundation and the heart-shocking and sturdy Divine Foundation. It's done, all done. After casting the Divine Foundation with the Pure Heart divinity, casting other divinities for the Divine Foundation doesn't take too much effort, as the divine power of the Pure Heart Divine Foundation can basically smooth out the conflicts and repulsion forces brought by other Divine Foundations. Li Che exhaled, a glimmer of light at his brow. He had constructed 4 wheels of the 7 emotions Divine Foundation: anger, sorrow, thought, and shock, plus the all-curing Pure Heart Divine Foundation. In Li Che's new and inner scenery now, there were 5 wheels of Divine Foundations. Boom! The immense divinity, like surging tides, battered against the walls of the inner scenery space, causing it to be continuously expanded. Each of the Divine Foundations floating within released divine shocks, expanding the space to allow the wheels of the Divine Foundation more room to accommodate. Now Li Che's new and inner scenery space was nearly 10 times, or even more, that of what ordinary cultivators could expand with 1 wheel of Divine Foundation. This brought about Li Che's tremendous divine sense. Extremely tremendous. What was most important, Li Che could feel a unique change. His divine majesty was exceptionally strong and terrifying. Squinting, his gaze seemed to flicker with 5 colored lights, his fingers opening and then pressing down fiercely. Boom! He unleashed enormous divine majesty, and the air in the entire courtyard seemed to have been instantaneously evacuated, forming an immense vacuum. Wheel. Now, disregarding the all-curing Pure Heart Divine Foundation, the Divine Majesty alone from the 4 wheels of the 7 Emotions Divine Foundation would probably render Divine Base Realm cultivators immobile, and sweat would pour down the backs of those in the post-Divine Foundation realm. Roughly, it should be enough to contend with the Divine Majesty of an illusory phase cultivator. Li Che's eyes shimmered, as if light was fading in and out. This is only with 4 wheels of the Divine Foundation. If I could construct a complete 7 Emotions Divine Foundation, maybe, within the Divine Base Realm, I could stand up against real Divine Symbol cultivators. Li Che looked upwards, as the nuan at his brow instantly retracted its divine light. In an instant, the 4 wheels of Divine Foundation returned to the inner scene of the energy center, the Immaculate Heart Taoist fruit throbbed, and the divine aura quietly vanished without a trace. Joy, worry, and fear, these 3 divinities have yet to be cast into the Divine Foundation. Now, I can get started on this. Li Che still lacked Divine Foundation techniques for the worry divine nature and the divinity of fear, but it wasn't a big problem. With his current identity, he could just go to Li Qingshan to get them. It was a bit difficult to obtain higher ranked ones though. Li Che also had to consider changing his Divine Foundation slowly. But after understanding more about changing Divine Foundations, he realized it was much easier than casting them, mainly just securing the Divine Foundation techniques. In the span of 10 days, Li Che cultivated relentlessly, but of course, constructing 3 wheels of Divine Foundation wasn't his only gain. In martial arts, his breakthroughs were tremendous. He took out an elixir shrouded in death chi and swallowed it. Gulp! The elixir landed in his stomach with a muffled sound. The stomach walls, under the control of divine sense, started to move, the powerful force crushed the pill coating, and the vast medicinal properties surged out instantly. Li Che stood up, his blood and energy erupting as if dragons and elephants were roaring together. His self-created Ju Shui Dragon Elephant True Force was now at the level of minor accomplishment. His blood and energy thundered and roared, accompanied by the power of the Dragon Elephant. Even without activating Ascending the Tower, Li Che could still unleash the powerful force of a dragon and an elephant, akin to the strength of a deity. A step taken, countless streams of blood and energy interwove behind him, as if becoming a hawk eagle with its wings spread, shooting straight up into the sky violently. As he stepped through the air, countless afterimages of Li Che flashed wildly in the courtyard. Finally, he landed lightly, his toes touching the blue bricks, raising a ring of expanding dust. Cloud Harrier treading on clouds, at the level of transformation realm. This divine martial arts movement technique was finally cultivated by Li Che to the level of the transformation realm, creating the atmosphere of the transformation realm. It merged into the divine vein's blood and energy, causing yet another transformation in his divine vein. Now, the martial arts that Li Che had mastered at the transformation realm were the White Tiger Chaotic Wind Fist, the 8 consecutive bone-breaking spears, and Cloud Harrier treading on clouds 3 forms, realizing the 3 transformations of the divine vein. He already possessed the credentials to challenge the Grandmaster realm. However, Li Che had ambition. After all, with the Dao Fruit like Dragon Elephant Vajra that enhanced the martial arts talent, he would not settle for the lowest level of divine vein to break through to Grandmaster. He intended to complete the divine vein 9 transformations, then strike towards the Grandmaster realm. With the Mithriya gold armor, 100 ghosts thunderstorm arrows, Pathon dragon cannon, corpse god death smoke finger, furious triple blade knife, and 1000-armed divine sculpture, the remaining 6 martial arts that Li Che had, except for the Jushuel level 1000-armed divine sculpture which still remained at the major accomplishment level, the rest had all reached the master level. Especially that corpse god death smoke finger, with a large amount of 9th rank superior corpse god 1000 ghosts death chi condensing martial pill support, coupled with Li Che's extraordinary martial path talent. In just 10 days, he cultivated it to the master level. Although the death chi martial pills were depleted, and reaching the level of transformation realm in a short time was somewhat difficult, for Li Che, this progress was already very gratifying. After the martial pill was crushed, the surging death chi assaulted Li Che's skin. Li Che operated Dragon Elephant True Force to suppress the erosion of death chi, using it to temper his body, with extraordinary effects. Even better than the usual Flood Dragon Blood martial pills? The Corpse God Cult, as the creators of Corpse Curse technique, truly have profound research on the physical body. This death chi elixir, for those who can suppress the death chi while practicing martial arts, it's simply superb. Pity that all the death chi condensing martial pills I got from the Corpse God Envoy and Lu Jinsong are now used up. I need to find a way to restock. Li Che reined in his blood and energy, and the lingering afterimages left by Cloud Harrier treading on clouds slowly disappeared. Senior Qingshan, you promised great riches, why haven't you started taking action? If you don't act soon, I just might not be able to resist striking out on my own. February 21st, the spring equinox. The divine sect was founded. The fine rain was hazy, with mysterious birds arriving, as day and night equaled in length. As the spring equinox arrived, it was time to rise and follow the rich waters closely. A spring rain brought warmth, yet it could be accompanied by a late chill, and the drizzling rain carried a hint of coldness. Today was a grand event for the entire Golden Light Prefecture city. On the spacious, cobblestoned main road of the city, wide enough for 10 carriages to travel side by side, there was now a traffic jam. The streets were bustling with carriages and teeming with people. Paper umbrellas bloomed like spring flowers along the long street. From the wide official road of Golden Light Prefecture City to the Fenzong Mountain Gate of the Jianyuan Divine Sect, a stretch of more than a dozen miles, was engulfed in congestion. Thick crowds came from all 13 cities of Golden Light Prefecture, all gathering outside the Divine Sect Mountain Gate today. The clamor seemed almost to tear the skies apart. Within each swaying carriage were parents full of hope and anxiety, yearning for their children to succeed, and children filled with excitement and nervousness. Whether one could pass the Divine Sect branch's entrance examination and enter the sect for cultivation had too great an impact on one's future. Besides the selected spirit children, there were also dissatisfied parents who brought their children to participate in the assessment and selection, as well as some children who, though not identified as having the talent of spirit children, possessed a talent for the martial path and were determined to take a shot. People of all shapes and colors mingled and interwove into a human tide, jam-packed on the official road. Listening Flowers Lane. The small courtyard. Zhang Ye was in a rush as she changed Shishi, who was dozing off, into the clothes she had just bought and did Shishi's hair in pretty braids. In the courtyard, old Chen paced back and forth with a pipe in hand, his hands behind his back clenched into fists, extremely tense. The elder uncle's family had also arrived. Cousin Lu Chunming gripped Li Jin's hand, her face full of anxiety, too. The corpse curse mark on cousin Li Zhengran had long been shattered by Li Che using the 8 Extremes corpse curse seal. Now revitalized, and with Li Che's help, he found a decent job. His essence, chi, and spirit were restored, in a very good state. Nurse Momo also paced anxiously, her nerves no less on edge than Zhang Ye's. Li Che, on the other hand, sat in a chair, smiling as he watched. Let Chengzhou be nervous, my Shishi isn't nervous, Li Che said with relish. After all, Shishi was a supreme spiritual child who was basically assured entry into the Divine Sect. The only question was whether it would be into the Divine Sect branch's inner sect or as a true successor. So, today's assessment was largely just a formality, although Li Qingshan had mentioned there would be exams and contests. But Li Che was very confident in the education he provided to Shishi. This girl would be incredibly strong if it came to actual combat. If she discarded martial ethics a bit and whipped out her mini Nemo Gatling, it would be like punching the elders of the South Mountain Hospice or kicking the North Sea Kindergarten. She was the brightest star of this sect assessment. However, Li Che had heard from Li Qingshan that this time's sect assessment would not be easy for Xixi. After all, Xixi was among the youngest candidates in this assessment. The prodigies cultivated secretly by the 5 great clans and the 5 major sects were up to 8 years old, possibly even stepping into the blood exchange phase. So Li Che couldn't guarantee that Xixi would win for sure, since she was indeed quite young. But Li Qingshan said that with Xixi's 3-year bone-tempering major accomplishment, such talent would at least ensure entry into the inner sect. As for the status of a true successor, the chances were more than 70%. The status of a true successor. Being under Li Qingshan's tutelage was not considered a true successor. Every true successor was a direct disciple of a divine symbol cultivator, the core of the sect, receiving slanted resource cultivation. Li Che looked at Xixi, who had her hair neatly done and strutted out of the house with swagger, his eyes filled with warmth. The Emperor Xixi he raised, was finally beginning to forge her domain. As he was about to lift Xixi into the carriage, Li Che secretly admonished Xixi not to use the mini Nemo Gatling unless absolutely necessary, as it would be bullying other children, but it was okay against older children. She could even pair it with the Wood Raven for impact. Between the two choices of Xixi getting injured in the contest or making someone else's child get injured. As a parent, Li Che naturally chose the latter without hesitation. Patting Xixi's head gently, Li Che's eyes were tender. Safety first, the assessment second, whether or not to compete doesn't matter. Don't get hurt, just be safe and sound. P.S. I'm begging for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and your support to follow and read. Old Li thanks you. February 21st. Spring equinox, light rain. The road from Golden Light Prefecture to Qianyuan Divine Sect's Fenzong Mountain Gate was completely congested. The carriages in the narrow sections were overtaking each other, with none yielding to another. Inside the carriage, Li Che, Zhang Ya, Nurse Momo, and Xixi were sitting in one carriage. Xixi was lively and restless, feeling very excited. She did not feel that attending the Divine Sect's examination was something to be nervous about. It felt like going out for a spring outing, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore new things. She looked through the carriage window at the dense queue of carriages outside and the many people walking hurriedly with their children, continuously exclaiming in amazement, "Daddy, there are so many people." This was the first time she had seen so many people and she was very surprised, realizing there could be so many people in the world. Indeed, the number of people attending the examination this year has increased a lot compared to previous ones, Nurse Momo said affectionately as she looked at Xixi, her eyes filled with some reluctance. After today, Xixi would be entering the Divine Sect and would have to go up to the Haiqing Peak of the Divine Sect, meaning the days she could come home would be few. However, Nurse Momo could take comfort in knowing that Li Qingshan would take her to visit Xixi, which somewhat scattered her melancholy. Li Qingshan said that this year's examination seems to be related to the 4 royal mysterious temple in the river heart of 9 Dragons River outside the prefecture. Dealing with the mysterious temple involves risks, yet it also holds great opportunities, Nurse Momo explained. Zhang Ya's eyes revealed a worried look, related to that 4 royal mysterious temple? Isn't that too dangerous? But Xixi has no choice but to go to the Divine Sect. Zhang Ya glanced at Li Che with an envy-eating look as if seeking rescue. Don't worry, since the Divine Sect dares to set a trial at the 4 royal mysterious temple to test these children, they naturally have some measures in place, Li Che said reassuringly. Li Qingshan mentioned that the Divine Sect branch actually used the Prison Lotus Windfire Golden Light Wheel, certainly a 4 royal divine weapon. It was clear they took it very seriously, and since they dared to open it, they obviously had confidence, and this was not their first time doing such a thing. Since Li Che said it was okay, Zhang Ya believed him. She just blindly trusted Li Che. This carriage is completely stuck. We can't move forward much at all. We might as well walk, Li Che suggested, glancing at the sky. If they were stuck on the road and missed the designated hour, that would really be bad. Li Che was not the only one with this thought. Others in the carriages also got out, either leading or carrying, heading towards the Divine Sect Mountain Gate. Zhang Ya and Nurse Momo raised no objections. They were both cultivators, and a little walking was nothing to them. Li Che picked up Xixi, who opened a small oil paper umbrella, got directly out of the carriage, and started walking, basking in the spring wind and rain as if he were on a spring outing. After getting out of the carriage and walking, they moved even faster. Soon, they passed through the bustling area of Golden Light Prefecture City and arrived before the gate of Divine Sect Mountain. The grass stretched on both sides, lush green, swaying with the spring breeze, tinged with translucent raindrops. A conspicuous green peak rose from the ground, reaching into the sky. From afar, behind the majestic city gates, this mountain peak could be seen, with the entire Golden Light Prefecture city built around it. But upon drawing closer, one could see that there was an extremely vast area around the mountain. Looking up at the green peak, towering and majestic, filled with lush vegetation, one could see mist enveloping the mid-mountain, amidst the rain. By the bank of 9 Dragons River, a mountain peak rose abruptly from the ground, known as Golden Light Peak, the main peak where Lingnan Road Qianyuan Divine Sect's branch in Yun Province resides. Around Golden Light Peak, there are many smaller peaks, which, although not as conspicuous, were completely overshadowed by Golden Light Peak. Those peaks are where the illusory phase cultivators of the divine sect branch could establish their cave dwellings. People like Li Qingshan, because of possessing illusory phase combat power, earned the privilege to establish a cave residence. His cave dwelling's mountain was named Zhanglei Peak. Passing through a stretch of lush green grassland, they saw at the foot of Golden Light Peak, a massive white jade archway. In front of the archway, a vast expanse of green grass was used to construct a large and exquisite wooden platform. Around the wooden platform were spaces occupied by the top powers from Golden Light Prefecture City. The 5 great clans, Qin, Gong, Hai, Shangguan, and Gongyang family, all took it very seriously. Not only did the family heads come, but even the diviner ancestors from the families appeared in person. For example, Qin Dickon, the diviner ancestor of the Qin family, appeared right in the midst of the Qin family's area, seated in a distinguished position. To the side were Qin Kang, the patriarch of the Qin family, and relatives of the late Qin Yuking like Qin Henan, Qin Liziao, and other second-generation members. The 5 great sects also sent representatives. Gold Split Gate, Bamboo Forest Academy, Watching Tide Pavilion, and Sand Scorpion Forests experts were all present. Though not deploying their sex diviner ancestors like the 5 great clans, they still had illusory phase experts in attendance. Black Jiao Gang, Beggar's Sect, which had now become 2 gangs, also sent experts, and the leaders of Black Jiao Gang and Beggar's Sect appeared as well. Although the aura of the diviner ancestors was somewhat restrained, the subtle emanations and impacts still formed a terrifying atmosphere, suffocating those around. Li Che, carrying Shishi, arrived amidst the crowd below the wooden platform, which was already densely packed with people. Suddenly, Lu Qi popped his head out from the crowd. He was wearing the clothes of an inner sect disciple of the divine sect today, the green outfit quite conspicuous, making many unconsciously make way for him. Uncle Li, Aunt Zhang, and Shishi, over here, come this way. Lu Qi waved excitedly. Li Che knew he was being given special treatment, but didn't care about the gazes of those around him. Wearing a gentle smile, he subtly used his unmanifest energy to clear a path through the crowd. Accompanied by his wife and daughter, Nurse Momo, his uncle's family, and old Chen, they followed Lu Qi. Just as they started to follow Lu Qi, Shangguan Qinghong began to bounce around in the distance, irritated. Li, I'm over here, there's a good spot here too. Lu He and Hai Chuanying couldn't help but laugh. Didn't expect Brother Li to know people inside the divine sect too, they said. That's Lu Qi, the disciple of Li Qingshan, one of the 3 who resonated with the temple god last year, reaching an astonishing resonance of 65%. He's the only one among them still persisting in practicing their wrathful third prince divine method, nurturing the divinity of the third prince, aiming to forge the divine foundation of the 6 bureau's furious third prince, just like his teacher, they continued. Hai Chuanying, from the Hai family of the 5 great clans, had extensive knowledge and explained. Brother Li's daughter, she's one of the 3 supreme spirit children of the 13 cities under Mansion City's jurisdiction, right? Lu He recalled. Correct, Li Nuangzai, a supreme spirit child, but her chances for the true succession are slim. She'll probably have to enter the inner sect first and then gradually strive for the true succession. She really is too young. All the spirit children hidden within the 5 great clans and many medium and small-sized families in Mansion City have been brought out. I've heard there are over 15 supreme spirit children this year, yet the divine sect's true inheritance will only take in 5, said Hai Chuanying nonchalantly. Lu He sighed and shook his head. It's not easy. After such troubles in Fei Lei City, Brother Li can still bring his daughter, a supreme spirit child, to Mansion City. He's had to endure so much suffering. It would be decent to even make it into the divine sect's inner sect, Lu He added. Hearing this, Shangguan Qinghong immediately became displeased and clenched her fists. My sister Shishi will definitely become a true successor. You all have no idea how strong Shishi is. Hai Chuanying scoffed, a 3-year-old child, who barely knows how to urinate clearly, how impressive could she be? My family's supreme spirit child, Hai Chaosheng, was reluctantly offered by our distinguished ancestor. If it weren't for the resonance with the temple god at the third prince's mysterious temple, our ancestor would have continued to keep him hidden and personally tutored him, Hai Chuanying declared. Shangguan Qinghong glanced at Hai Chuanying, oblivious to the significance of achieving the major accomplishment of bone tempering at just 3 years old. She didn't make a fuss about it in advance, considering them petty and ignorant. Just wait until Emperor Shishi gives them a fright. At the divine sect mountain gate stone archway, on the bluestone steps below, chairs were placed, occupied by figures dressed in flattering robes, radiating elegance and merging with the spring breeze. Drizzling rain poured down, yet before it could touch their bodies, it was twisted away by an invisible force. This year is really bustling, so many have come. It seems as if all the spirit children with talent from Golden Light Prefecture have been brought here, right? Said an old man sitting in the seat of honor, with white hair and beard, gently stroking it while watching the packed crowd warmly. This person was none other than Nan Luo, the sect master of Qian Yuan Divine Sect's Yunzhou subsect, whose cultivation was profound and immeasurable. Of course, it has to be lively. After all, this time the third prince temple is initiating the temple god resonance. It's feared that it will be another 20 years before it opens again. Missing this chance means that for the next 20 years, it will be difficult to attain the legacy of the third prince temple god, said Li Qingshan, sprawled lazily in his chair. Li Qingshan, you're indeed ruthless. Barely back in Mansion City and you're already wielding your hammer, forcing out an 8 Extremes Corpse God envoy from the Corpse God cult, almost causing a major disaster, said a slender old man dressed as a scholar from not far away, immediately scolding him after Li Qingshan finished speaking. Li Qingshan was immediately discontent. What do you mean causing a major disaster? Are you not clear on what sort of rabble the Corpse God envoys are? You allow them to linger in Mansion City, luring, deceiving, and corrupting all sides. That is the real disaster. Are you not aware of the situation in Jizhu? It's already become infested by the Corpse God cult. The common people have become tools for the Corpse God cult to refine death chi, dying in droves. Do you want Golden Light Prefecture to fall into the same state? The scholarly old man's face turned red with anger. Of course the Corpse God cult must be stopped, but we need to have a strategy. Your way of openly hunting down the Corpse God envoy in the city, while the chief supervisor, sect master, and the rest of us divine ministers can't return from strange Quebec. If they chose desperation over escape and started a mass killing spree without restriction, how many would die? Li Qingshan barely lifted his eyelids. That is due to the incompetence of the divine ministers left to guard the city. A woman in a red robe opened her eyes in the distance. Her eyes flickered with flames as she spoke in a faint voice. Li Qingshan, are you implying that I, Zhu Hongdou, am incompetent? Li Qingshan immediately shut his mouth. This woman, who had observed the 8-armed prison Lotus Furious Third Prince for an entire 60-year cycle, was a tenacious and vengeful person. It would be wiser for him to say less. Sect Master Nan Luo raised his hand to calm the dispute. Well now, evil fiends like those from the Corpse God cult, once found, must be eliminated. What Qingshan did was the right thing to do. It's just that his methods were quite harsh. He should act more cautiously in the future. Elder Zhang, as a former imperial scholar, you are suitable as the proctor for this sect examination. You should be more composed to set an example for the younger generation. Also, try not to always look so stern, you might frighten the children. The scholar-like old man, one of the 4 elder god phenomenons of the divine sect, Zhang Qingsheng, assented with a bow. Sitting back down, he rubbed his distressed face, trying to smile. Alas, it only appeared more frightening. Li Qingshan caught a glimpse and almost laughed out loud. SI time has come, prepare to open the mountain gate and begin the entrance examination for the sect, said Sect Master Nan Luo solemnly, glancing at Li Qingshan which caused him to swallow his laughter. Dang! The red-robed elder Zhu Hongdou stood up and approached the massive black gong set up behind the archway. Clutching the mallet, she gently struck down. In an instant, a flick sent the black gong vibrating, exploding with the sound of thunder. The wave of sound rippled out like ripples on a pond, stirring up a wild wind and spreading across the venue in the blink of an eye, silencing the crowd instantly. Lingnan Road Qian Yuan Divine Sex Yun Zhou Subsect, the Sex Disciple Assessment and Selection. Begin. Fine rain drizzled, caressed by the spring breeze. In front of the Divine Sect Mountain Gate, accompanied by the striking of the great black gong and the explosion of sound waves much like the raging waters of Nine Dragons River, the surrounding circle of parents and children fell silent. 3 successive gong strikes resonated, and the voice of a stunningly beautiful woman in red reached every corner, so clear despite hundreds of feet of distance. Li Che, holding Shi, took their places on the wooden platform set up to the left of the Divine Sect Mountain Gate. Several wooden chairs were placed there, and Li Che's group, led by Lu Qi, just managed to occupy the seats. Besides Li Che and his family, there were a few figures in splendid attire, quietly seated with their children in their arms. When Li Che's family arrived, their gazes swept over impatiently. Several wealthy and elegantly dressed women couldn't help but frown at the sight of the simply dressed Zhang Ya. By their attire, Li Che's family clearly didn't belong to any notable status. What business did they have, sitting with them? Li Che was low-key, and few in Mansion City knew of him, mostly just knowing he was a woodcarver who survived from the sacrificed Flying Thunder City. Even the fact that Li Che had joined the Kintian Observatory as a third-class guest official was known by very few. However, since Li Che's group was brought by Lu Qi, the richly dressed people, although dissatisfied, held back their ire and refrained from provocation. Li Che certainly noticed the surrounding gazes, but he didn't mind them. Uncle Li, this spot was specifically reserved for you by the teacher. These people in splendid attire are from the noble families of the 13 cities subordinate to Mansion City. Among them are the 2 supreme spiritual children. Lu Qi leaned in and whispered to Li Che. Li Che held Shi and found their seats, his eyebrows arching at the mention. Was it that child, the one who was rated higher than Shi by Li Qingshan? Huang Si Xiang? Li Che asked softly. Lu Qi immediately pointed out a little boy sitting about 3 or 4 seats away. The boy, nestled next to a beautifully figured woman, was well behaved with an unusually short haircut and a bronze complexion. Although he was only 5 or 6 years old, he exuded a composed sharpness. Feeling Li Che's gaze, Huang Si Xiang turned to look over, his eyes quickly falling on Shi. Seeing her youthful 3-year-old appearance, he immediately sneered and lifted his chin, breaking eye contact. A mere 3-year-old child is not worth considering, Huang Si Xiang judged internally. Shi felt slighted and became irritated. Daddy, he's staring at me. Li Che rubbed his little girl's head. Later you can hit back. Have you learned everything Daddy taught you? I've learned already. Now I can already throw out little kitties, Shi, clenching her little fists and batting her sparkling eyes, proudly declared. Lu Qi, standing nearby, was completely baffled. Little kitties? What had she been learning behind his back? That one is another supreme spiritual child from the 13 cities, besides Shi and Huang Si. He's a genius from the Lu family of Eastern Ring City, Lu Qingqing. The teacher's evaluation is, he's not as good as Shi, Lu Qi pointed out. Li Che nodded upon hearing this. How old are they? Li Che inquired. Huang Si is 6, and Lu Qingqing is 7, Lu Qi rattled off. The two talked for a while before falling silent because on the high platform, a woman in a fiery red dress slowly walked to the edge of the wooden platform, holding a roster with the names of the spirit children selected from various cities. This person is Elder Hengdu, one of the 4 great elders of the sect, a divine minister. Lu Qi tilted his head, introducing her to Shi and Li Che. However, no sooner had Lu Qi finished speaking than Zhu Hengdu's piercing gaze swept over to him. Don't talk nonsense. This elder is incomparably beautiful, a unique beauty of the human world, blooming like a flower at 18. Refrain from speaking recklessly, Li Che tapped Lu Kai's head, seriously correcting him. For his daughter's sake, he didn't mind stretching the truth. Lu Qi, also sensing the murderous intent, belatedly realized he might have spoken out of turn. Now, as I call the names of the spirit children, come up on stage, Elder Hengdu said, as if she heard Li Che's insincere praise, her lip curling disdainfully, yet undeniably pleased by the flattery. From Xiang Huanshen, supreme spiritual child, Huang Si. As her words fell, little Huang Si, who had been sitting obediently next to the striking woman, suddenly stood up, raising his head high, his bronze skin gleaming as if oiled in the spring rain. With his head held high, being the first to be called, he walked forward proudly. He, Huang Si, would always be the first. From Flying Thunder City, supreme spiritual child, Li Nuangzai, Zhu Hengdu announced, consulting the roster once more. Daddy, it sounds like they called me, Shi excitedly said. Li Che set her down, smoothing away the creases on her tiny practice outfit, his tone gentle and encouraging. Go ahead, Daddy's cheering for you. He patted Shi and then slipped in 2 chess pieces for extra protection. Shi nodded and immediately scampered towards the platform. 3-year-old Shi, so small and short, stood beside Huang Si on the platform, dwarfed by comparison. Below, a stir arose, accompanied by many chuckles and murmurs of amusement. A supreme spiritual child who's 3 years old, the talent is indeed impressive, yet, too young. Being too young to take part in the assessment doesn't offer much of an advantage. It would be safer to foster her for another year and attend at 4 years old. Coming from Fei Lei City? Oh, then it's alright. I've heard that Fei Lei City was bewitched by the demon people of the corpse god cult, leading to the 1,000 infants sacrifice where many spirit children perished undeservedly. This child being able to survive and make it to Mansion City? It's not easy. The conversation below continued incessantly. However, it's very unlikely for a supreme spiritual child who's 3 years old to become a contender for a true successor. They'll probably become an inner sect disciple. First, cultivate for 1 year, then see if they can catch an elder's eye and be promoted to true successor. Zhu Hengdu glanced over at Shi with interest, then continued to call out names. From Eastern Ring City, a supreme spiritual child, Lu Qingqing. From the Qin family, Qin Fenghuo. Quickly, a total of 15 names were called out, and 15 children stood in a line on the wooden stage. There were both boys and girls, but at a glance, they were all 6 or 7 years old uniformly. Shi, standing among them, was a head shorter, and her small size completely overwhelmed her presence. Shi didn't mind, blinking her large eyes, she began to examine the boys and girls standing shoulder to shoulder with her. If she found them attractive, she would look longer, but if they were ugly, she would quickly move her gaze away, unable to bear a second. Below, however, there was already a stir. The first round is beginning with the assessment of the supreme spiritual child. That means the true successor assessment has directly commenced with these 15 supreme spiritual children competing for 5 true successor positions. 4 elders and the sect master, a total of 5 true successor spots. Li Che sat below, his palms involuntarily clenched. Admittedly, he was somewhat nervous. Even though he was well aware of what to expect and very confident in Shi's talent and strength, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This was the emotional outpouring of a father, uncontrollable, as he watched his own daughter, dainty and lively, standing on the stage. Seeing those tall and robust spirit children around her, as his own daughter seemed so small and insignificant, looking around with apparent trepidation in her eyes, Li Che's heart couldn't help but tremble, with a sudden impulse to take his daughter down. Zhang Ye, unaware of when she had grasped Li Che's hand, was also full of sweaty palms, visibly tense. Husband, can Shi become a true successor? I hear that being accepted as a true successor and entering the inner sect are worlds apart. It becomes extremely difficult to be promoted from inner sect to true successor later on. Zhang Ye was very nervous, and her words came out in quick succession. Li Che spent a while consoling her. Don't worry, Shi's performance won't be poor. After all, she's our daughter. Next to them, old Chen was so nervous that his whole body trembled more than when he had fled from bandits in the past, rubbing his hands incessantly and drinking from his gourd. Nurse Momo seemed unfazed, just rubbing Lu Kai's big head, much to his annoyance. Against the affection from his Shifa's wife, Lu Qi could only purse his lips and bear it. On the wooden stage, The elder Zhang Qingzhang, in charge of overseeing this assessment, stood before all the children with a solemn expression resembling a bitter lotus, approached them. Immediately, all 15 spirit children dared not even breathe. She almost covered her eyes. What a stinky face. Zhang Qingzhang stood with hands clasped behind his back, and his face seemed nearly frozen from smiling, wondering why these little ones still couldn't sense the approachability radiating from him. The first round of the sect assessment is the selection for true successor. The selection for true successor consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the challenge arena. There are 5 arenas set up on the wooden stage, and I have 15 folded papers here. You will draw 1 each, which will determine the 5 who will stand in defense of the arenas while the rest will attack. The victor continues to hold the arena. Those standing in the arenas at the end will be the winners of the first stage of the true successor assessment. The second stage involves assessing divine talent, with the divine sex observation skill projecting to evaluate based on the height of the divine purple chi. The scores will be divided into 3 categories: superior, excellent, and good. As for the third stage, we'll discuss that after the first 2 stages are over. Zhang Qingzhang's eyebrows drooped, appearing as bitter as the whiskers of dried coptis. He looked towards the 15 supreme spiritual children on the stage and said with a smile. The 15 spirit children were intimidated by Zhang Qingzhang's sour face, and they quickly stood up straight, loudly acknowledging their understanding. Then, Zhang Qingzhang suddenly tossed up the 15 folded pieces of paper. Invisible chi surged around them, making the papers fly chaotically as if enclosed in an invisible, transparent sphere. Each of you take one. Upon opening it you can tell whether you are a defender or an attacker for the arena. Zhang Qingzhang stated. She curiously looked at the whirlwind of folded papers floating in front of her and reached out her plump little hand to grab one. The fierce wind buffeted her arm, causing it to tremble and tingle pleasantly. After retrieving the folded paper, she opened it with curiosity. Afterward, her eyes were blank because there was a character on it she could not recognize. He swept a glance over it, his eyes slightly raised, subtly shaking his head. A 3-year-old spirit child as a defender will surely be seen as an easy target and become the object of many spirit children's eager challenges for the arena. It's a pity, but that's how the rules of the true successor assessment go. If you dare to compete for true successor at 3 years old, you must show some abilities. With the bitter lotus-like face set firm, his robe flowing, Zhang Qingzhang spoke with authority. The first stage defenders are Huang Si Xiang, Qin Feng Huo, Hai Chao Sheng, Gong Yangxiu, Li Nuangzai. Spring breeze caresses the willows, misty rain blurs the air. Drops patter onto the wooden stage, producing rustling sounds. As the names of the guardians were read out by Zhang Qingzhang one by one, the parents watching the true successor examination below invariably gasped. The first phase of the true successor assessment had no observation skill scrutiny for meticulous examination, for fairness was key. Although everyone was a supreme spiritual child, there still were differences in their capabilities. The length of the purple aura discerned by the observation skill was the standard for assessing talent. Revealing it early would inevitably affect the children's mentality and fighting spirit. Therefore, the divine sect had placed this talent assessment, which could hardly be changed, in the second phase. Li Nuangzai, that 3-year-old spirit child, has actually become a guardian in the first phase. This luck really has no match. She's going to be beaten to tears in no time, knocked off the stage, and sent back home to drink milk. Yes, a 3-year-old guarding the platform is far too inferior compared to the Qin family's Qin Feng Huo, the Hai family's Hai Chao Sheng, the Gongyang family's Gong Yangxiu, not to mention Huang Si Xiang from Xiang Huanshen, who is known for his innate divine strength. Apart from Huang Si Xiang, the other 3 seem to hail from Mansion City's 5 great clans, families of great lineage and profound heritage. Most importantly, their ages aren't just 3 years old. I think Gong Yangxiu is the youngest, 5 years old. From the areas occupied by the noble families, numerous voices emerged. Was there even a suspense? They were definitely going to pick on the easy target. Who cares about losing face when bullying a 3-year-old child when it comes to contending for the position of a true successor? To become a true successor is to be nurtured by the divine sect branch with substantial resources. What does a mere lack of face amount to? Cultivation is all about competition. Standing here at 3 years old, isn't Li Nuangzai striving for the position of a true successor? Since she dares to stand here, she naturally has to be prepared for defeat. The numerous spirit children were also astute, their eyes gleaming. 5 had become guardians, and the remaining 10 were challengers. Shishi's piece of folded paper bore a guard character, meaning she needed to defend. For Shishi, whether it was attacking or defending, didn't it all mean she had to fight a battle? Shishi was so excited, she clenched her chubby fists. A fight was coming. Emperor Shishi, after 2.5 years of strenuous cultivation, was finally about to make her debut. Below, upon seeing that Shishi was the first guardian, Zhang Ye's vision darkened as she tightly clutched Li Che's arm. My lord, why is Shishi the first one to guard? She's only 3 years old. Isn't this just inviting a collective attack? Zhang Ye was on the verge of tears. My poor Shishi. Old Chen felt somewhat drained, slumping in his chair. My poor Shishi. Nurse Momo sighed. Li Che quickly tried to calm his wife's emotions. You have to believe in Shishi, she's really amazing. Li Che was somewhat torn between laughter and tears. Even old Chen, he was aware of Shishi's bone-tempering level, yet he seemed so hopeless about Shishi's prospects. Entrenched prejudices, indeed. Who says a 3-year-old is only fit for taking a beating? He had taught Shishi a lot. With her exceptional talent and his training, he had immense confidence in Shishi. Li Che looked towards the stage, through the drizzling spring rain. However, even Li Che felt a bit uneasy. After all, this was Shishi's first battle since her birth. Even though he had done everything to prepare Shishi, but for a 3-year-old toddler to guard a stage, it was impossible for the parents to not feel immense pressure. Zhang Qingzhang's face, as austere as a dried lotus, took on a serious look as he finished reciting the names of the guardian spirit children. He then rose with a sweep of his sleeves, and a burst of clean wind surged. It swept up the 5 guardian spirit children, causing them to rise and float as if riding the clouds, accompanied by the astonished cries of the children, before they each landed on one of the 5 platforms. Shishi, little and alone, stood on the 5th platform, blinking her spirited eyes, curiously looking around without a hint of stage fright or fear. All around, quiet settled in, and everyone took a deep breath, watching the figures on the platforms. Many eyes held pity, looking at the small, pitiful 3-year-old girl standing on the platform. Everyone could guess what this little girl would encounter next. The guardian who loses will be replaced by the challenger who wins, and the challenger will then become the new guardian. The one ultimately standing on the platform will receive the top grade score. So, if you wish to become a true successor of the divine sect, use all of your skills to remain standing to the end. Zhang Qingzhang, with lowered eyelids and robes fluttering, spoke softly. He had tried his best to give these children a smile, striving to make his stern visage a little less intimidating. Now, does anyone have questions? Upon his words, silence reigned on the platforms. He was satisfied, ready to officially announce the start of the platform battles. However, on the 5th platform, Shishi suddenly raised her arm high, and worried that Zhang Qingzhang might not see her, she hopped a few times on the spot. Me, old grandpa, I have a question. Shishi's voice was milky and loud. Many eyes were instantly drawn to her. At her words, Zhang Qingzhang tugged at the corners of his withered mouth, and with a smile, he asked, Li Nuangzai, what is your question? Is it alright to win by any means? Or are there restrictions, like not using hidden weapons or traps? Shishi asked, blinking her expectant eyes. Zhang Qingzhang was momentarily taken aback. This 3-year-old girl had considered all these details. There are no restrictions. You may even use divine weapons if you can manage to wield them.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.